Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of the Voice of the Call Nation radio show. Welcome. I'm the College Genesis, your chief host with the most, and guiding you through the next few hours of interesting conversation and stimulating debate. Well, we have a lot to talk about tonight. Last night's show was very explosive, as always, when that tempers were flaring. Passions were raised and everything, But like I said, I always warn you, like, it gets hot in here, So stop what you're doing. Tell a friend, like, share, and subscribe. You know you want to do it. You know you have to do it. You know it's the right thing to do. The right thing to do is tell somebody College Genesis is on. And for our new listeners. Now, I have my boy Chris that he hasn't called the show yet, right? He's a BAL member. He lives in Tanzania. And basically, I after I did the show, I went on TikTok and saw him doing the live show. He was repeating all my talks. So I know he was listening about Serena Williams. Now, where did he get that from? People calling his TikTok talking about, I think they can marry who they want. Nah, man. He basically were thing, Everybody's all at Dynas right now. Is Dynas doing shows while I'm doing a show? That's illegal. That should not be. Let me see what Dynas is talking about. I might talk Dynas. Let's see. Okay, John become getting okay. He got 74 watching. He's talking about why is every time I look around I see Elvis in the in every chat room. God damn, And so let's see what Dynas is talking about. Let's see what Search for Uhuru is talking about. I've been searching for a long time, but I haven't found no Uhuru yet, but it is what it is.
Welcome to All Tech
So let's play Dynas' show. Let's see what Dynas is talking about, so you can listen to what he's talking about right now, then I'll switch back. I just want to find out what he's saying.
Let's just keep it a buck. Dumbass motherfucker. Bro, this is sellout niggas cool. You're a cool nigga. Cool and ass for Donald Trump. Talking about matters. That's the shit right there. Immigrants can leave out here and get a job. They still won't give a nigga like you the job. They'll clean the rest and give a white man a job. Dumbass motherfucker like this. Wasting time with you.
Man, I didn't know you thought like this, man. I thought you was more intellectual in your analysis, man.
I'm just saying, these niggas might get a book for Trump. You know what I'm saying? And immigrants can lose their job down here, got kicked out of this country, and they're still passing this nigga.
Let's hear him, man. We're trying to have a conversation. Let's not celebrate.
I'm just saying, this nigga's why y'all put him in the place, bro. I used to promote every day. Every day. Any nigga you want to talk to,
do you really care that much about the right one?
Real America just like these niggas. The same motherfucking like you got. This was fully down in this country just like you. So the fuck out of you. The fuck out of you.
What the hell? That's a bit of it, Search for Uhuru. Yeah, my boy Mara was like he was eating up Elvis when Elvis gets no love and no respect no matter where he goes. Amara's no joke. He's like, oh, Amara, I didn't know he was like that. Amara's no joke. One thing about say about Amara, man, he's down. I would never discredit Amara. That is my brother right there, Sierra Leonean brother, man. That's a brother right there. He's welcome in the College Nation anytime, man. Amara is a warrior, man. I love that brother. Y'all can keep Elvis, Y'all can keep Elvis. I don't know what the hell. Ahmed and Elvis, y'all can keep them two motherfuckers, But Amara is my man. Amara is the dude, man. That's my brother right there, man. Y'all can keep Elvis, Mike Olawale, Afrodamus. Y'all can keep all. I love my brother Amara, man. That's a good brother, man. So yeah, so we have a good show tonight. Is Black America becoming politically inconsequential? What I mean by inconsequential is irrelevant. In other words, there's no consequences to our political thing. If we vote, we vote. We don't, we don't. And nothing matters anymore. How did we get to this point where we're all puffed up on ourselves? The black vote, get out the vote and whatnot, to the point where we're friggin' completely or politically irrelevant in this country right now. How is it that the Black American lost big time in New York City? We lost big time in Chicago with this Brandon thing. We're losing everywhere in America. Politically, we're losing. Socially, Black America is still pretty strong. I give that. Economically, we're doing okay. Politically, we have a complete. You cannot have 45 million people sit in the country and they be politically irrelevant. That's why I tell this fucking moron 1776. See, he's the type that's resigned to. He's a fool. He doesn't have any power. He doesn't care about any power. All he needs to know is he got a little bit of money in his pocket, and whatnot. He's a nigga. He's a dumb nigga. Excuse my language. I should find myself because I can't say that sort of language on my show because they're gonna demonetize me when I deplatform me if I keep saying that. But he's an N-word. The bottom line is no group of people could sit in a country and forecast the next 100 years being politically irrelevant. At some point in time, you have to sit and ask yourself the question: where are we going? Somewhere in time, the man and the woman in you got to say enough is enough. That is not every organism on this earth wants space and power. Two things. Everyone needs their space to define themselves, their space, their area, and people need power over their existence and their image and their narrative, their story. If you don't have two of those things or whatnot, no matter what you say, no matter how well you think you're fed, whatever like that, people don't just live on. Human beings throughout time, people thought if you could just basically keep people oppressed, so long as they have enough to eat, right? And so long as they have pleasure, they will be all right. The Romans thought that. That's why they had the Colosseum games. Keep them distracted with sports and entertainment and whatnot, while we basically rob them blind and keep them oppressed and keep them ignorant. Same thing happened right now. You guys are all getting ready for the Super Bowl. You're going to be completely distracted. You don't care about how the country's run. You don't care about anything. As long as you got your little bit of money in the pocket, whatever, that's fine. But you cannot pass that on to another generation because the kids coming up and say, wait a minute here. I don't have any power. I don't have any say-so and whatnot. And the people that came before me basically sold me out so they could just keep their job and keep quiet. Now is not the time to keep quiet, folks. Now is the time to speak up and whatnot. That's what politics is all about. You speaking up, saying, I'm not satisfied. Keep talking. And don't let somebody tell you just to shut up. Because that's what moves the political needle. Say you wonder about the alt-right, right? They may be wrong as two left feet, but they speak up. And guess what? The political electorate responds to them. The truth is, Black America has never spoken up. We just go along to get on. We don't look at everything Black people fight for. Is that really our agenda? Is gay marriage our fucking agenda? Is illegal aliens getting benefits, taxpayer money benefits and everything, and protecting evil? Is that our benefit? Everybody, when you come to politics, have to have a selfish ambition. What's in it for me? They'll say, how do I sound crazy, Tandria? How do I sound crazy? You can't even call in and express yourself. You type in my chat room. That's precisely why we turn our backs on the Pan-African cultists. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not a Pan-African cultist. I don't know what you're talking about, I still believe that you'll be best off as a market lady somewhere in Ghana, but I'm still not a Pan-African cultist, I believe some people belong in America, some people belong in Africa. I think you're the type that you should be at a marketplace in Ghana selling yams and stuff like that, sitting in a fetal position, selling beans and yams and whatnot, How delineate a good move? Yeah. The bottom line, oh wow, man. I see all the reparations check flowing right now. I see all the banks we're opening up. I see the major multi-billion dollar contracts we're getting. Oh, yeah, delineation's been great. Yeah, it's been great, Yeah, so it's like this. Delineation is great, but it only exists on TikTok, you know. And all delineation is just a bunch of angry, fat black women and a dusty ass black men talking about immigrants, all day and all night. Tired of that. Black people, I notice how most FBA people, you don't want to rent to these people, These are the people that'll trash your house and whatnot and leave you stuck with 6 months in rent in arrears, I'm not being a hater. I'm just telling you how you guys are. Would anybody rent to an FBA? If you walk in somebody's house and you see the FBA flag in there and whatnot, would you rent to them? No. Because you're talking about the bottom of the bag. Those are the black people that's more likely to skip out on a tab in a restaurant. You see an FBA, better watch them. They're going to skip out a tag or a restaurant or drive away from a gas pump without paying the gas, whatnot. Those are the FBA types, So it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. The FBA people, man, they're like the worst black people in the world. The worst type of Negroes in the world. I can put on the TikTok right now, and we scroll through FBA channels and whatnot. Just listen to what they say. I don't have to believe me. Listen to what they say. And all they do is sit there like this. So better than seeing a Somali. I don't give a damn about a Somali flag. I don't give a damn about Somali. I don't give a damn about FBA. I don't give a damn about none of you people, So you guys sit there. The FBA flag and whatnot is like the white man American flag. They didn't have a sense to even get their own flag and whatnot. It's ridiculous, But yeah, we're going to have a good show tonight, man. We got topics like, is Black America politically inconsequential? It's going to get hot tonight. It's going down. Tempers are going to flare and passions are going to be raised. Whatnot. We get passion in here, Thinking about Bantu Mandinka and Kidola last night. Oh, man, that was classic, Kidola called Bantu Mandinka, you 40-year-old sagging pants. Oh, my God. Like Bantu, man, you gonna let him call you a sagger, man? Come on, man. You can't do that. Bantu, FBA, whatnot. Oh man, it's just too much fun, man. I have too much fun doing this show. Then you got Droop Along Steve, whatnot, says nothing, believes in nothing. You got Elvis and whatnot, he's a moron, always wrong and everything. So it's hilarious, man. Hilarious. Who got think else I think of? We get on here. DK, I don't know, he's here and there. I love my brother Focus Dave, man. Dave's always on point, Jonathan Miller got some good points too and everything. So we keep it going. Who's deleting your comments, He's disrespectful and condescending. Stop deleting my comment. Yo, look, I don't know. Elvis doesn't have the power to delete comments. Only my moderators have power to delete comments. Focus doesn't kiss my ass, man. He don't kiss my ass. We just happen to agree on a lot of stuff, Rika Miller. The mods, what exactly do you say? He wants to piss somebody off, But I give mods discretion about what I don't delete people's comments. Only person I delete is 1776 because he's out of pocket. I delete his comments all the time. He's the only one I delete, because he talks a bunch of stupid nonsense and everything. But yeah, Focus Dave is off the chain, man. I like him, man, because like I said, I came up with a vision, right? I said, why don't we build a base camp called an African in Africa, right? People automatically think I'm talking about a whole republic, nation state. Yeah, that could be the end game, right? But shouldn't we have banks on the continent? Should we have warehousing, industrial parks, and shit like that? You know, shouldn't we have commercial centers, business districts? Should we build Black Wall Street financial districts in African cities? Now you see where I'm coming from? Because when I talk about an African, I'm talking about us making a stand, right? A front that's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. There's a large numbers of Black people who would love to live on the African continent, you know, not people like Rico Miller and Tanira, whatever her name is, Williams, whatnot, you know. So Tangira Williams, what she got against Africa? Tangira, what do you got against Africa? You know, isn't it better than living in the hood you're living in right now, the projects you're living in? You could probably go to Africa and get a nice apartment or something like that, live good. But you rather live with the rats and the roaches and whatnot, you know, smelling crusty diapers and roach spray. I hate that smell when you go to the hood, you know, what FBA people, you know, why we build anything over there? You can't build nothing here. You might as well build someplace else. You know, FBA ain't building nothing here, man. Y'all got nothing to show for it here, you know. You know, the FBA is a real sad people, man. You got these Africans, dusty Africans are coming out here surpassing y'all. Yo, Rico, man, soon you're gonna have a fucking Nigerian call. You're gonna be like, yes, boss, to a Nigerian. Somebody's gonna come all the way from Makoko and be your boss, Rico Miller, very soon, you know. Oh, look, you know. So what you call it, Tandria Williams, you got to basically understand you live in the hood, you know. There's nothing good gonna come out of it, you know. Just more baby daddies, more problems and everything. Give Africa a chance, Tandria. You could change your whole life around, you know. So it is what it is. So Tandria don't understand. By the end of the show, she's gonna be a born again Pan Africanist, you know. You know, Rico Miller, man. What does Africa ever did to you, Rico? What did Africa ever do to you? You know, somebody in Africa just shot for the top of your head, you know. Fuck Africa and whatnot, you know. So you believe everything Donald Trump says nowadays, you know? Everybody's quick to fucking jump on the Trump train when he's talking about Africans and whatnot. What happens when Donald Trump starts talking about your black ass, you know? Then what you gonna do? What are you gonna do, Rico Miller? What are you gonna do? Where you gonna run to? You know? Where you gonna run, Rico Miller? You know, where you gonna run? You know? When you can't run in America no more, where you gonna run to? Give Africa a chance. So-called Africans minding their business, you know. Yeah, they're coming here minding their business, you know. But you got people like Rico Miller and Tandria hating Africans, you know. Africans ain't do nothing. They ain't do nothing to you, you know. Not a damn thing. Africans like, I didn't do nothing, you know. So why your FBA hate me so much, you know? Yo, Rico Miller, when you look in the mirror, you're looking at an African, you know. That's having collar, your sellout ass with not nothing to say. Oh, now I'm a sellout now. I bet you anything, if you put Rico Miller on a lineup with a bunch of Nigerians and Ghanaians and whatnot, you couldn't pick him out and say, which one is the so-called FBA? And he basically would just like, people would not guess because he probably looks like a Ghanaian or Cameroonian, you know? I'm a turncoat. Yeah, right. Just because I tell the FBA about themselves, you know, that they're a drag on Black America. So why is everybody running from FBA now? You notice how everyone on this platform, oh, we need FBA call. They spew all the FBA Tariq Nasheed talking points, but suddenly they're not FBA, you know? Like I said, looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck. You're a duck, you know. Everybody's running away from the FBA label now, you know, because I get it. FBA has been taking L's this last couple of weeks. And this guy, Black Alpha, right? This guy try to look like he's one of these young, hip people. That guy's an old dude, man, you know? Dude's like in his 40s or whatnot, you know? He tries to wear his little boy braids in his hair, like dreads, fake dreads in his hair, like he's fucking a teenager and shit. The man's like in his 40s and shit. Talking about Black Alpha. Yeah, he's one of them fucking black. I know the type of dudes to talk about. When people start talking about immigration and shit like that, that's a topic we don't talk about. Immigration and the borders are not our issue. You know, we have our opinion, but we're not supposed to have strong opinions about stuff like that, you know? I'm just not stupid Pan-African. You know, basically I heard that before, Rico Miller, you know. I'm not an FBA. I just sound like one. Well, I'm an FBA. You know, politically we are vetting. You know, random. Who is we? I don't know. Yeah. Look, the FBA. If there's anybody that holds public office that basically came up and said, "I represent the FBA." Now you got people who come up and say, "I'm a MAGA Republican," or "I'm a MAGA candidate." When not, has anybody ever said, "I am an FBA candidate"? No. Because no one, like 99% of people don't know what FBA is. And those who do run from it. They run from FBA like they would a rattlesnake. That's the most toxic thing. A bunch of niggas sitting around talking about how much they are close to the white man in America, how much they're tethered to the white man in America. You know, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. So when people really look at the FBA, they run in the opposite direction. It's something to friggin' run from, not to. Tandria, people run from FBA, not to FBA. They run from it, you know. They run from it like they would a rattlesnake because it's dangerous. Well, yeah, but Tandria and Rico Miller, man, we're gonna straighten them out. You know, we're gonna turn them back into born again Pan African Black nationalists. You know. So we're gonna have some fun tonight, folks. You know it's gonna get heated. You know what's going down in Cololand. I was saying, what is search for a Huru? My friend search for a cuckoo. What's search for a cuckoo talking about?
Afghanistan and other places. So the fentanyl that they put in, we call it Fetty for short, and then they add other substitutes within the fentanyl so they could be in a trance. And they call it the Kensington yoga lean because they be leaned over, contorted, body twisted up, sores on your body. This is the punishment for not having law and order. And this is the punishment for also, you know, and the karma for when they put the crack into the neighborhoods when we was doing it back in the 80s. Now you see all these white kids out there and it's like, what? They coming from the suburbs. They coming from other states. I seen people on there all the way from the West Coast coming over here to cold Philadelphia. This is a hard concrete jungle over here. Ain't no palm trees, ain't no green grass over here. This is hard living under a subway. And it's like, it's the hardest thing you could ever sit here and imagine how people is living like this. Not taking showers, they cutting off limbs. People was rolling around in wheelchairs and still out there getting high. I mean, it's like, it's the gateway to hell. We call it Hell Gate down there. And for you not to have law and order in your city and your state and your country, you's weak and you a sucker. You know what I mean? I don't think any other president would allow that to sit up here and have all of this in there. I mean, not president, any other mayor or governor to sit there and allow that. But we know who's in charge. And we know who these people are. And the fact of the matter is Black people are not being honest with themselves. Whether you Democrat or Republican, we're under an all-white administration right now. How does it feel? I'm asking the question to the Black man and to the Black woman. How does it feel to be in an all-white administration, an all-white Supreme Court, minus the one black-white zebra in there, all-white Senate?
Hey, don't talk bad about Uncle Clarence. I like
Clarence, yeah.
I like Clarence. I like Clarence.
You know what I mean? Even though they may have, let me tell you, them people in there, they not working for no interest of Black America. Their only interest is getting money for themselves, paying off their health bills, paying off their stuff.
Vanessa, if I can interject, when has Black America worked for the interest of Black America? Go ahead.
At this point, yeah, we don't have a dirt road. We barely have any banks. Any banks that we do have, we don't support them. We don't have our own airline company. We don't even make, Dr. Henry Clark said, we don't even make toilet paper and underwear and socks to put on our asses and stuff. This is an embarrassment.
From making that stuff.
This is an embarrassment. So we sitting up here talking about, oh, who ain't African and who this, that. And I've been hearing some of these fools up here talking about it wasn't no slave trade and all of that, disrespecting the ancestors, disrespecting the Holocaust that we went through. But yet you gonna honor those white people Holocaust, whether they had one or not, that's debatable. But at the end of the day, you know what we went through. And for y'all to sit up here and say that, that is straight blasphemy and disrespectful. And guess what? That karma gonna come to you because you're gonna be a slave in America for the rest of your life. Your children, your grandchildren under an all-white administration for the rest of your life if y'all don't get y'all shit together and get y'all mind right. But answer my question. How does it feel to be under an all-white administration as the Black people in this country? The Chinese can go back to to Kim Jong-un and Korea and all of them and be under Korean and Chinese administrations. Indians can go back to India and be under Prime Minister Modi. The Israelis can go back to Israel and be under Netanyahu. The Africans can go back and be under all they African Black governments. And the Russians can go back to Russia and be under Putin. But who you gonna go back to? The Hispanics can go back down across the border and be under Hispanic administrations and government and organizations. But who you gonna go to? You stuck
but
under
they don't want to go back.
Yeah, that's not cool. That's not cool. That's not how we supposed. That's not our purpose here on this planet, on this earth. After all we came through, all these years, it's not our purpose. It's not our being and our aura to be stuck under white administrations. Them telling us how to be Black. Them telling us what to do. Them telling us what we supposed to say and what we not supposed to say. How we supposed to move. How we supposed to be in a religion. Who's supposed to be our guides. Who's supposed to be, you know what I mean, our heroes? No, we supposed to manifest our own destiny. The same way they manifested, Europeans manifested their destiny. Well, as African descendants in this country, we supposed to man up and manifest our own destinies. And all of this back and forth banter with one another, and y'all ain't got no smoke for these devils out here that's poisoning your water, poisoning your air, limiting your travel, making sure you ain't got no money and no food on your table, miseducating your children, raping and killing your women. You ain't got no smoke for the devil, but you got smoke for your brothers and cousins and your sisters in Africa when you take that DNA test. And I ain't trying to hear them DNA tests don't work, because when you sleeping with these whores out here and you got to go to court and get that DNA test not to pay child support, you all in. But as soon as somebody's used the DNA test and the science for Africa, you acting stupid. You get the, what Seti say? You get the Kundaria, you get the Jumonia, you start acting dumb, and you start getting all stupid on us and stuff. Now ain't the time. Right now is the time to be positive, and now is the time to get this money, and now is the time to know Africa is on the rise and it's the only way out. Anybody else who tell you anything else is a sucker, period.
And let me shout out Wisdom.
Now that's a sister. That's the sister Vanessa that always calls Diane Show. I wish you come here. Hey Mari, what's going on? I didn't hear you yelling when I was off the. I had went to bed. I didn't know what was going on, so I didn't hear nothing. You know, that was the after show. Anyway, that is what I'm talking about. She is ripped the thing. That's a Tandria. That's a woman right there. You're not a real woman. That is a real woman, a real black woman. Talking about some delineation. All you fucking race traders and sellouts, man, you're gonna have your day. You will be found one day. You'll be dealt with. All you people committing blasphemy against our ancestors, talking about delineation and whatnot, you know, and implementing this fucking self-hate shit, talking about FBA and I'm not African and all this kind of bullshit. You will burn in eternal hell for this shit. Nothing's gonna bless you, you know. So bottom line is this. Bottom line is this. That right there, that chick Vanessa is no fucking joke. You know. I wish I had a sister like that to call the show. You know. Yeah. So bottom line is this. You know. What the hell are you delineating to? You don't want to delineate from the white man. Like she said, you don't want to delineate from the white devils or not, you know. You only want to delineate from people who look like you. You know? You know, I don't give a damn what she is, but she was telling the truth right then and there. She said, you got all this smoke for Africa. I've seen so much hatred. I've never seen Rico Mills say fuck Europe. I never heard him say fuck England. I never heard him say fuck Portugal. Fuck Spain. Fuck France. But I heard Rico Miller say fuck Africa many times. I never heard Rico Miller say fuck the Netherlands. I never heard him say fuck the white Afrikaners. So, Tandria, why don't you show us a picture of yourself? I guarantee you, we're not, you know, you could pass for a market lady in what you call it in Ghana, you know. You know. Everybody got all this smoke, right? I can see if you're balanced, right? I've never heard. I was waiting for FBA to be like, you know, something. Black Americans getting screwed by Latinos, whites, Africans. If you said that, I would agree with you. Everybody comes here, fucks with us, and we need to delineate. But the only people, oh, good, Marsai, good for you, good for you, good for you. Keep your weight loss journey up. You know, you're almost there. You know, look, the bottom line is this. And when I hear you only got smoke for Africans, I have a problem with that. You know, I have a serious problem with that. You want to delineate from Africans and Caribbeans. Nobody ever talks about delineating from the white man, you know? Never anything about delineating from the white man. It's only fucking delineating from other black people, you know? 77 all melted brothers sisters need global. Yeah, but how, you can't talk black liberation and sleep white. Sorry, 1776. You're fake. You're phony. You know, I only tolerate you on the show, but if you went to Diane's show, they'll eat you alive on that platform. Diane's boys will eat you alive. I tolerate you because I got a lot of freaking people that listen to my show seems to like you because they're not real black nationalists and Pan-Africans on my show. I don't really have a lot of black nationalists and Pan-Africans listen to my show. You know, all I got is a bunch of tag-alongs and whatnot, you know? I want to get some real black nationalists on my platform. That's what I want to build with. Where's my boy Amara, man? I need you here, bro. You know, I want that girl Vanessa. You know, I'm summoning all the black nationalists. Make this your home. You know, make your home. Let's fucking tell these fucking race traitors they can go to hell. Everybody block you. I missed the real Donald Trump. I don't know. You know, who blocked you? Who blocked the real Donald Trump? Don't do that. You know, I don't know who blocked you. You know, I didn't give authorization to block the real Donald Trump. You know, I don't block anybody. The only person I ever blocked was that Abraham. You know, he's not blocked. Yeah, sometimes YouTube erases comments. I don't have any control over that. I don't ever. The only person I ever got rid of on YouTube was 1776 when he said something crazy outrageous because I know people read my comments, right? You know. Oh, I'm like this. This is my thoughts on this, and I'm not trying to kiss up, whatever like that. I'm consistent. If you're gonna go to a rally with your lesbian wife and everything like that, you know, I don't know who Mike Jones is, and you're gonna go there, and that is a police operation, and you're gonna defiantly check the look. I don't know where this comes from. That people think they could just take the law into their own hands and do it. That is the epitome of white privilege. I'm dead serious. Like this Mark Kelly clown, you know. Look, say what you want about Donald Trump. He was duly elected. That's what comes with it. I didn't like January 6th, right? The same people who said January 6th was like this, the same people who were saying we got to go toe to toe with ICE. There's only one-sided. I can't stand people who are like that. You do not basically use your vehicle against law enforcement, particularly federal law enforcement. If that vehicle becomes a weapon and that officer felt threatened, he's going to shoot you. The problem is when you have a problem with the police, the time to do it is in court. Now, the case of Philando Castile, Alton Sterling, all those cases right there, that was a failure of the Obama administration because those cases should have been brought in federal because racial shootings is so serious because there's going to be a time when law enforcement needs to use deadly force. So therefore, there should have been when law enforcement use deadly force, it should be automatically you give them the benefit of the doubt because people are prosecuted. You know, if they use unreasonable force, those men who killed Alton Sterling should have been federally prosecuted. That's what the federal government's for. Betty Shelby, who killed Stanley Crutcher, blew his brains out right there on camera for no reason, right? And then they tried to frame him by he was a deacon in the church. They planted drugs on him and make it seem like he was some bad guy, you know? Barack Obama presided over that. He did nothing. Now, the point I'm trying to make is when people act in shock because this is a white woman that gets killed, but she was the provocateur. There's a totally different thing. She wasn't somebody just minding their business, going about the day to work, and having to get pulled over, racially profiled, pulled over by police and killed. She's somebody that engaged and went to combat, engaged in sort of unlawful, obstruction of justice, and tried to use lethal force with a vehicle. And if you have not learned anything about history, every country in the world, whether it's China, the United States, whatnot, they have their breaking point. I don't know what people get this idea. Maybe because white people are doing this, right? They think because they're white that they're invincible, whatever, like that they could basically challenge authority and everything. And they think that people who get killed or shot in protests are people of color. Well, let me tell you something. I don't think people remember Kent State University in 1970 in Ohio, when the National Guard opened fire on students. You know, when they took over the faculty and protest the Vietnam War. There's things you could protest or whatnot, but when it gets to the point where you're trying to use violence and everything, there's something wrong. That means there's a breakdown in society. If you didn't believe in the Vietnam War and whatnot, and you said like this, then where was your candidate? Right? That's when you politically organize. And then what gets me is while after all that, right, 2 years later, Eugene McGovern, you know, the anti-war leftist, he lost to Nixon in a landslide. Why? Because people are not going to, let me tell you something, all you leftists, people are not going to roll over and let anarchy rule. Black people don't like it. I don't like it. White people don't like it. Nobody likes anarchy. I don't give a damn what your cause is. I'm sorry. I do not like anarchy at all. And so, therefore, they said, ISIS. Look, you cannot, if I go out, right, well, on Thanksgiving, I was at my goddaughter's house, right? And she's a bartender. She has a breathalyzer, right? And I was drinking all day, right? Just having wine, all good food. We had a good time, right? You know? No, you can't be a MAGA and be a Pan-African. I'm not a MAGA and whatnot, but I understand what the MAGA is coming from, you know? I think the MAGA is a legitimate movement. You know, unlike a lot of people, I don't try to delegitimize something that seems logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. I'm like that. I'm fair. You know, I think it is a legitimate political movement. You know, there are people who believe in this country. There's people who believe that America was once great and they want to make it great again. Right? Now, if you happen to be on the wrong side of America, then maybe it's time for you to admit to yourself that America maybe ain't for you. And that's where you come to me. That's what I'm here for. I'm a black nationalist. I'm an African nationalist, right? I believe that in Afghanistan and Black America should ultimately have our own nation. You know, we should use America. We should be a loyal citizens of this republic, whatever like that. But the bottom line, America is never going to give you what it gives the average European America. It's not going to happen because there's an issue of slavery, racism, Jim Crow, and all stuff like that. I understand that. But at the same time, there's enough wiggle room okay, if you say that ADOS is a legitimate political movement, then why doesn't ADOS movement have any traction? Why doesn't it have the support of Black America? You know why? And like I said, I'm glad you guys are here tonight because we're going to freaking just get down to the point, right? The ADOS movement has no power, American freedom. The thing is that the reason why a Santa show, please have a Santa show than Dynast. You know, I don't know what you're talking about, what you call Dynast. I know Dynast doesn't do a long show. He'll probably be off for a little while. Look, the bottom line is this. The ADOS movement, right? In order for you to have legitimacy, one is politics only requires, right, that it's about numbers and who can actually win. The ADOS movement does not have the numbers, so it can never win. It can't change the political electorate, so it cannot be called legitimate. You know. So the bottom line is this. You know, I played Vanessa, her rant on Dynast just now, simulcast. She was off the chain. She said exactly what I'm saying. Look, now the Operation Push, Jesse Jackson formed an alliance back in the days with the Democratic Party. So Black America was tethered to the agenda of the Democratic Party, right? They basically, so therefore, most of our agenda rode in on the Democrat way because we had numbers. The Democrats won offices, you know, nationwide, federal, state, and local level. So we hitched our star to the Democratic wagon. And which we call, but the ADOS movement is so outside the bounds of what the Democrats are not going to embrace because the ADOS movement is not logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. They're not going to put an ADOS platform on the agenda. So it has no power. So all these things, American freedom, you have an ADOS movement, but it's not going nowhere because you don't have the numbers. The MAGA people took over the Republican Party because they have numbers. What part of this don't you people understand? The FBA movement don't have numbers. The ADOS movement that don't have numbers, you know? Yes, the Democrats now, the LGBTQ, did the same thing what Black people did. They tethered themselves they jumped on the Democrat bandwagon and they actually ended up taking over the party. Black people did not have an agenda other than get out there. The Black people, you know what the Black people Democrat agenda was? Republicans bad, Democrats good. Republicans bad, Democrats good. We didn't care. We didn't have an economic agenda, you know, where we could play both parties into. There should have been equal number of Black people in Republican and Democrat Party, and we should have voted as a block in both parties or on a fixed agenda, you know. But we didn't do that. We didn't have an agenda. Only the last time we had an agenda was the anti-apartheid movement in the 1980s. That was the last time Black America had an agenda. And that was really organized. That was really big. You know, that was a major victory. But as far as fixing Black America in the inner city and stuff like that, all the stuff like that, the opportunity, we failed. We was good with the anti-apartheid movement, but that was it. The ADOS movement does not have the numbers. They cannot get platform in the friggin' Democratic Party or any of the major parties. They don't have enough numbers to get their own political party. So they'll never politics about being able to win elections when it comes down to it. American Freeman, you will never see an ADOS candidate win an election. I'm just that serious. You know, so the bottom line is this: you want to debate, you can come up here anytime, come up here anytime, and debate me. ZBY said, "Fool, bring up ADOS. I bet it's going to save you." ADOS. I know it's a fucking joke. I ain't like I said, they call me the ringmaster because I deal with a circus of deadly clowns. The ADOS movement is something that started online. It ends online. All these online movements, FBA, ADOS, whatever, are not going any place. I'm smart enough to realize the Black nationalist movement will never sell in the mainstream of the Democrat or Republican Party. I know that. But I do what I got to do, But the ADOS FBA are trying to have legitimacy. They're trying to be like the Black version of MAGA. You simply don't have the numbers. One is Black America don't have the numbers, the voting numbers. And then you take a real fringe group of the Black community called ADOS FBA, and you think you're going to run with that? So the bottom line is this. I'm sick and tired of people making fools out of themselves with this ADOS FBA stuff. The ADOS FBA will never have any political power. Only social power they have is on social media. How is it, if it's a legitimate movement, the ADOS will have a block. They will have candidates. Like in New York, they had the Know Nothing Party. They had the Whig Party. They had the slate of candidates, that run at whole hall. Think about Tammany Hall. Tammany Hall. Look, if Yvette Carnell wants to come on my platform and have a discussion with me and debate me, fine. Because she's not that smart. She's only smart to people who are not real read and not really educated. Her and that Talks could not stand up and debate against college genesis, The ADOS FBA movement, right? They miscalculated. Now, it does not mean that some of the things she says have legitimate points. See, I'm the thing, I'll tell you. Yes, some of the things she says, right, are legitimate, Some of the people like this. Oh, I would debate Tariq too. But you think Tariq will ever try to debate me? No. He wants $100,000 for debate. I'll debate him for nothing. And I know I'll rip him to pieces, but he'll never do that. So the book. Some of the talking points are legitimate. When I first heard Yvette Carnell, I was actually a follower of her one time. When she said the thing about Black immigrants, right, being I see that's something I've thought about for a long time. I've noticed that when I went to colleges, I went to seeing what's going on. Like I went to my cousin's graduation in 2010. I was in New York City, Bronx College, right? She graduated from associate's degree there, my cousin, before she went to school to get her master's and everything. She graduated from my cousin Tisha. She graduated from Bronx Community College, right? Governor David Patterson was there speaking. Chuck Schumer was there, right? And I noticed something there, right? This is the first time I noticed, 2010, so that's 16 years now, right? At that day, the college right there, all the flags were from fucking Central, South America, Asia, and all the people getting degrees and whatnot were Dominicans, they were Haitians, they were Ghanaians, everything like that. And then my cousin was like the only real African American there. And then I realized then, like I said, because first I looked at it and I see, oh, I see a lot of black people graduating, right? And then I start hearing people speak. They're representing Cameroon. They represent all these countries and everything like that. They represent the U.S. Virgin Islands, Barbados, and whatnot. And I saw all these people holding their flags of countries. And that was the first time I said, and all these people were, they were getting scholarships based on being black. And I said, wait a minute, you're coming from another country. You're skipping over the line against someone who's been here, who America has a debt to. So that part, that's when I first discovered Yvette Carnell. I said, yeah, she's right about that. Why should people from foreign countries get something that was to address the wrongs that happen to black people in this country? What they want to do is they turned it from black empowerment to diversity. I'm dead serious, DV. Why I'm saying I said this. Now I have nothing against Africans and everybody coming over here, because that was one beautiful dark-skinned Ghanaian sister. She did a speech there. I mean, she lit the place up. And she taught me so much in that one speech she did, right? And she said something I use to this day. And this is a Ghanaian woman. She goes, let me tell you something. She goes, discipline is the bridge between a thought and an idea and an accomplishment. That stuck with me all to this day. That was an African woman who said that at that Bronx Community College speech. That was an African woman who said that. So basically, I have nothing against my African brothers and sisters and whatnot, but the bottom line is America still has to look out for the descendants of slaves in this country who are being pushed out by other people of color. We're like Black America is becoming the underclass in the so-called POCs. That part of which we call of ADOS and whatnot, I agreed with. But when the movie Black Panther came out a few years later, and she started talking about, oh, we're not African. So that's when I sort of turned on Yvette Carnell. I initially was a supporter of hers. So it is what it is, folks. So yeah, so definitely we will not become irrelevant all junk. We're already irrelevant. We're inconsequential, whether if we vote, we don't vote, whatever, we're inconsequential. Black America has become completely irrelevant, It should go, Mr. Trump, that's not a nice thing to say. I don't know. I think she's, for talking purposes, although I don't agree with that lifestyle and everything like that, I just look at what she has to say. I put her lifestyle to the back, whatever like that, Exactly. We're very descendant of the people who sold slavery are now coming here using. Yeah, I hate to say it like that, iTube or whatever like that too, but I don't like saying it like that. But people, you know what it is? Unfortunately, had Africa developed from Liberia to Ghana and all these countries really used their resources to develop, and they didn't have to come over here in large numbers out of desperation. That's what it is, desperation, right? We wouldn't be having this problem. But because Africa is so underdeveloped, right? And the only way to the first world is America. Now, Europe is like limited, Asia, you can forget about it. Because there's a large black population here, and there's a black culture in America, it attracts Africans and Caribbeans here. Unfortunately, the people who made that possible, Black America, seem like they're being moved out for new black immigrants who are not such a much of a problem. So in other words, these institutions satisfy their diversity thing. Say, oh, look, we got a black face. And then Carnell was basically saying, well, what type of black face? That was a question. And then because she was asking that question, then some right-wing people started asking it. Ann Coulter, Michael Savage, or not. He goes, does it really matter if a person is black or not? But what about the people who are descendant of slaves? That's the people who should be making people. And so, but up until that time period, everybody's all Barack Obama. He was still in office. Everybody's like, no, this is stupid. Black is black. But what happened was through social media, we had no idea there was so many Africans and Caribbeans who harbored so much hatred or condescension towards us. And that's when the FBA movement took off. That was like an extreme version of the ADOS movement. Harvard black communities are mostly rich African. Yeah. So they get into these things meant for black Americans, and they send their kids to these schools and these everything like that. Then rich class of Africans. Yeah. College. Any diaspora people who do not use their ancestral lands, cannot thrive. So people, individual, collective, complete. Yo, look, we're here, Brody. We're here in America. Right now, I have to do it from a standpoint of an American. I'm not in Africa. You guys made it clear that Africa has no intention of ever righting the wrongs of slavery, which would be giving us land and political support to build a nation of our own on the African continent and everything. So the bottom line is this, no, actually, true quote, that's not a lie. A lot of Africans have low test scores and they don't qualify to get it. They waive a lot of SATs. How many Africans actually have SAT scores? They don't have SAT scores in Africa. A lot of times they don't have SATs and all stuff like that. They're just filling that's what a quota is. Quota is you don't go by GPA and stuff like that, SAT scores. You just fill the quota. And a lot of Africans are filling that black quota, that 2% that they have to satisfy the NAACP when as long as you got a black face in there. Africans benefit from that shit, So it is what it is, People, what are programs designed for black Americans, Well, I don't know. There's no program designed for black America. When their programs are designed, they talk about diversity, diversity, right? So in other words, basically, someone like Kamala Harris, right, who's an Indian woman, right, who was born in Jamaica of Indian and white heritage, right? Her father's side was actually descendant of slave traders, white slave traders and whatnot. But she gets to be called an African American out of convenience. She's a fellow African American, Kala. They said, no, it's not Africans are jealous of Africa. Nobody's jealous of Africans, Sam, man. That's another thing. Look, black America is not like Africans. Africans are jealous people. African Americans are not jealous, right? What we're saying is, we're going to have to deal with the hatred, the fallout. When people think of affirmative action, they think of black America. They think black America is getting the bag and they're benefiting. Anytime I'm a successful businessman. I got to wear the stigma of, oh yeah, you probably got this or some DEI or somebody gave you. No, I busted my ass and I'm gonna step it up in 2026. So I'm determined to be my agency to be the number one in the country, right? But people will say, oh, some DEI program, we make partnership, right? Oh, because of affirmative action. No, because we work fucking hard. So in other words, Sandman, we got the stigma of the government helping us out and everything. We got to pay for that. That's an expense of being black America. So how can we pay for something that we don't benefit from? You understand? Ain't about being jealous. And we're going to pay through resentment from white people and everything. And we're going to have to pay the price. Why should somebody come across the boat and benefit off our pain and suffering? That's just right. That's just that right there, what the ADOS is talking about, I agree with. I'm not a fool. That I agree with. Ain't about being jealous. It's like this. If I went to Ghana and I got a lucrative job there, right? And I passed over Ghanaians that have been working hard and everything like that, looking for that, and somebody just gave it to me just because, oh yeah, well, whatever. Of course they're going to feel some sort of way. Especially when they say, "Oh yeah, we created these jobs and whatnot," now y'all should be quiet. We're gonna tax you. Well, why are you taxing us right now? Well, we created this job. You guys asked for improvements, right? Yeah, but the people who improved were that benefit from was some Black Americans that came here. What does that got to do with us? So it is what it is. Well, some of the top people in Black America go to HBCUs. Some of the top people in Black America go to HBCUs. Date night, I'm just like this thing that when you try to call up date night. Oh, he goes, I'm date night. Look at this dude talking about he wants to call in and challenge me. And I said, I'm on tonight. He's like, I'm a date night, man. If you really want to debate me, you fucking cancel your damn date or not. She's probably playing you, nigga. Excuse my language. She's probably playing you right now. Whatnot. Save. I feel like writing. Save your damn money. Tell her you got to do something else to do and whatnot, and then come up here and debate me. Date night. What a freaking cornball. Date night. So I want to come up here and debate you, Colin, but tonight's date night. Yeah, right. So sick and tired of hearing these cowards and whatnot. Nobody want to come up here and challenge me and face me like a man. In fact, you're gonna take on a date like this. Date night. Why? No, he was in my comment section from last night from a show from a couple nights ago. Talking about, man, Carla, I was there. When you do a show, I do a show every freaking night. I'm not hard to find. And they said, oh yeah, but tonight's date night. I'm like, whatever, dude. Whatever. No, I'm not. I don't mute people. The only time I mute people is when you're filibustering. You're filibustering, I'll mute you. Other than that, yeah, but the thing is, we all go on dates and whatnot, but who even says that anymore? Date night. Man, shut up. That's corny. The only time I mute people is when you filibuster, Yo, look, it's not jealous. Black America is ahead of every last single black people on the fucking planet. We have more billionaires. We have more millionaires. We have way more accomplishment, and we have the highest standard of living. We're the only group of black people that have trillions of dollars worth of pension saved in retirement. Africans don't have retirement. They don't have Social Security. They don't have all that shit like that. We're the richest black people on the fucking planet. What do we have to be jealous about? We're the symbol of everything cool, everything beautiful. I'm dead serious. Right? As I said, think about all the black American models. Think about all the top leading men in Hollywood and whatnot. Who are they? Black American, African American. Who is everybody trying to imitate? Black America. So, Mr. Sandman, what is there to be jealous about? Nobody who's trying to be a Nigerian. Nobody's trying to be a Ghanaian. I don't care how much they think they have. Nobody wants to trade places with them, Now, I don't block people. I let people say what they want to say, because I know I'm right. So I let people say what they want to say, You don't give people a chance, talk on chance. I do let people freaking talk, Yeah, I do let people talk. But what you can do is lie and filibuster. That's what I do not like. I know when you're filibuster. I know when you're having an honest debate. And sometimes people, okay, you got me. I'll say you got me, right? But when you filibuster, and you keep going around in circles and whatnot, and not answer the question and staying off point. That's a filibuster. Shut up, 1776. So that's a filibuster. That's the only time I get upset when I know you're filibustering. Other than that, I let people say what they want to say, whatever they agree to disagree. All right, links in the chat room. We're an hour into the show. But yeah, so It is what it is, folks. It is what it is, folks. It is what it is, right? Or we become politically inconsequential. That means, you know, you know something. It's bad, but not as bad as it could have been if Kamala would have won. If Kamala would have won this election, do you know how dangerous that was? You know, that would have meant that both parties really didn't have to promise or campaign in Black America and still win. You know, Kamala did absolutely nothing to engage Black America. Everybody else has an agenda that they want to see enforced, whatever, like that strongly. Because look, this is how it works in the real world. You don't understand how it works. There are laws on the books, right? There's tens of thousands of laws on the books. Out of all the laws on the books, right? An elected administration could choose what laws to strongly emphasize, sort of rewrite, retweak, and everything like that. It's up to the courts to either stop them or declare a law unconstitutional. That's what the administration does. Now, if the president wants to say there's laws about immigration on the books, I got elected because I want those laws enforced, and I campaign and convince the people to vote for me based on that policy on the law that I want to enforce. Some president could get up on the thing and say, you know something, there's civil rights laws on the books. There's affirmative action on the books. I'm going to use whatever president has ever done that. None. There are affirmative action laws in the book, but nobody wants to enforce them. There's civil rights laws in the books, but nobody wants to enforce them. There's laws about minority set-asides, inclusion, diversity, equity, inclusion, all that stuff like that, but they weren't enforced because there was no political will. There was a strong political will to get the border under control and do something and force the rule of law with immigration. That's what's called a political will. There was a political will to cut off aid to countries who don't like the United States, who don't share the values of America. There was a political will to stop immigration from people coming from dangerous countries with dangerous ideas, right? Those were all laws that the current administration was elected to strongly emphasize, and enforce. Unfortunately, with Hussein Obama, he got elected, right? And the only thing we great credit for is the healthcare bill, but he was sort of lackadaisical. Right then, when Trayvon Martin got killed and Michael Brown, he should have stepped up and said, look, it's up to the federal government to enforce civil rights laws of Black people. He chose not to do that. Since he chose not to do that, right? That's why we're in the situation we're in right now. Donald Trump, say what you want about him. He's acting on what he campaigned on. And he said he really means that if you get in the way of him doing his duly elected thing of enforcing the law, consequences will happen. As simple as that. So Black America has become inconsequential, you know. Chuck Wool. Go ahead.
Salute. I agree with you actually. I think the Black America has become inconsequential because Black Americans are no longer needed to win elections. 92% of Black people voted for Kamala and she still lost. And Trump won the White House based on Hispanics and white women.
What you don't understand is, although Black people still, you know, a lot in most states are the biggest swing vote, Black people didn't turn out the vote. In Georgia, a strong Black stronghold, the voter turnout on Black women was only like 40%.
Did Kamala win or lose?
The voter turnout was only like 50% in Black America.
Right. So either way, if you don't vote,
98%. So,
either way, if you don't vote, you're muting your own political
Black
voice.
People really don't care because we knew we were going to lose either way. You know, we knew we were going to. If she would have won, then the thing would have been black people are going to vote, even if you don't have an agenda, right? Trump wins, okay, it just goes back to where it was, whatever, like that. We're just a minority group in a racist country. That's something black people could handle. But it's like Barack Obama, 8 years of Barack Obama was enough. Black people didn't want to go through that again. 8 years of watching this guy in office. We had a black attorney general,
right,
and a so-called black president, and they presided over Eric Garner. They presided over Trayvon Martin, Fernando Castile. They did nothing.
But let's not lose the point. If you let other people decide to vote for you, you're still inconsequential.
Do
you agree with that? Do you agree? Can we agree with that?
Well, black. I think black people are saying, something, because of on the local level, black people still vote in their local elections, whatnot.
Right.
They just simply giving up on national politics. Local politics is still strong where I live at. Local politics, school boards, and county commissions, and so with the decisions that directly affect black people, they're still strong. We're still voting like that. But national elections and stuff like that, black people have given up. Pretty much have given up on national elections. That's it is what it is.
But Khaled, you agree that systemic racism is a real thing, right?
Well, it's like this: is it systemic racism or just America being America?
This is not a complicated question.
I believe America is just being America, right? I believe it's a white country, right, that's trying to preserve whiteness and the future of the white race. I believe that.
Okay, is America being America holding you back, keeping you down?
It doesn't matter. We've learned. Look,
I'm asking a legitimate question. It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no.
If you understood anything, right? Do you know that one of the first millionaires on Wall Street was a black man in the 1890s? We've learned that we can succeed in this country regardless of that shit. We had black Wall Streets. We had all this stuff like that all throughout the United States. We had a black Gilded Age. Rich
right,
black people.
Is there broad societal racism? Is that a thing, or is it not?
But hold up. Racism is only prejudice plus power. White people don't really have the power,
But you just said that America is a white ethno state. You don't think
hold on, it's a white ethno state, the government, right?
Right. So that you don't think systemic racism is not part of the government movement.
Hold on, but does
systemic racism have anything to do with the criminal justice system?
No. Look, let me tell you something, right? If you are going to test the criminal justice system, test the system, right? And most people who are in jail because you decided, you probably don't know this, right? When you talk to most criminals in jail and whatnot, you know what they say? I fucked up. Not what you hear from Michelle Alexander, the racism.
It's not the new Jim Crow. It's not the new Jim Crow.
That's all bullshit. When you talk to actual criminals like I do, they'll tell you, look, I made mistakes. I screwed up or whatnot. I chose this life. Nobody made me do shit. They'll tell you, I had a chance to go to trade school. But I want the fast money. I want that life. I want the glitz and the glamour. I chose this. Let me have free will. I want to be free and whatnot. Free will.
Okay, I agree with you. So, how do you explain the disparities that we see in incarceration rates, high school graduation rates?
Check this out.
What explains these disparities?
Hold on. There's actually more white people in jail than black people. You know that, right?
Okay, per capita though. I'm just saying.
It doesn't matter.
What explains disparities?
In jail. There's still and also the black incarceration.
There's way more white people in the country too. There's black people only 14% of the population.
Black people in jail, prison rate has been falling for the last decade.
Right, but that's 14% versus 60%.
Yeah, hold on.
But the systemic racism systemic racism is not a thing.
Hold on. If you're talking, there's like 45 million black people.
Right.
The total incarcerated black people in America is only like 500,000 people. Where's the mass incarceration come from?
So black people aren't over policed and over incarcerated.
No.
All right. You heard it here first. You heard it here first.
Hold on. I'm gonna say this. People will say this. In many cases, I think we need more police and we need more prisons. I don't think enough of the bad black people are getting locked up. That's what I feel. So it's the idea that which we'll call It's like 10% of the black community is committing 90% of the crime. You know,
So
so the
mass
bottom line
incarceration
is,
2.0. We need mass incarceration
hold
2.0.
on, look, it's not mass incarceration. That's propaganda. How you gonna have
Okay.
mass incarceration? You know, mass incarceration says through go. You're an intelligent man, right? That means I'm just driving down the street, minding my damn business. When cops pull me over and say, you know something, I gotta put you in jail. Does that happen? Or could it
What
be?
was the Biden crime bill about, Kala? What was the
Hold on.
Biden crime bill about?
That's another thing. That's another thing. Bullshit, right? They basically, this is what happened. You probably don't remember this because you're not old enough, right? I'm old enough to remember all the shit how it went down. The Republicans in 1988 ran a campaign, right? The first time after 1986, things start changing in America, right? The 80s was a beautiful decade for black people, right? Post 1986,
Wasn't that the crack cocaine? Was that the crack cocaine era in the 80s?
That's not. Let me say this. You don't know. I was there, right? You just know what you hear and all this stupid stuff.
Yeah,
like
80s
this,
was crack babies. It was crack babies.
Hold on. That's stuff that you hear, and please don't say that again. All right, right? Listen to what I'm saying. Don't just shut up. Right? In 1986, right? 1986, black people helped bring apartheid down with the sanctions on South Africa. After that, it seemed like there was a backlash among white Americans of the growing influence of black people in this country. So therefore, by the late 80s, black America had become a political issue. 1988, there was a Tawana Brawley situation in New York, upstate New York, where I was from. I remember that, right? And 1989, there was a Central Park case, right? So, and also there was a resurgence in neo-Nazis in the Klan. David Duke was popular at the time. The one thing that even though black people have made a lot of progress, right? There was still before this the late 80s, right? After the fight, anybody show me anywhere in the media where they were talking about black crime. They weren't, right? They were talking about inner city drug dealers and stuff like that. But basically, they never stigmatized the entire black community as crime. So basically, by the late 80s, they began holding the black America responsible. Even black suburban people, right, felt obligated to keep explaining themselves about black crime in the inner city.
Is that systemic racism?
Hold up. Let me finish what I'm fucking saying, man. You know, listen to what I'm saying. In the 88 campaign, right, it was George H.W. Bush versus Michael Dukakis, right? Michael Dukakis was a governor of Massachusetts, right? He basically had a program of furloughing of criminals, right? So they can get out and go work a job, whatever like that. One of the guys that he furloughed, right, was a guy named Willie Horton. Look up the Willie Horton case, right? Lee Atwater, a Republican strategist, used this image of a black man, right? Willie Horton, right? To take the Democrats as soft on crime, right? And so therefore, the Democrats who dominated the politics in America had basically lost a huge segment of their base to what we call Reagan Democrats and whatnot. These are Democrats who were concerned about advances of affirmative action and black crime, right? Those are called Reagan Democrats. Then by the late 1990s, right, with the Central Park case and everything like that, the Democrats were like, not only are we got the Reagan Democrats, we also got large numbers of liberal Democrats who had turned into the Republican Party because of the issue of crime. So what happened was the Democrats said, we're going to get out in front of this issue of crime and own it ourselves. So that's when Joe Biden, who was like a Democrat, but he was like the old school Dixiecrat types, right? He started running a campaign talking about crime and whatnot. And he basically hijacked the crime issue from the Republicans, culminating in a 1994 crime bill, which they said they were going to punish crack cocaine higher than, which was, did that lead a little more black people getting arrested? Yes. But the bottom line, that was a political issue at the time. And you know something?
How's that not systemic racism, Kala? How's that not systemic racism?
Hold up. The majority of congressional black caucus members voted for the crime bill. So it wasn't racist.
So it's not systemic racism. The mass incarceration of black people is not racism.
no.
Okay, you just taught me something. Okay, that's very interesting.
That's look, that's a talking point when that.
It's a
That's why
talking
Black
point.
America is becoming inconsequential because we've been running on these talking points that now it's all up thing. Like, okay,
So why was there a Million Man March needed? Well,
the Million Man March was for us because we had lost our sense of who we were. Are we Democrats? Are we Americans? The Million Man March told the world who we were because people had no idea who we were. You know, the Million Man March basically told the world that there's black men here. There's million black people here. We come from all different backgrounds, everything like that. And the world,
it's not happening in the context of systemic racism.
Look, everything we do has nothing to do with race. It doesn't always have to do with racism.
So why would you need to march then?
Hold on. We marched for ourselves. It was a meeting of black men who said we made a statement that we want to unify and come together.
Who are you making a statement to? With the statement aimed at who?
A statement to ourselves.
So you are marching for yourself.
Oh yeah, we had nothing. Hold up. You have this idea that everything black people do has something to do with white people and racism. It's not the case. See, if you was one of us, Chukwo, you would understand that. You're looking from the outside in.
Kala, a lot of people in the comment section disagree with you, but go ahead.
I don't care what they disagree. They're misinformed, you know?
Okay. It's very interesting.
Let's read the comments. Philly Yardy Clown says, look up the Willie Horton commercial. It was basically used to scare white that they were no shit. That's what I said.
It's not racist to use Willie Horton to say all black people are Willie Horton.
No,
we're all one big Willie Horton.
It triggered racism in America, right? And the reaction to that was the Democrats didn't say, that's racist. Like that, they said we're going to
lock these Negroes up. They said that's what they said.
They're going to take the crime issue from white people. That's what it's about. It's politics.
Yeah, it led to mass incarceration of black people.
Hold up. What do you mean mass incarceration?
Okay, the years that they gave you for crack cocaine was different than powder cocaine.
I don't think you're arguing me in good faith. I get that. You're not arguing in good faith.
Yeah, we disagree, but
you're not arguing in good faith. Hold on, you know why?
Why am I not arguing in good faith,
because when you say mass incarceration, you would mean the majority of black people are getting locked up.
I mean that these criminal justice system was tilted against black people. It was tilted against black people, Kala. Am I lying? Am I lying, Kala?
They locked up criminals. Black people weren't getting locked up. I never got locked up.
Okay, but why did people who were using crack cocaine get locked up longer than people who using powder cocaine?
Crack cocaine was illegal.
What about powder cocaine, Kala?
For what? So it does not matter. The law was crack cocaine. Crack cocaine was more devastating. I've seen it. It's more devastating than powder cocaine.
Okay, so there was cocaine is cocaine.
If it was up to me, that crack cocaine, I knew people who on crack, right? I have never seen anybody recover from crack addiction. Never. Once you smoke that crack pipe, you're hooked for the rest of your life. I've seen people recover from heroin, but I've never seen anybody recover from crack. Okay. So the bottom line is this: I don't want to hear nothing about crack is unfair and whatnot. No, look, if you were selling crack to your own people, you deserve to be put under the jail. That's what I see.
Okay, I agree with you there. I agree with that. But you don't think it's a disparity for people who are using powder cocaine?
I don't give a damn about no damn disparity.
You don't care about disparities. To me, disparities are significant. So these disparities are not significant.
I don't give about no damn disparity, right?
Okay.
I don't give a damn about disparity. That doesn't really bother me.
So it's not by design.
Hold on. If you are stupid enough to get involved with crack and drugs, you deserve everything. You ain't gonna get my protection. That's why I see it.
All right.
So if you want to do that shit like that, that's on you. I tell people all the time, if you want to do something correct, then you join the Nation of Islam. You join what I'm doing. You join all the many different Black Power community activist organizations that were out there at the time. I remember.
What about COINTELPRO? What happened with the Black Panthers?
Let me tell you something, right?
Okay.
The Black Panther Party with a bunch of young people, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of them got on drugs and whatnot. They were partying, stuff like that. And even Elder Cleveland said they weren't serious. They weren't serious. They had a good front and everything like that. But these were guys 19, 20 years old. Come on.
So COINTELPRO was not
Yeah,
informed of systemic racism.
COINTELPRO wouldn't have friggin' worked if black people were actually serious.
Was this systemic racism? Is my question.
So racism is this big boogeyman you keep talking about. No, a lot of times black people blame it. A lot of times you were just unorganized.
So it's just the government targeting the Black Panthers was not had nothing to do with race.
The government definitely targeted the Black Panthers, right? But what did we basically do in the wake of the Black Panthers? We went into start killing each other and shit like that. So we started killing each other. And matter of fact, we fell for their tricks and whatnot. You had Black Panther members tried to kill fucking Daruba, Ben Wahid Daruba. He was a Bronx chapter. I have family in the Black Panther Party. I have my aunts and uncles in the Black Panther Party, and they'll tell you, man. Look, bottom line is, a lot of times they just went there. It was a place to meet. There were activists and whatnot. Matter of fact, my aunts and uncles were part of that riot in 40 Projects in Queens. They tell you about that. It was a time period where if you had any sort of beef, whatever like that, you got in the streets. It was a time period of war, protests were everywhere, right? And then by the time the 70s rolled in, and when all that stuff subsided, and like people got older, and they said, "What the hell are we doing?" This a lot of people went, like Geronimo Pat, they left the country. They're like Stokely Carmichael. He left the country in 1970. He said, "Yeah, it is what it is." He went to Guinea. He moved to Guinea. And so a lot of people left the country because it was like
because the white people persecuted them. That's why they went away. That's why the Black Panthers.
The bottom line is this: you keep giving white people too much credit, right? A lot of times we were just not fucking ready. We were just not organized.
Not ready. Okay, so
black people were not simply ready.
A system cannot fail those it was never meant to protect. So you're saying that do black people have equal protection? Do black people have equal protection?
How do you fight? Don't talk over me. How do you fight white people and you're inviting them in your organization? There were white people in the Black Panther Party. They was with the Weather Underground, all these other fucking white terrorist groups, leftist groups. So they weren't fighting white people. So the bottom line is this: and they trained from black power to all power to the people. Come on, it was not a serious movie. The movie, the best movie to fucking tell you about this is that movie. I'm gonna get you, sucker. When the black. Oh yeah, matter of fact, I'm gonna play this clip. Chuko. You want to learn something today, bro? I'm gonna play this clip. Hey, this sums up the fucking Black Power movement. It's like a YouTube. It sums up the Black Power movement. How it failed. Okay, I'm gonna play this one part. Hold up. Oh yeah. This is what happened with the Black Revolution. This is this is exactly what happened to the Black revolutionaries in the 70s. Let me show you.
Called Jotful. We make one-of-a-kind websites just like these right here.
Why are you not investing in tax liens? No, seriously. Why are you not in?
This movie was called. This was fair use, folks. Fair use. I don't own the copy of this. I use this for educational purposes. This was called "I'ma Get You, Sucker." Came out in 1990. Keenan Ivory Wayans, the Wayans brothers. But it was hilarious, man. I was still living in New York when this came out. I freaking cried laughing, you know. Now, but that scene sums up the so-called black movement, right? You know, all they had to do was get rid of the coin. It wasn't COINTELPRO. It was Coin Negro Pro. All they did was give Negro some jobs and whatnot, some opportunity and whatnot. I seen it all happen, man. Everybody was Black Panther, Black Powered out, whatnot. Soon as they know they can get that nice job and they get that nice house and whatnot, man, because you know what? You know who did it? The sisters. The sisters didn't want to hear about you living in no fucking commune, you living all dusty and shit like that, The sisters like, yo, Mr. Charlie's offering you that job down at the courthouse as a clerk. You want this? You want this pussy? You better get down there and take that job and shut the hell up about some black power shit. So it was not no white man coming out. All the white man had to do was offer you jobs, all he had to do was offer you jobs. That was the truth. Negroes had jobs and whatnot. When white men started giving niggas jobs, that was the end of the so-called Black Power movement. Because the Black Power movement was born out of poverty and desperation. When black people aren't desperate anymore, like I said, the difference between me and a lot of other people in the Black Power movement, I'm not desperate. That's why I tell you, I'm for real. I'm not doing this out of desperation. I don't care. I don't need money from this doing it. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying is real. Why can't people see that shit? Collar's real. But the bottom line, you guys follow people who are trying to get rich and monetize off the struggle and whatnot. And that's what happens. Them dudes back then in the 60s, when these dudes were dirt poor. So basically, when they get, as soon as they get an opportunity, I've seen it happen all the time, man. As soon as dudes get a good job, whatever like that, man, I had to change my life. So I've seen dudes like that all the time, Heck of Chukwo, Chukwo's coming back to get some more whooping. Chukwo, does that clip answer your question?
Yeah, old movie about Keenan Ivory Wayans doing comedy.
No, the movie asked you to answer the question, but that was a spoof on what everybody was talking about. What happened with the so-called Black Power movement?
I think what happened with that Black Panther movement.
No. It doesn't care what you think what happened. What happened was, you know what the victim was? Black progress.
I agree.
Middle class and whatnot. That's what killed the so-called movement. When people, the Black Power movement and Black Panther movement, all stuff like that was built on the black desperation. You take away that desperation, you take away that desperation, and then the movement sort of goes away because people aren't that extreme. Like any movement, the Nation of Islam, all these movements, right? The only movement that seemed like it lasted for a little bit, even though like that was the Garvey movement, But the other movements and everything like that was based on economics and stuff like that, and whatever. It's a situational, because if you take away the situation that people find themselves in, and then the consequences, like for example, this is what I always say: circumstances cause consequences. Whatever the consequences that you have is because of circumstances. If you can manipulate the circumstances and whatnot, the consequences will be different. For example,
I'm trying to agree with you here, Kala, but can I get a chance to speak at some point, or are you just
go ahead?
All right, there was two things that happened. So the civil rights movement was co-opted in this way. The Title VII of the 1965 Civil Rights Act introduced gender as a minority group, which redistributed the benefits of affirmative action like college entrance and jobs placement from Black people who fought and died for civil rights to white women. This is why even until affirmative action was struck down by the Supreme Court, white women were the primary beneficiaries because they are considered a minority group, even though they are part of the majority group. And as we all know, white supremacy is a team sport. So they benefit from white supremacy, even as a minority group. So adding gender as a minority group redistributed the...
you want to hear something?
So do you agree or do you disagree?
You want to hear something effed up? The only reason why civil rights passed and got some Republicans because the Republicans included white women, right?
Mm.
And they basically also the civil rights movement would never pass if all these other people besides white women weren't included. Gays, Jews were considered a minority group at the time. When I was growing up, Jews were considered a minority group, you know. So they could Jews. So the civil rights movement was never really about black people. It never was. You know, we were basically still on our own. And out of that consequence, it was a Black Power movement, right? Black Power movement was more extreme, right? But then what happened was the Black Power people moved into the mainstream of American society. You know, so when you move into the mainstream of American society, you know, you can't do what you did before. When not, you know, like even Geronimo Pratt said, "Look, man, I see what we were doing was not going to work." Yeah, I'm looking at it
But
now, man.
there's another there's another misstep too. So in the beginning of the civil rights movement, it was about simple equality. But toward the late civil rights movement, it transitioned from a movement of simple equality to moving the responsibility for black upliftment from black people to white people. So now we need special programs from the government. And now the Democratic politicians will use these programs to make black people like a mascot
Well,
for these programs.
where I disagree with that is this. I remember education. Like me personally, I never knew why we had when I was growing up as an inner city kid. First, Sesame Street, right, electric company, all these educational programs and whatnot. And then when I learned the origin of Sesame Street, when they said, "Look, we need to make educate." I always wondered why I was so smart in school. Is because I was introduced to I was engaged in education at an early age in preschool. You know, Sesame Street was basically geared towards the inner city, and that came from federal funding. You know, so the federal government does have a role to play in addressing certain things. You know, it does have a role.
But that role is also a lever of influence where it can
It doesn't
manipulate.
matter. It's hold on. We live in the United States.
Right.
Black America is not an independent nation. We're the United States. You know, we cannot basically forget on one hand talk about look, the bottom line, they still got control. We're living in the United States. We're behind enemy lines. We have to go by the system that we were born under.
But this system they hijack this system. They hijack. Okay, go ahead.
You're born. You're given a birth certificate, right? You have no choice in that.
Mm-hmm.
When you get a certain age, you get a social security number. No choice like that. At a certain age, you got to register for the draft. That's not a choice. You know?
I'm talking about civil rights, Kala.
Hold on. The civil rights was simply this. You had one group of people, right? That was basically the government. It says the society, if left alone, right? Have one group of people, like the Kerner Commission said, the reason why civil rights and stuff like that is needed is because the problem with race relations is white racial prejudice, right?
Yeah, why do people who aren't black the primary beneficiaries? Why is it LGBTQ white women and other groups who are the primary beneficiaries, and black people are just a mascot? How is it that black people are a mascot for programs they don't benefit from?
We basically, first of all, the civil rights movement started with the Asian community, right? It started with the Chinese, you know? And then what happened was the Chinese sort of lost interest in what it would actually take to integrate America. They tried to use the Chinese first, you know? And then the Asians, right? The Japanese went, but they was like, nah, you know, they couldn't get. So therefore, they went to the South, right? There's black people. There's two different things that was going on. There was black people who said, we're going to march on Washington because we're sick and tired of Jim Crow, racism. We're sick and tired of, at the time, people sending us off to fight their wars and fighting in our name. America says it's land of free. And all we want to do is make America become what it says it will become, right? White people had the idea of a civil rights movement, right? So the two sort of forces joined together. Black people really was not about civil rights. We were like we wanted black empowerment. We wanted dignity and respect.
What was Martin Luther King and all these civil rights leaders? What were they marching for? What about Baird Ruskin?
Hold on. Martin Luther King was marching with the people, the Hollywood types, the gays, being arrested, and all these. These people were basically had their own agenda, and he just went along with that.
What about W.E.B. Du Bois?
But W.E.B. Du Bois had left America at the time.
Right, but he shaped the civil rights movement. He shaped
Hold
it.
on, no. W. Du Bois had left America, renounced America. He renounced his American citizenship and moved and embraced communism and moved to Ghana. He gave it up on American democracy altogether. You
So
know,
he's not a civil rights leader. He's not a civil rights figure.
No. Civil rights. When you say civil rights, it implies integration.
No, when I say civil rights, I'm talking about the strategy, this political strategy that Black people will get civil rights by registering Black people to vote and electing Black people to office. That was a civil rights strategy that was shaped by W.E.B. Du Bois. Go ahead.
Du Bois never talked about voting and stuff like that. He never talked about that. But what Du Bois talked about was Pan-Africanism, Black nationalism, and basically improvement. He talked about the talented 10th, people who basically could guide the masses of Black people groping in the dark. He was not about the average Black person. He didn't think of the average Black person down there shining shoes could live next to a white person who was middle class and professional. That was not his vision of civil rights. That was nobody's vision of civil rights. What a lot of these early people were about was the Black people who had money and education and success should not be locked out of these prestigious institutions and social clubs and everything just because they're Black. It was not about the masses of Black people and white people getting together.
So what was integration? What's integration? What was integration about?
Hold on. Integration was they used that to test what they talk about. Matter of fact, it was actually the Jews who benefited. The Jews
benefited from integrating Black people into white society. But
hold on. If they integrated the majority of Black people never got integrated in white society. What they did was make it illegal for you to discriminate. And they used a few Black people to do the test run, right? See how the reaction was. And Kennedy said, we'll see how this goes. For example, let me give you an example. Let me tell you guys a story. Okay, in the late 1950s, the civil rights movement had came to, and there's two civil rights movements. People believe in gradual integration, stuff like that, and there's people that wanted immediate, right? And then you had the young people who did sit-ins and and boycotts and whatnot, marches and whatnot. And basically, what happened was there was a radicalized element that said we thought it was like the John Lewis site. They wanted civil rights meant that I could eat at a white person's lunch counter, right? And white people were like, "Oh, slow down a little bit. We're gonna get there, but not just yet." And then they didn't understand that it's up to the law cannot force nobody to serve you. You can let you in, but you don't have to serve you. That's just you have the right to refuse service to anybody, right? So what happened was these students had in Atlanta, right? And this will almost kill the civil rights movement altogether. This incident. They went inside this restaurant and took it over, right? And they said they were not going to come out there. The police, they were going to cause an incident where the police had to come and drag them out of the restaurant because they were served. The people own the restaurant locked them in. And then 20 days later, they were like trying to get out, right? They started defecating and urinating all over the store, right? When they opened the door and they knew what they were doing. Media showed the pictures of the defecation on the floor, the piss on the floor, and said, now, do you want these animals coming into your thing? And the people who were once sympathetic to integration now turned on them.
But Kyle, wasn't integration about swirlers' rights and Loving versus Virginia, the right for Black men to have sex with white women? Wasn't that what it?
That was later. That was later on. Look. People keep talking integration. Integration just simply meant that the mainstream of society, you had access to the mainstream society. It had nothing to do with interracial marriage and stuff like that. That was another friggin' lie about integration. It meant like it just meant that if you got a school over there and whatnot, why should you have to go 50 miles to go to a school, color school, when there's a school right in your neighborhood, And
is it true that Martin Luther King was having sex with white women out there?
I have no idea. I don't want to talk about that, because I don't know that. and I'm not going to disparage Dr. King's name on my platform. I'm not going to do that. I don't know anything about that.
Okay.
I heard there's rumors, but I'm not going to discuss that. I'm not going to engage in that. Because I have respect for my elders and my ancestors for the most part. So I don't engage in that sort of gossip or not. Somebody one day want to do a show and they got evidence and whatnot. I could put it in perspective, but just to talk about that, because I know there's white people listening to the show and people like that. I don't want people thinking that I think it's all right to talk about somebody as great as Martin Luther King. You got to put some respect on his name. That's the way I feel. We got. I believe we got to get. I got to get back to that. If I could. I can't enforce everybody. I can't enforce it on my show. People respecting people who deserve respect. I think Martin Luther King did everything he could, to make us proud. Say Malcolm X, whatever like that. People like Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, Muhammad Ali. These people deserve respect on a different level. So it is what it is. I don't know what else to tell people all the time. But. I don't know about somebody. Are they innocent? Are they angels? No. Did they make mistakes? Of course they did. Just like Bill Cosby. I think Bill Cosby deserves respect. Was he perfect? No. Did he did a lot of bad things? Of course he did. But when white people start talking about Thomas Jefferson, do you think the first thing they talk about was he had sex with a 15-year-old underage girl that he owned? Of course not. He gonna talk about the guy who wrote the Declaration of Independence. They're not gonna talk about that. Why does it want to come to a black man? We gotta freaking bring his dirt out.
Well, what did he mean when he said that he integrated us into a burning house? What does
He
that
never
mean?
said that.
Well, why is it attributed to him?
Hold on.
Why is that attributed to him?
Hold on. You read a lot of stuff that's unsubstantiated. That was just something. He said, I feel like that's not what he said. That's not what he said.
That's what Belafonte said he said.
Hold on. But there's no substantial reason or proof that he said that. He said that, right? Martin Luther King felt that like he never said Martin Luther King actually said that. He said basically, I'm apprehensive about the world. Man, he was talking about the Vietnam War. It had nothing to do with integration. He was talking about the Vietnam War and the political turmoil in the country at the time. Kennedy assassinated, a lot of stuff like that. That's what he was talking about. He wasn't talking about black people integrating white people. That was not it. It was just talking about the Vietnam War and the political chaos that was going on in America at the time.
Well, why he mentioned integration in relation to the Vietnam War? He was talking about integration.
No, he never mentioned integration. He never mentioned integration.
So Harry Belafonte is a liar, is what you're saying. He lied. He lied on Martin Luther King.
I don't think you got him quoted right. He said, "I feel I integrated into a burning house," but he didn't say integration was bad. He just said the house, America as a whole. Now the thing is, okay, if that's the case, then where exactly was the alternative? You're in America. There's no such thing as two Americas.
There is no alternative. This is the only America you got.
So why would he say something stupid like that?
Well, he's integrated into a burning house means integration. He's talking about integration.
He said what he's saying was the bigger challenge was that's why Martin Luther King went mainstream. He went mainstream with his message, right? With the Poor People's Campaign and whatnot. What he was saying was, although we're in America right now, right, and you reach that plateau, but the country that we're living in is torn by violence and because of the anti-war protests. The country was divided. You had the hippie movement, people on drugs and dope and stuff like that. That's what he was talking about. Not because he had apprehensions about integration. He just said, okay, we integrated. Now look what the society has become.
So he talked about integrated into a burning house because of hippies and drugs.
Hold up.
Hippies and drugs is what he was talking about.
Look, Chuko, I know you're not stupid, right? What he was talking about at the time was the violence and shit like that was going on in the country. The turmoil, the unrest. That's what he was talking about. He wasn't talking like, oh, we integrated America and whatnot. There was no coming back from that. You integrated into American society. Black people went mainstream, even into movies and everything. There was no turning back. But what he was saying was, now the country we're integrated in, right? Look what's falling apart. Everything's falling apart. You know. He goes. You got Kennedy assassinated. You know, and then you had Bobby Kennedy assassinated. He was talking about the turmoil in this country. You know, the unrest and the chaos that was gripping America at the time. That's what he was talking about. It had nothing to do with, oh, well, we integrated into American society. No, he was talking about, geez, the society we integrated into and whatnot, you know, it's like we're in turmoil. You know, the myth about America being this peaceful place, he just saw that, you know, America's not what it is. And America needed a lot of prayer and help. And I believe that had he lived, he could have been somebody that could have healed this country. This country was in a lot of hell. You know, a few years later, we had Watergate. We had the Vietnam War. His biggest thing was the Vietnam War. That was one thing tearing the country apart.
But 2 weeks after he talked about we're coming to get our check, he got hit in the head with a bullet.
So hold on. That was one thing. When not, you know, you keep saying, oh, blah blah blah. Look, when he was talking about integrated birth, he was just talking about the country is in turmoil. You know.
That turmoil didn't lead to his being deleted.
Well, what I'm saying is this: we don't know what the exact reason why he was assassinated. You got people say James R. Ray. Some people say Ray didn't do it. It was a CIA, whatever like that. Because of anti-war.
That's what Judge Joe Brown said. It was a LBJ administration.
well, I seriously doubt that. You know, the bottom line is you got people who want to use he's integrated in a burning house and basically jargons like that, and that's not, he wasn't talking about integration. He wasn't, he believed in that. What he was talking about.
Why did he say integrated into a burning house? Why use integration at all?
Tuco, do I gotta drop you off? I'm gonna say it one more fucking time.
I'm gonna bounce so you can have
one more fucking time. One more time, right? He said that because of after he got integration, he saw the turmoil in the country because of the Vietnam War, the drugs and the chaos, the riots in the streets. Well, does he understand, Truco understand that we had riots in this country? We had the Kerner Commission, and in the 1960s, we had riots in this country that burned cities to the ground. Baltimore, Detroit, Newark, when that was burned to the ground. That's what he's talking about. And a lot of the riots were linked to the Vietnam War and shit, you know? No, I'm not done with Liberia. I'll be there in a few weeks, bro. Why do you always think I'm done with Go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, in the beginning, Chuka was making sense, but on this particular quote, he's completely wrong.
I think it would never make a sense, man. The bottom line, look, he just believes stuff that he hears and whatnot. You know, I heard that he was like people. That's what happens when people. When somebody believes something and they don't really check it out, when I say something, right, you could best be true. I've thoroughly researched it. If I have a strong opinion about it because I researched it over and over again, and everything like that, that's somebody that read something one time and just runs with it. You know, he said we've been in a burning house. That means integration failed. Blah blah blah. That ain't what he fucking was talking about. He was talking about
he actually
integration, right?
Talking about.
All these riots and anti-war protests, and the country was divided. You had the drug culture that had taken root in America, the Beatles, you know. America had a drug culture, you know. We had all this stuff going on, and he was like, man, I don't know what kind of country we friggin' integrated. He thought the America of the 60s was different than America in the 50s, where it started, you know.
He also pointed out the fact about the welfare system and how it was going to destroy black families, which came out to be right.
Yeah, he talked about that, you know?
Not actually integration, not actually people.
Yeah, he was talking about that. He was talking about people not having jobs and whatnot, you know. At the time they were starting to do the thing about shipping jobs overseas and shit like that, you know. And there was simply wasn't enough jobs for black people in America and everything like that, you know. All right, I'm gonna let Elvis up, but Elvis, I'm telling you right now, I am not in the mood for your contrarian shit tonight. I really am not. So if you want to take the night off and come back here, because I hate to fucking block you for good. Now I listened to the show from last night, man. I'm not going through that shit again. You know, I'm not going to go toe to toe with nobody on my fucking platform. You know, if you have your opinion, keep it to your fucking self, or just say your opinion one time and that's it. You know, everybody has an opinion. I respect everybody's opinion, but don't sit here try to prove me fucking wrong. You know. Go ahead, Jonathan.
No, I was agreeing with what you were saying. What's the show about actually, though? Because
Well, I was saying Black
every time
America
they have
becoming
these shows,
inconsequential. That means we damn if we do, we damn we don't. We're fucked either way. You know, we're politically inconsequential. Do we even matter anymore? You know,
oh yeah, I think so.
how is it at? Now let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a serious question, right? Let me ask you a question. Somebody said ADOS FBA, right? And this Freeman guy said FBA, ADOS movement, right? ADOS, right? He says ADOS has political credibility. You know, you're only as credible as your ability to get people elected. You know that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Right. So, in other words, basically, if your numbers are so small, like right now, see the alt right movement has taken over the MAGA movement. The MAGA movement has taken over the Republican Party. Now they could basically control the government. That's what the politics are about: power. You know, they can control the government, set the agendas of the country. At any circumstances, do you see anything like ADOS FBA setting the agenda for the country?
No,
Do you see ADOS FBA setting the agenda for a city like Chicago?
possibly.
How is that? How is that? Do you think they got the numbers?
Yeah, I mean they can get
You
the
know,
numbers
with
up.
a Democratic machine there.
Yeah, it don't mean anything. If they can get the numbers up, then yeah.
Do you think enough black people will ditch the Democratic Party and join the ADOS FBA party, right? And run their own political candidates? Where would they get the money from, the funding?
No, that I don't know. But if we're gonna, I mean, if they're gonna say an FBA party, I mean, that wouldn't really make sense. There's just two political parties dominating
Look at
the
this
state.
person, AU7 goes, FBA has political credibility, really, you know? You see,
If
there
he
was
means Black America as an ethnic group, yes. But if he means FBI as an organization, then no. Hell no. Not even close.
Well, that's what he thinks. He thinks the freaking just because somebody might have mentioned FBA, you know, and Colton. Oh, and Colton mentioned us. Oh, big deal. You know, you're never gonna have the numbers to basically set the agenda of a political party. Like you have different voting blocks, and every political party has voting blocks. You know, that if they have enough delegates and whatnot, they set the agenda. You know, the FBA movement, ADOS movement, do not have matter of fact, they don't have the seat at the table. You know, they're not. No one takes them seriously. You know, because they haven't proven that they could bring the numbers of black people. Even though they, like I said, when Ed Carnell first came out, I supported her in 2010. I supported her. You know, it wasn't until like 8 years later when the friggin' Black Panther movie came out that I freaking like this. Ann Coulter has so this is what I'm saying. They look at people like Ann Coulter and like Ann Coulter mentioned us. We're credible, you know. It definitely this is what I'm talking about. This is foolishness, you know, foolishness.
I'll give them more credit than that. You do have like government officials that also mention it. They take
Yeah,
the
but it
talking
doesn't
points.
translate into any political power.
Not
I mean,
immediately.
if you want bragging rights on
The
social
MAGA
media,
movement,
hold
the
on.
MAGA
If you want bragging rights on social media, saying, "Kala, man, how many people mention the Afghanistan? How many people?" Okay, you're gonna win that debate, you know, all day, you know. But when it comes down to, just like I said, black people do everything for show. When it comes down to basically, uh, um, getting an agenda done, the FBA, ADOS movement have no power to stop immigration. You know, and they have no power to stop black people from what they call as getting robbed of their birthright. They have no problem of birthright citizenship and some privilege that black America. They have no problem to write a reparations check. You know. So Miss Sandra is 7. It's a big time, big fact. Miss Sandman. All right. Let's see. Who else is up? Example support you said regarding home equity. What the hell is he? Hell, I don't know. Mr. Sandman's a goofball. All right, Elvis, go ahead. All right, Elvis once, twice, and then okay. Brandon Mandinka,
Yo, what up?
what's going on?
Salute.
Hey, you and Kidola last night.
Oh yeah, man. That was
Oh
tripping,
my
man.
god, that shit was
As
fucking
soon as
funny.
I said FBA, you
All
see how he
right,
went
Carla.
off?
Sorry, I couldn't come in right in that moment.
I said,
But I
oh
thought it was
shit.
step right up, step right up. You don't want
Oh,
No,
to.
no,
go
no. But
ahead.
what I'm
Go
saying
ahead,
is this
Elvis.
though. I don't like anybody constantly being a contrary on every fucking thing. I looked at the show last night. 4 different points. You had to sit there and fucking. But you can't always fucking. Sometimes you gotta let shit go. I don't agree with Carl. Let me shut up. That makes for a good conversation, right? But it was like everything I say, you're like right there, like I disagree. I disagree. I
You know,
disagree.
it's funny, Carla, because we are different, right? We are almost polar opposite. Politically, we don't see eye to eye. On the issue of Liberia, we don't see eye to eye. That's a constant. So you know where I stand. And all the things, I mean,
Okay, yeah,
some of your
okay, but
analysis, I might agree with you on it.
look, somebody reason why I'm saying this because somebody commented about last night's show. They said, why is this guy trying to fucking discredit Botswana? Botswana, by every metrics of Africa, probably everybody in the black race should look at Botswana and say, you know something, it ain't all doom and gloom. We got one country that made it.
Mhm.
Look, you'll never hear anybody in Botswana say the resource curse because they use their diamonds the right way. They're the best. They form their own corporation called Botswana, and they get 50-50 deal, which is good for an African country because you could Nigeria, they only get 10% of their fucking oil.
I was simply giving you some facts. I wasn't. There you go.
Guinea, Mali, and all the other people got peanuts for their resources. Botswana was 50-50. That's good, right?
We
Instead of
was
saying
we was
something.
arguing facts. Don't change the topic, Carla. I
No,
was
no.
telling you that there's a monopoly on the diamond in Botswana.
Oh,
And you can say, yeah, that's true, but it's
hold
benefiting
up.
them. And you are the one that arguing.
What do you mean by monopoly? The government of the country has eminent domain over the diamonds. You
They're
can't just
not
go
allowed to sell diamonds to anybody else except those two
hold on.
companies.
No. The government basically has an agreement. That's an agreement they had with the beers. And also, if you understand about the diamond industry, there's only like about a handful of people that control the whole world global diamond trade. It ain't just anybody can just go in there. Even if you go to Africa, like in Liberia and Sierra Leone, they
You're
have
going
their
to say things that's wrong, and when I correct you, you get mad about it.
hold up. In Liberia and Sierra Leone, you know what the problem is? Blood diamonds. Those are diamonds that what they call conflict. That means they haven't been vetted by the Kimberley process, right? What I'm saying is this: if you basically mine diamonds that's not Kimberly certified, that's conflict diamonds, and you may get sanctioned. The government takes that world governments take that seriously about diamond mining. That's why in Namibia they have what they call the skeleton. That's called diamond coast. It's restricted area. You can't even go there.
Carla, we're talking one thing, and you run to something else to make a point that's not even
I'm trying to tell you what I'm talking. When you make the comment about you can't do these diamonds, yeah, if you find diamonds in Namibia, it's even worse. You can't sell diamonds that you find. Diamonds,
Except, Carla, let me speak, bro. Except you can, right? There was a 32 carat diamond that was found in Liberia, like in 2023
yeah,
or
but
so.
diamond, Liberia
Oh
is class
God, I mean, jeez. I'm telling you, you can sell resources to anybody. If you have two companies that corner your markets and they tell you you can't sell diamonds to private citizens or you can't sell diamonds to anybody else except them, that's a duopoly. That means those two companies have
So what?
exclusive right to a
So what?
country's
So what?
resources.
So what?
Okay, then say that. Don't say I'm wrong. Say so what?
What I'm saying is that's the law in that country. In
Yeah.
Liberia,
So, but you was arguing that it wasn't a monopoly or
I know
duopoly.
several people that have their own diamond mine and stuff like that. They mine diamonds, in Liberia, and whatnot, and they go to the land mine. My brother-in-law works at the land the mining land commission.
Land and Mines Commission.
Well, Land and Mine Commission, whatever. That old rusty building. Anyway, he works there. Anyway, my brother-in-law Fitzgerald. So my point I'm trying to make is, like I said, if you got the means to mine diamonds, it's a different country. In Botswana, right? They have eminent domain over all the diamonds in the country. Without a doubt, any diamonds mined in Botswana has to go through the De Beers and the Kimberley process. That's the law of that country. Same thing with Namibia and South Africa. So Southern Africa is different than West Africa. That's the point I'm trying to make. But you try to make it seem like, they can't sell their own diamonds. It's a two different culture, two different laws.
Well, the point that I made was right. Concede the point and say that yes, they just do things differently down there. Instead of saying I was wrong.
You try to make it seem like, but see, Botswana, they couldn't sell their own diamonds. No, that's not the way it's done over there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, the conversation was about white people being involved in Africa.
Yeah, the question about white people. But I'm saying is this though. The government of Botswana is a black government. They can force the law. They have an agreement with Kimberley mining system and De Beers, right, which control most of the world's diamonds, right? They basically have an agreement, right? Because of that agreement, right, Botswana had almost 60 years of continuous growth and development of the diamond industry. Now they're ready to replace India in the diamond jewelry making industry. They have stabilized. They're the only country in Africa that has a highly developed diamond industry.
The wider point there was that white people, no African country can develop without the involvement of white people.
Also, it's like
hold on, Tyler. Let me speak for 30 seconds.
Hold up.
Oh gosh.
What type of white people? Just white people.
What do you mean? I'm making a point, and you won't even let me speak.
So some white person that's working in 7-Eleven in your neighborhood can go to Africa, and because they go there, is it because they're white, or there's certain people who happen to white got certain expertise?
Let me explain myself, Carlo. In the instance of Zambia or Botswana, they have two white corporation or white ran corporation. Maybe that's the right way to put it, right? And they've profited from these people. Yeah, it's mutually profitable.
They don't have a white-led corporation. The only corporation
is De Beers a black corporation, Carla?
Hold up, look. Botswana is an entity, a joint venture. It has nothing to do with De Beers. It's a separate entity.
You just read it. It's a 50-50.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is, it's no longer De Beers. It's Botswana.
Half of it is owned by De Beers.
Yeah, I know that, but it's still called Botswana. They're still chartered out of Botswana under the laws of Botswana.
Okay, Colin, let's just leave it.
So what I'm trying to say is this: just because somebody's white, don't mean they got fucking expertise. You make it seem like, yeah, all you need is a white man coming down from the clouds in the sky, and you're going to develop. No,
my simple question was: show me an African country that succeeded without the involvement of white corporations.
A lot of African countries that have white people and they failed. If that was the case, all these countries have white people involved with them. Tell me one country in Africa that's industrialized, and white people are so great.
Without the help of the white,
but
not one company, Botswana won't be as good.
Not one country in Africa is industrialized. Not one country in Africa has a large middle class, majority middle class.
Yeah, and many African countries will be doing worse without the involvement of white corporations.
But I don't see any freaking different. I say sometimes you come in, sometimes you don't. Yeah, there's businesses here and there, but they also have a lot of Indians, Turks, and Chinese businesses there too. It ain't because they're white. It's the fact that they bring in outside help that can help them out with the situation. Go ahead, Bantam Mandinka.
Oh, yeah. I was just saying that, yeah, FBA ADOS, they have some political power in Chicago.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, Lord, for real. Yeah.
Like what?
All you got to do is watch Afro Elite channel. He'd be,
Lord.
He'd be interviewing political candidates and stuff on his channel.
Okay. How many people that how many slate of cat? How come they basically don't have like Tammany Hall and stuff like that? How come they don't have an FBA Hall where they have a political machine?
It's coming. Don't worry.
It's been how many years now, man? You guys been talking all stack. Where's the FBA political party coming?
It's already
How
here.
long has it been banned to? How long
Huh?
has the FBA thing been going?
Say it
It's
again.
been it's been
How
what
long has
15
the
years
FBA
now?
organization been going?
I
It's been
think
like
they said it started in 09. I don't know, man.
that's a long time. That's damn near 18 years, man.
2009.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I said I'm not sure.
Let me look that shit up.
Yeah, look it up. Double check.
Y'all been around an awful long time, man. I was in second grade when y'all came out, man.
Man, they ain't been around longer than Afristan.
You know what I'm saying?
Shit.
Y'all been around, yeah, but I ain't all over the place claiming shit,
That's all
man.
right. That's all right. You know that we all over the
I ain't all
place.
over the place
You
claiming shit,
admitted it. You admitted it. We all
Yeah,
over
but
the place.
you guys talking about you guys got
Hey, we
this guy
everywhere. We're
Freeman
everywhere.
in the chat room talking about y'all got political power and shit. I'm like, that's
Yeah.
really funny. You know, that's funny.
Yeah.
Why is it? Why is Brandon Johnson? He obviously don't fear you. So they're claiming
Man,
spots, man.
Brandon Johnson is scared to death right now.
Right.
Trust
He
me.
didn't like he was scared to me.
Believe me.
The last picture I saw when he was
I
smiling.
mean, you don't have to believe me. Watch what's going to happen to him.
Yeah, what?
Okay.
Don't believe shit. Just watch. Stay
He's gonna
tuned.
get reelected. He's gonna get
Stay
reelected.
tuned.
He's gonna get reelected.
Stay tuned, Kala.
The term was coined in 2018.
Oh, 18?
Besides,
Okay. I don't know. That's what I said. I'm not sure.
That ain't long enough to actually get in.
Hold up. The ADOS movement was coined even before that.
Yeah, that was coined in
Yeah, but
2009.
Oh, okay. It was the ADOS. Okay. My bad. It was the ADOS.
Yeah,
Well, listen, we talking about
18 years.
FBA. Kala always trying to throw everybody else with FBA.
You guys are all FBA, man. You know.
He trying to everybody's an FBA. ADOS, Friedman.
Yeah, you guys. Like I said, man. You got to put you guys all in one.
It wouldn't have got farther. The only issue is that it's always some internet shit, and most of it always been like we promote it on the internet and hopefully it catches fire. But if it was like
that shit on fire.
old school
It's on
type
fire.
shit.
Right?
Hey, Kala, you can say whatever you want. That shit is on fire.
How about this?
And you know it is.
Why don't you guys? Are you guys got to meet up a building or anything like that?
Fuck all that. Everybody,
so in other
every
words,
BA that own a house, they got to beat up building.
Hold on. Do you have a brick and mortar building?
Absolutely.
With a fax machine and stuff like that.
Everything,
Where?
internet, everything.
What's your PO box number?
I don't have one.
So you have no PO box number. What's your address?
I'm not giving you my
Ain't
address.
got one. Ain't got one. You ain't got an address, man. That's sad. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. I'll make it easy.
Let me direct you to the. I direct you to Tariq's museum.
Hold on. Look. You don't want me to show you that museum again, do you?
Yeah, I direct you to the museum.
You don't want me to show you that museum again.
Hey, say that again. Wait,
you want me to show you that museum again?
I can't hear you.
That museum? Yo, look, hold up. Do you guys have a website?
Yeah, they got a website.
Yeah, they do.
What's the website? I will look it up.
What's the FBA website?
Historymuseum.org, I think, something like that.
No,
they got a website.
Yeah. What's the FBA website?
Go to the FBA website.
Are you not going to acknowledge that your fellow podcaster Art Cathy passed away and gave us some tribute?
Wait, was it Art Cathy pass away?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, people posted in the chat.
Where was she at? Was she in Africa or was she in US?
I'm guessing she probably came back and was getting medical attention. They said she died from cancer. She probably has some form of cancer.
Oh,
rest in peace to Art Cathy.
I was a soldier woman.
But she wanted to do natural herb healings in Africa for her sister.
I got a question, right?
You doing that herb healing?
She wanted to do herbal healings. I guess some Nigerian doctor must have tricked her ass.
People still listen to dusty ass African herbalists when their life is
over. She should have known better than that, man.
But that's what happens when you do your spiritual journey. You become spiritually crazy.
She should have known better than that when she got ran out to Gambia, man. She should have known better.
She's a solid sister.
Is it confirmed that she died in Africa or did she die in the U.S.? Maybe getting help in the hospital.
Oh, I don't know.
She died in Africa.
I was just asking. I don't
I'm
know.
asking Jonathan if he knows that because I
Oh,
don't know.
well, I said she died in Africa.
No.
Oh, you said she died in
I
Nigeria?
No. Not in Nigeria.
Well, that's really sad.
Ghana.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
cancer, man. Cancer kills a lot
Yeah,
of people.
yeah, Mari. That's the thing. Black women need real medical care with your mammograms, all that shit like that. You guys going to Africa when not listen to these gurus going to Africa. You're putting your life on the line. You know, trust me. I know. I've been there.
Well,
You
you've been listening to African gurus, Carla?
what?
No, you say you've been there. What do you mean by that?
No, I'm saying like this. I know I'm smart enough to know if I get sick, I got to come back to here and get real medical care. I'm not going to listen to a bunch of people talking about, oh, this is our ancestors have been cured by this potion for 1,000 years, man. You know that's gonna. My father
I
died.
know that's right.
You know,
If
my
I got a
somebody.
headache, I'm
Yeah, my grandmother
diagnosed.
died from cancer. A lot of people die
So
from
my father
cancer,
died
man.
from cancer. Well, like, me and my sister was spending $300 a month, right, on these herbs and these juices, one like that. My silly aunt was talking about this goofy ass whatever packet. I mean, I think about that, because we were just lost
Yeah.
hope, man. My
My
father,
grandma had cancer, man. She was
you
tough as
know. So
nails,
the
though.
bottom line is this: look, like Doctor
Yeah,
said,
she was in
She
Ghana. African
she
Ghana
would
said she died in Ghana.
she would come out her chemo treatment and
They
light
got
up
some
a
good
fucking
hospitals in Ghana.
cigarette, man.
My
Rest in
grandma
peace to
died
her.
from liver cancer. Never drank a day in her life, but she had some blood. Somebody donate blood to her that had some kind of liver disease. She died at like 62, very young. Yeah.
Yeah,
They told
Usually
our
breast
captain to go
cancer in
back
my
to
family, people that
America
passed
months
away
ago
from.
so
my
she can get
grandma was like
treated.
What's that,
83.
Jonathan?
She paid. They told our Kathy months ago to go back to America and get treated, but she wanted to stick around in Ghana.
She was tripping.
Maybe she was ready to go. Who knows?
Man, some people are tired with the fight, man. That it's probably been prolonged. Probably she went back into she probably went into remission, and then probably came back
Hmm.
second time to kill her.
Yeah,
Rest in peace to her, though.
Uh,
yeah,
Rest in peace, baby girl.
yeah. Shout out to you.
I always remember her
I
from
came
putting
up
her
here
foot
because
down on those nasty ass, sucker ass Gambians.
Oh
They
yeah,
wanted to
she
take their
she
fucking
was
children.
tearing their asses up. They had to run her up out of there. Shit.
Get mad at her because she's saying don't let the white people touch your children. Ain't that crazy?
Yeah.
I wonder what Aphrodite have to say about that. He's
You probably celebrate. Yes, no one
Oh
could talk
oh
bad
yeah,
about
he
my
man,
probably
country
got
again.
he probably got something smart to say about him. Shit.
but you said you came up here to
y'all,
say what,
I
Steve?
don't. I was coming in here to say something about the whole FBA. Could like I don't really see the FBA movement catching on with Black Americans because it seems very uh like very right wing, like as far as like
It's
conservative
like
talking
this.
points.
Look,
And I
most black people in America are not. No matter what you say, how much we think
I don't
Africa.
know how y'all be fixing your
It'll
Look,
cut
faces
you off.
majority of
and
black people in
stuff.
America, no matter how much we see Africans talk shit and dusty and whatnot, they are not going to fucking. If the idea that you hate Africa is you wear that as a badge of honor and shit like that, black people are not going to go for that. The FBA should have found a way because everybody look at this chat room tonight, right? This lady Tania, whatever her name, Williams, and Rico Miller, F Africa. Have you ever heard Rico Miller say F Europe? Really? Have you ever
no.
said F Europe?
Nah,
No.
Rico is mad about the slave trade.
Uh,
But I had a
uh,
question for
Okay,
you,
let's
The
Carla.
ask
reason,
you about a continent you've never been to.
I have a
yeah,
question
but the
for
reason
you,
I brought
Carla.
it up because
I don't think so, Steve. I see FBA is catching on fire everywhere.
Okay, okay, fine.
I
Where,
just
Let me ask
because I
Carla
was
my
out.
question real quick.
Oh, go
Let me
ahead.
ask Carla my question. So, Carla, you're familiar with Castro, right? Castro Zulu. You've interacted with him before.
who?
Castro,
Cassius
Castro.
Zulu, he called into your show a few episodes
Pastor
ago.
Zulu?
Castro.
Yeah. What about him?
Yeah,
How you say his name?
Castro,
Castro?
whatever his name is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, do you think that George Floyd death was what is the word? That he deserved to
what
die the way he died?
justified? Nah,
Look,
Justified, yeah.
nobody deserves
nah.
to die. Nobody deserves
Hell
to
no,
die.
man.
hold up. But the thing is, George Floyd was full of drugs. Whatever.
That's
He
the
kneeled
same
on
argument he was making,
he
so he
kneeled
deserved to
on
die
his
because he was
neck
full of
for
drugs.
8 minutes, man. What the hell are y'all talking about?
No,
That's
my
not
whole thing is
justified.
he should have died. And the bottom line, the optics of that guy putting his foot on the neck,
Man.
that was just
Yeah,
enough,
that
right?
was
But you know what gets me is that should have been right. George Floyd should have been Fernando Castillo. Everybody just exploded on that case. Maybe we overreacted, but that was just years of watching things like
Oh
Almost
yeah.
That's the
Edward
point.
They
Garner,
rioted for
that.
Castile
But by
too
the time
though,
George
but
Floyd,
not
right,
on the level of George
that
Floyd.
pricked black people like this. He was like crying for his mother with his guy's foot on his neck, right? The
Yeah.
backdrop of that, right, had all those other things never happened. Stanley Crutchett in Oklahoma, Alton Sterling in Louisiana, Eric Garner, Michael Brown had all those things. Fernando Castillo had all these things
Trayvon
never
Brown, no,
happened, right?
Trayvon
Okay,
Martin.
No, but Kyla, even worse than that, a quick fire movement where a cop shoots somebody in the haste of the movement is different than sitting on somebody's neck and watching him die slowly in front of your eyes for
exactly.
8 to
Yeah, I
9
agree
minutes.
with you on that.
That
Yeah,
was more
that is
jarring than anything else.
fucking crazy, man.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't.
I
I
don't
mean,
think
I
I
don't.
don't think
You
he
know,
deserved to die, right? But I don't think and also his original arrest, right? What they had, he had a phony $20 bill.
Right.
Yeah, some fucking
That was not
$20
that was
bill.
hold up.
Accused of having a phony $20 bill, but it was never actually substantiated.
Yeah, right. So
Yeah.
that was not enough to
And plus, they said them two had a background with each other. It has something
yeah,
to
yeah.
do.
So
Yeah,
therefore, I'm saying like this: what's happening
they had a
is
substantial.
that when you get in these situations, right? And this is why you have to the police get so comfortable in manhandling people, and stuff like that, right? I don't think they know how. They're not really trained to be like, say walk away. I think police got to learn how to de-escalate situation. I think in my personal opinion, right? I just think we live in a situation where police just when they see a black man, I go through this all the time, right? I'm a law-abiding motherfucker, right? But when I'm in the store, the cops, the police in the store, and whatnot, they always have this thing where I feel like they're on their guard, right? They feel like it's their job to protect the big black guy. He gets out of line, And so therefore, hold up. Therefore, someone like George Floyd who had a little sides to them, even though he was like even Eric Gardner, right? Eric Gardner was a harmless teddy bear, right? The police got on him to put him in a chokehold. That was unnecessary. It's like my whole thing is, and people
For
don't like when I
selling
say this,
some
I don't
damn
like
Lucy
this, right?
cigarettes,
Hold up,
man.
hold up. You cannot have you FBAs haven't figured that out. You
What?
cannot hold up. Let me say this. The thing about this, Betty Badeka, the black nationals of Pan Africa, our ultimate goal is to be away from these people. I believe that black people should live in black communities, and we should have police that police the black people who know how to deal with it and not de-escalate. But let me tell you something. When I talk to a lot of black cops in the hood and whatnot, and you say, "Man, how you do that?" They say, "Oh, wait, I know such and such and whatnot. We're gonna take him to jail. He probably off his meds. We're gonna sleep him off. We're gonna take him home to his mother and whatnot. He lives with his mom and whatnot. We're gonna take him home and whatnot. And we have to go down there, police station. We're gonna smack him up a little bit. Get him right when I sober up. Whatnot. By the time whatnot in the morning, he'll be a new person. Probably take him to breakfast and then take him home." That's the sort of police we need in our community. People who know their people, right? Know that your people aren't bad, right? Know that sometimes you might have to discipline them, whatever like that. You might do like that, and be the law or not be the structure for them, right? Other than people who don't have anything to do with you, right? And you throw these white people in areas where you got black people who got mental issues, stuff like that. What do you think's gonna happen?
Yeah.
There's crimes. Well, hold up, but you FBA people, you're
What?
saying that's okay. You guys are saying the social order is okay so long as you guys delineate from Africans. I don't understand the FBA, man. You guys are sold out, man.
I don't agree with that. I don't know who said that.
But that's what the FBA, all the FBA
that's what
talk about.
Tariq said.
They don't talk about police. They don't even talk about police brutality anymore.
I mean,
All
that's what
they
Tariq
talk
said
about is
about.
black immigrants. You would
Well,
think,
I didn't hear him
hold on,
say
you would
it,
think
but
African
okay.
immigrants and Caribbean immigrants are the ones putting the
Tariq
foot
said
on the
what?
neck.
What did Tariq
You
say,
talking about
Steve?
like
Hey,
what?
Bantu, who's the biggest threat to the livelihood of African Americans? Police brutality or immigrants?
Immigrants. Immigrants.
Other Black Americans.
Okay,
Had to.
I forgot the
Those
question
two
now. Okay, is it between immigrants or
Niggas,
police
other Black
brutality?
Americans and then
Right.
immigrants and then
That
police
wasn't even a
brutality.
question, man. Y'all throwing Black Americans in.
He
Nah,
just
because
doing
that's the focus, right? People attack immigrants as if they are a hindrance to their upward mobility, their
Yeah.
safety, their prosperity in this country, rather than
Uh,
systematic racism and prejudice
I'm gonna
against
steal
black people
something
in
from
this country.
1776 right quick, right? He said, "Hardly ever do you run into an African.
I
Most of
think
us
that's what
hardly
I
ever
was
run
about to
into
say.
them."
I was thinking it's about the
Bullshit.
same. I was gonna say it's about like on
Bullshit.
the same level. They're on the
Steve,
same
What
you
level.
gotta
is
slow
on the
down.
same level? Is that what, Colin? You hear this shit?
yeah,
It's
man.
the
How,
same
Huh,
level.
how has an immigrant ever negatively impacted your life, Bantu?
By stealing and resources and shit. That's
Man,
impacting me.
Man, y'all can't. Y'all
I'm
be
a
Bantu,
arguing
fucking taxpayer, man. Don't be stealing
and
from
Now,
me.
hold on, check this
man.
out.
information.
I'm reading this article. It says $250 million Minnesota fraud ringleader forced
Yeah,
to surrender
man. Niggas is stealing
her
from me,
Porsche.
man.
Right? It says Minnesota architect of a vast pandemic relief fund is now being stripped of the luxury lifestyle, and federal judge ordered ringleader feed our future scandal hand over her Porsche. I wonder what her name is. Let's see. Let's scroll down.
Usually
Uh,
the let me
it's
stop.
not conveniently leaving her name out.
Steve, you ever see
When you conveniently leave
documentary
the name out,
called The Great
Do you
Migration?
agree with that, Colin? That immigrants have a
hold on,
negative
Jonathan.
impact on your
I
life
really can't hear you
by
right there.
stealing your
Hold up,
resources?
hold up, hold up. My life personally, no.
Well, not my life personally,
I'm
but
not my life. No immigrant.
I
Fucking
mean, the argument they use is that America steals their resources.
well, no, they give it away to America. They beg them to come get it.
Yeah, they don't give it
I'm just
away.
saying that's what I hear.
There's
Yeah,
no stealing. There's no stealing resources. They make deals with only
But
leaders that
who
these
gives it
people
away?
elect.
Is it some corrupt leaders in office?
yeah.
You you vote for them.
Do you really think elections are fair in Africa?
And
Hell yeah,
nah, I don't
Okay.
think they fair. Shit.
I think they're fair. Hell yeah,
You think they fair?
yeah.
Do
They're a
you
lot
really think
more.
there's real
Listen,
democracy in Africa?
they're a lot more fair than people try to make it seem like they are.
Well, if
Okay.
fairness mean like you get who you voted for, I would say
They're
yeah.
fair, but they're not free.
Yeah, I would say yeah. If it's
People are
fairness
Yeah.
mean,
induced by
yeah,
cash and
they get
things.
who they voted for.
See, let me be
Yes.
the first one to let you know. The majority of the people in Africa that complain about how things are, they didn't even bother to fucking vote.
Yeah, they get who they voted for in Africa, but a lot of times,
I
Okay.
they
know a whole
pay the
bunch of Peter Oldie
people. It's
fans. You ask them, did they
tribalism.
vote in the
It's
election? Do they even
it's
got a
all kind of
voter's
shit.
card? They ain't got one.
They give
They were like,
people
"How you didn't?
rice and
How
food to
come you
get their
didn't win?"
vote. They promise them
Didn't
all
even
kind of
vote.
shit, money and shit, and they be
My wife is
lying.
guilty of that bullshit. Oh, it's
Right?
all about, man, Tanuba got in office. Half of you didn't vote. Shut up.
No, because
See,
voting in
there goes
Africa,
African God,
Steve,
Jonathan.
voting in Africa
Hold on,
takes
yo.
your whole day. You have
Yeah,
to
Oh,
stay
okay,
in line for like
okay.
16 hours.
they ain't got time for that shit unless they gonna get them
African God
something.
says, Jonathan, you really think Tina Boo got voted in?
Hell yeah.
He
Nah,
got
that was a
voted
rigged
in.
election.
It was
That's
probably
my point.
tribalism though. It was tribalism.
Peter will
That's
be
my point, though.
most
Like,
likely won that election, but the guy, the head of the
But
election
that's
commission, Yakubu, he
that's
cheated for Tinubu.
they say like the group
and
the group the
that's why I
tribal.
question voting in Africa. Is it real?
Yeah, it's real. It's
It
tribal.
depends. Like for Liberia, for example, right? The sitting president, once he
The
became
biggest,
president, he
most
lost.
powerful
His
tribe
party lost
always
almost every election,
always
senatorial,
win.
representative, and even during election time when he lost by like 17,000 votes, he relinquished power and conceded. So we always take pride in our democracy and making sure that we don't want to go back to civil war. So we tend to have a good electoral system. But
Okay,
Nigeria,
that's good.
it was almost blatant that it was stolen from Peter Obi and maybe even Atiku, who were probably more popular than Tinubu. But he paid the
That's
most
correct,
money,
B1.
and he was connected to the ruling party at the time. So they rigged it in his favor. I mean, God is who is a Yoruba is telling you that it was most likely rigged, and that was a
Who?
consensus of many people.
African goddess? Oh.
Hmm.
B1 said that
She
some
said it was
candidates
rigged. No one
been
admitted voting for him,
banned.
and they were counting votes for days after they were supposed to have finished. Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
But yeah, I heard about some like B1 said. I heard about some candidates being banned and then put in jail so they can't run against jailing their
Who?
opposition and stuff like that. So
Oh, you talking
Yeah,
about elections in Africa? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Some
yeah,
African countries, if it's
yeah,
a
yeah.
dictator, if you got a military guy, like what happened in Guinea a couple of weeks ago, where he
yeah,
banned most of the viable opposition, candidates, or what happened in Tanzania, led by a woman, a Muslim woman. She banned the viable, opposition, and she won by like
oh, so she a
90% of the
Muslim.
voters, something crazy like that. So in
Mm.
some countries, it's really not free or fair. But Liberia, we take pride in our elections, man. It's been fair for the most part. We've had
That's good.
successive transfer of power. We hadn't had a coup since 1980. You know, it's been pretty good when it comes to our elections.
Going back to what we were talking about earlier with the whole FBA thing. The reason why I said that, like, the FBA seems to like it's tethered to like right wing ideology. And from when I was talking to like some black people the other day, it's like I don't think they'll go for it. Most black Americans will go for it because
Go for what?
like I
Why
said,
you don't think
like the whole
so?
the whole FBA thing. Because like I said, it's tied to like right wing ideology. Every single talking point they have, and I mean the people who they align themselves with.
All right,
Most FBA
name an example. Give me an example.
I'm speaking as
They're
far as
against
people in the
immigration into
FBA
this
camp,
country.
Against
right? As far as the
immigration
people
to
that are
this
like in the
country?
FBA camp,
Yeah, especially from black people. They want them to be deported.
Is that what do you say? Is that a right wing? What do you say? What is
That's a
it?
right. That's a right wing talking point. Right wingers hate
Uh-uh.
immigrants. They want to preserve
the
whiteness,
whole replacement
so
But
they
theory,
want to bring in
I
more white
don't,
immigrants.
I
like
wouldn't
Chris
say
Brown.
that that's FBA
FBA don't talk
position.
about white
That's
immigration into this country. It's not a talking point of
that's
theirs.
not FBA
Yeah, they do.
position. I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't say that's FBA position on. Nah.
And what I'm saying is, when you actually on like when you in the streets, right, you hear the exact opposite from
What?
FBA.
What?
Like you hear the exact opposite of how y'all talk online. Like you hear the exact opposite.
That ain't true either, Steve.
Hell no, that ain't
I'll be
true.
the first one to be
What?
honest, right?
Where you been at on the streets?
Steve is the thing is Steve is over there in a little ass country.
I know you live in the
FBA
woods,
ain't
man.
really a bunch of country bumpkins like that. The
Fuck
FBA
you,
are in
country bumpkin.
Chicago, Detroit,
Bruh.
LA, Bay Area. They're not really, they're around the people that
FBA
where
in
the immigrants actually
Chicago
are.
is on fire. Well,
And that's the difference, Steve. So if
of
you in
course you're
the
gonna
you
be
in fucking
anti-illegal
Carolina,
immigration.
you ain't got a lot
I
of
mean,
Why
damn
the
most people
fuck?
don't
immigrants
want
down
Why
illegal
the
there.
fuck
So
immigration.
you
would
But
you
wouldn't
want
be like
somebody
that.
overrunning your country?
I mean, that makes sense. Illegal immigration, that makes sense. But
Yeah,
I'm saying like even
that's the talking point. Ain't no fucking we just hate all immigrants. Stop.
no, that ain't what I'm saying. But I'm saying when you listen to a lot of the FBA rhetoric, a lot of it's like right wing
That is
adjacent.
propaganda, man.
It's right wing,
Okay.
bro. They were the biggest one pushing. Kamala is not this. She's not that. She blah blah blah.
She
She said shit
not.
about. They said
She
shit about
not.
Trump. Fine, bro.
She not FBA. She not black. She not shit.
But what is
She a
she do?
fucking
And she
Indian
got a
from
horrible
fucking
record in
wherever the
California
fuck.
when it comes down to black people. Unfortunately,
Thank you,
that's the
B1.
reality.
FBA is Republican.
Yeah,
FBA's line up with Republicans. If you
they
see how
are
most of
lining up
them
with
voted, they'll
Republicans.
tell you.
Yeah,
Steve, the
They'll tell
average
you that,
Pan
oh yeah, I
African
supported
that
All
I've
right,
Trump.
so
seen,
what if
the
FBA
average
line
Pan
up with
African that I've
Republicans?
seen
That
on
don't
That's what
mean
I'm
YouTube
we
got
saying.
gotta.
Like,
lives
how
with
would that
That don't
catch
mean
Republicans.
on
we
with
agree
most
with
black
every
Americans?
fucking
Most black
thing they
Americans,
say or do.
Steve, don't call us sound
I
like a
don't see most
Republican.
black Americans.
So you
going that
think
Republican route.
Black
I don't see it.
Americans gonna
Don't
stick
Kyla
with a
sound like a
Democratic
Republican?
Party that's been dogging them for so
Absolutely.
long?
Tyler is a Republican. He
Just
just don't like
But
the American.
Kyla
Wait a
did vote
minute.
for a
just
Republican. Most
Let,
Black
let's get to
Americans
the
did it
point.
though. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Do diners sound like a Republican?
Yeah, but they are though.
Now do Tariq Nasheed sound like a Republican?
Yeah, he was basically cheering on that damn Trump, man. He's like he's all
He was.
He
Now
sounds
in this very situation, you got both Pan Africans and FBA
Tyler is not a Pan
agreeing with
African.
the same shit.
well, Carter's
Dinah
a
says so.
black
Diners,
nationalist.
I'm not sure about diners either.
I'm
He's
a
a Pan African. Don't try that shit.
I'm not a Pan
Man,
African.
Dinah's is
Hold up,
But
Pan African
people
as can
basically
be.
have co-opted that term, right? I got people like fucking 77 calling themselves a pan, so I gotta run from that shit.
hey,
No.
did you see my comment earlier, Kyla? That guy that you played in that.
A Republican or MAGA, whatever like that, because there's things
Kyla's
that
a conservative.
I'll say that I am a conservative black person
Just
who's
like
right. I go by
There you go.
I go by what the way I was raised and what I see. They had nothing to do with white people. Look, I basically grew up in a black society that worked. You know, I come from a functioning black community that works. Right.
just like
That's where my values from. You know, it has nothing
And
to do.
there's I always say there's a difference between a conservative and MAGA. There's a difference.
You call
FBA is not MAGA, homie. Nah, you gonna put some respect on that.
yeah, you guys.
No, I didn't say y'all were MAGA. I'm just saying y'all lean to that or that way from what I seen, from what I
MAGA,
hear.
you know?
No, because I heard Colin say that before too.
You guys are MAGA, man. You know.
Like that,
I mean,
Colin.
like if you
Hey, Colin, the one who voted for the MAGA man. He trying to call somebody
Well, the
MAGA.
bottom line, look, I know. I will say like this. Look, if Kamala Harris would have won, right?
Oh
Young
yeah, I
black
agree
ass
with you on
he's
that.
so fucked
Yeah.
right now. Because let me tell you something. You talk about politically inconsequential.
Yeah.
Because Trump won, you might have a chance. You know why? Because they're gonna try really hard within which they're not gonna be disingenuous because they're not gonna come up with any money or anything like that, right? For example, let's say I only know what Dave talks about New Jersey. Black people in New Jersey, black businesses in New Jersey only get 15 cents out of every $100 spent by the state of New Jersey, right? And that's a Democratic stronghold. That means we got nothing for our vote. If that's the case, right? If Kamala would have won, that I know that's not the case in Virginia. Black people have a lot of businesses that they build a state with here, you know. Can you imagine nationwide in black strongholds in the South, black people suddenly get 2 cents out of every fucking $1,000 spent in the state when that. Imagine that becomes the norm. Everything, but it's only mostly the Northeast, you know. But the bottom, imagine that nationwide, every state, black people really got nothing, right?
And I
So it was
think
a
that's a
Democrat.
good. You know what?
Kamala would have won.
It was the
I think that's
Democrats
a.
who wanted
Kyla
black people to
posted
be involved more in things and have more opportunities.
Hey, you know what? I
It
think
was the
that's a good
Republicans who got BI.
example for you,
They
Steve.
both suck, right?
That most black
Tell me
people
why
will
a Democratic state
go Republican if it's in their interest. You see that?
Why is it in a
That's not
Democratic
even
state?
true, man. Trump was
Look what
offering us
Colin just
something.
did. Colin said, "I'm going to vote because of my interest." So
I vote my
Listen,
Tyler said he's a one issue voter.
Exactly. And there's still black people that's in real life that still think Republicans are racist. They always gonna feel that way.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter.
Well,
I think
Well,
Republicans.
the
black
thing is,
people are
Steve,
starting to
Hold on,
wake
Steve.
up.
I'm at the point where I don't
And
give a fuck if they're racist or not. You know, I don't care.
Right,
There you go.
yeah,
That's
I
that conservative
mean,
talking point right there.
I don't give a fuck if they're racist or not. All I know is
yeah, because
in
the
my
truth
state,
is, I
my
mean, they
governor.
all racist, right?
Hold up,
Colin?
look, check us out. My governor, Glenn Youngkin, right?
So what are you?
I wish the guy, he's a Republican. I wish
He's
the
an
guy,
ex-governor. Your governor's I don't know. I don't think he's taking office
Abigail,
yet.
whatever her name is, right?
Abigail Spanberger.
Hold up, but check us out. Glenn Youngkin was the best fucking the way shit ran in the state for 4 years. We only allowed to have one term, you know. I would have voted for him again, right? I don't give a fuck if he's a Republican or not. He ran the state so well. I go by what I see, you know. Now, Abigail, me something about how Virginia works, right? There's really no such thing as a Democrat and Republican here, you know.
Oh boy.
Because
have you ever voted for a Democratic governor of the state, Kyla?
Well, I didn't vote. You know, I didn't vote this election.
Oh, there you go.
I didn't vote.
So you're praising the Republicans and calling him the Republican.
What I'm saying is, but I do like Abigail over that Winston Sears, you know. I couldn't
You just
stand
don't want to vote for black people if they're not Black American. You rather vote for a white person
You keep saying that, right?
because you don't want the immigrants to have one upon you.
Saying that like I'm
It's because it was the
right?
rhetoric that she was putting out there. That's why
It
he
was
didn't
like,
like
the
it. It
stuff
was
she
the
was
rhetoric.
saying, right?
She was proud of her heritage, just like you're proud of your heritage, Colin.
No. You don't come to the South, right? This is a black neck territory, right? And talk about you. See, I'm not like the rest of these Negroes here. Let
Negroes
me tell you
ain't
something.
proud of their heritage.
You know
They
why?
I mean,
hate
she wasn't gonna get the
FBA.
black vote regardless because she had
Hold on.
Republicans
No, she
beside
didn't
her
get the
name.
black vote anyway,
Keep it
you know.
real.
But check us
Yeah.
out. Black people turned on her. Black people abandon her, right? Check us out. This is what happens, right? I'm from New York, right? I've been here for 35 years, and I'm still not accepted here in Virginia. You know, I'm still not by the black people here. I'm an outsider. She's not from Virginia, right? She's from Jamaican, right? I know how these black people are. They do not like outsiders at all. Don't tell anybody you're from New York or New Jersey or Philly or something like that.
So they're prejudiced against their own people. They're tribalists in their mindset.
Well, we all know that, you know. North Carolina, Virginia,
Okay.
do not
So those
like.
on the Africans.
Whoa, don't put North Carolina in. No, don't put North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Hold up. I went to school in 5th grade and 6th grade.
North
I
Cackalack.
went to school in 5th and 6th grade in North Carolina. I got beat up every freaking day because I was from New York.
Nah, because you were talking shit, Colin. You were being annoying. That's why I wanted to beat you
Yeah,
up.
you tried to come down to North Carolina
you know?
with that New York
It's
bullshit.
probably Steven's dad, you know.
Oh, no,
Steve,
it wasn't.
tell your daddy I said thank you for beating up Colin, man. If it was the daddy was beating him up in elementary school.
Two different generations.
But I used to get chased home. I lived across the street from school. I used to run, but I have a whole gang of them, white and black kids, when they're coming at me like I'm a dirty New Yorker. You know what they said to me?
Colin.
Hold on. You know what they said to me? We was watching Starsky and Hutch, man, you know, and people on the street doing drugs. I said, that's television. This is like every time you see New York, people are doing drugs. They're guys got guns. You got pimps every place. I said, that's fucking television. They thought that was real life. So they took it out on me, you know.
So they try to beat you up because the image of
because
North,
what they saw on the fucking TV.
Colin was probably talking down. You know how Colin is. He was probably talking down on us.
Calling
I
them
was
geezies,
black. I didn't know nothing about the down south. I didn't know nothing about that shit, you know.
But Kyle, I got a story about this as well. It wasn't me personally, but my uncle, right? He said like he grew up down south, but he was in DC, and he said they used to do the same thing to him. They used to call him, country and everything else. So I mean, I don't really understand. Like that happens. I mean, that'll happen anywhere.
But Colin said black people are all united. They don't have sectionalism and
It's not.
It's like the city people saw country people,
that serious, but
country bumpkins, and
Exactly. He said he had a fight every day after school. Like they used to come
the
pick on him
country
because he was from the country.
call us city slickers. They call us.
This is what they say. They come down here, y'all some slick talking niggas, man. That's what they
always say. They call us city slickers.
Y'all some slick talking.
And we call them
exactly. So it's like it's not one sided.
They'll be talking to you one time. I had a client of mine, Mr. Mason, older guy, right? He was my client, right? And then I said, Mr. Mason, why you cancel your policy? I went with another agent, right? I had him for 5 years, right? And then he just went off on me. He said, yeah, I like you and everything like that. We had some time, but you know something? You a slick talking nigga, man. You know, man. Every time I talk, you always got some. You from New York.
Yeah, that's a compliment, if anything.
No, he just went off on me. He was like, you about a slick talking,
Well, it's not a compliment depending on how you say it.
But that's how a lot of Southerners think, man. He wasn't saying nothing.
No.
He told me a story. He used to be in a band. And whatnot, he played the saxophone, whatever like that. Cool. I used to write his policy every year. But this 1 year, man, he said he went with another agent because I didn't get back with in time. Like I said, I wouldn't get back in touch with him. He said, well, somebody else came and did it right now. And let me tell you something. You were slick talking. Man, I've been putting up with your ass for years. You just let me fucking have it, man.
Yeah, because you probably sweet talk him to get him, to be his policy person.
No. He was a good. I helped him out when I'm like, he was a good guy. He said that he had a friend of ours. We knew the one case, right? He said, yeah, a friend of his, a son was killed. He was an army guy, killed at the gas station up the street. I said, oh, yeah, I remember that case. I said, what happened? He got these dudes. He was in his car. He just got home. And these dudes tried to punk him, right? and they just stand each other down, and the dude just went pop, 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 and drove off. They never got caught. I said, I remember that case. I was like, I remember that case. He said, yeah, it was right up the street at the Exxon, you know. I said, oh, he said, yeah, it was my friend's son, you know. I said, yeah, I remember that case. You know, that was all in the news. They would say they said the people witness said they weren't saying nothing to each other. They weren't saying nothing. There was one person said, yeah, they were staring at each other, right? They were staring each other down. And the dude, I guess the dude was mad that this army guy, he was at an army uniform and everything, wasn't scared, whatever, like that. They look at these motherfuckers like, fuck y'all, whatnot. And I thought about me because I'm like that, right? They just drove off and just stuck the gun out the car, bop, 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 you know, while he's pumping his gas.
Yeah, you gotta be.
I said, yeah, I remember that. That's how we bonded because we was talking about that case. He said, yeah, man, that was my friend's son, you know. He was home for the holidays or something like that, man. He said,
rest in peace to him.
That's it, you know. So,
listen, like somebody said in the chat, right? It's not really it's not really a northerner thing. It's more so like a New Yorker. So they usually get all the smoke.
It's
So a
only
lot
New
of people
York
do
people.
think they're arrogant.
When I lived in the South, we got along great with the Southern people. There was no problem.
Oh,
So
y'all,
just
ain't
leave it
much
niggas.
difference between a California nigga and a Southern nigga, man. You know,
Like,
y'all
for instance, I met a lot of people from California and North Carolina that moved from LA. They cool. They real chill.
Yeah,
California
niggas
niggas
is
in New
like
York,
Southerners.
you know, Southern niggas the
You,
same.
you know what
But
it
we
is,
just
though?
city
You
slickers.
know what it
That's
is,
all.
Bantu?
We just city
There was
slickers.
already niggas in New York before the Great Migration.
They say,
So they got that uppity
bottom line is that
nigga
you come down
way
south.
of thinking.
Like
If you from
New
California, you
York,
definitely came
New
from
York
the South.
got all the girls. That's
Right.
another thing they hated, man. They hated that shit. You know,
Kyla, I just posted a
New York
link in the
ain't
back
get no
chat.
girls, man. Get
Some
out of
crazy
here.
shit. Check it out.
And what you call so what I'm saying is this though. So when people tell me, oh man, like 70, we gotta go over there, that's another dumb nigga, right? The bottom line is this: when you go talk about going to Africa, right? You talk, I gotta assimilate with a fucking, you know, in every society, right, throughout the world, right? You know, this is what I'm gonna burn 77. When he ever comes up here, I'm gonna burn him with this shit. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna eat him, right?
Come up 1776, but you don't get dropped.
I'm gonna
He
smoke with this.
coming.
Look, hold on. Somebody asked for the link in the chat room. He didn't come up. See how people are scared?
Oh.
Dude in the chat room said, "Put the link one night." You know, and he
That
gets
was
scared.
that was JA. That was JA or Ja.
That was Ja. Where's he at?
Not Ja and Zola, but the other Ja.
The one from Dinah's platform.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Steve, did you notice all the immigrant people? They were all aligned together, and all the Black Americans were almost aligned together.
I noticed that.
Well, what happened, man? I don't even be watching that shit no more.
That's how it be.
I caught the last 30 minutes.
Yeah. So what I'm
I
saying
don't be
was,
watching no fucking Pan African TV.
but check us out. Hold on. But check us out. 1776 says he believes in America, right? Do you know America's thing was we respect true American creed is we don't respect any titles of nobility. America doesn't recognize nobility, right? And it also America's creed is the eminent domain of the republic. There's an eminent. Then it's on the state and federal level. Each level of government has eminent domain over the territory it presides over, right? The local, regional, state, and the federal all have eminent domain in many ways. They got to be challenged in court. In a traditional African society, a chieftaincy have domain over tribal land, right? So 1776 will be going like 5,000 years back in time if he wanted to be
5,000.
You know, he's a fucking idiot. You don't know the fucking stuff. He says stuff that's a troll, but he don't know what he's saying. So no,
Tyler, can you share the story I put in the bag with the chat? It's some crazy shit, man.
That's a white dude that was snatching bodies out of the graves and shit.
Oh yeah,
hanging them in his house. I seen
saw
that
it on the news.
I'll play some more. Let's play it later.
Typical white people.
What I'm trying to make is if 1776 believes in America so much, how could he possibly go to Africa and basically talk about I want to join the tribe, whatever?
He said if he goes to Africa, he's going to be all the way in. You know,
he's going to be all in, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that, Colin.
Also believe in 1776. The idea of 1776 was we basically got rid of kings and stuff like that to live as the idea of liberty.
But he's saying that he's not going to try to bring the West to Africa. He said if he goes to Africa, he's going to be all in.
But why is he using 1776? Yo, Steve, you understand something, man? I know if you
No,
ever
I
went
get
to
what you say. I get what you're saying, but
yo, Steve, if you ever went to New York, man, go with somebody because you're gonna be taken.
Oh my God! Don't
Well,
say that because you're gonna be taken. That's some other kind of shit you said. What you mean he's gonna be
Tyler,
taken?
where's Steve going to be taken to?
Steve, man, somebody's gonna tell you to
You know what? You know what it means to be taken, Carla?
hold on, yo, Steve.
yeah.
You trying to say they're going to bunk?
Hold on. I want to hear what
They
Kyler
going to
got to say.
bunker bust
I want to hear
Steve?
what Kyler got to say.
Steve, if you go up
You
to New York,
nasty New York niggas.
if you come back to North Carolina with a deed to the Brooklyn Bridge and the Empire State Building, I'll smack you in the head.
Carla,
I'm just
Steve, you ain't got to worry.
he
Tyler
think you
won't
too
go to New
gullible and
York no
stupid,
time
man. They're gonna
soon.
show you the New York Bridge for $1,000.
Oh man.
Yo, Steve,
Kyler,
man.
I'm just repeating what 1776
Hey,
said. I'm not saying whether I agree with him or not.
You're gullible. You believe it.
I don't believe what he's saying. I'm just telling you what his
You
mindset
like you
is.
believe him. You said to articulate what
Kyler.
he said, man. You know.
The man is saying, which I agree with him on, whether he's trolling or not. But if you can have dual loyalty, right? He's an American. He's been here for a long time.
It don't work like that. You know.
Why? Who said
You
who?
can do it. You can do it.
Hold
I
on.
got dual loyalty.
Yeah.
Look. Bottom line is this: if you when I go to Liberia, right, I give absolutely nothing up. I don't give a fuck about no chief.
That's you.
Just when so I'm like this. I'm not giving anything up. Wife's telling me today when she can't wait till I get there. She goes, "Oh, I can't wait till we go to." I said, "Already, man." She goes, "We already going to Club Maserado." I said, "Well, you got reservations made?" I can't wait till we go to Club Maserado. We go to the Calabash and shit like that. We have a fucking lifestyle up there. Anybody trying to fucking pay homage to another thing? What I know,
of course, that's the point. That's what he was saying. He was saying that you bring your Americanized mind to Africa.
I could care less. I'm gonna keep bringing
Which is true.
You know, it works for me. You know, it always works for me.
Fine.
Bottom line,
oh, there you go. Join the panel, 1776.
1776, Brace the Tribe shit. How can you talk about Brace's tribe and you're a black patriot if you're supposed to be loyal to America? America is about liberty, you know.
But that's the point I'm trying to make, Kyle. I'm not saying whether or not he's going to do it or not, whether we believe him or not. He's saying that if he were to go, which I don't believe he would go. If he were to go,
he's not. Do you believe?
Okay, that's fair. He's not going.
Let me ask you, Steve. Do you think 1776 one will ever go to an African country? Two.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so.
He'll go,
He's put a lot of time in researching stuff. People who took an interest in something.
I don't think so. I don't believe it.
Okay.
I believe he'll go. I don't think he's going to integrate into a tribe.
I won't lie. When I found out that nigga actually be studying Liberian shit,
right.
I'm like, that's kind of weird.
He has a genuine interest in it.
He only studies the country because he trolls me. That's all it is, you know.
Oh gosh, God! If you ever think it's about you,
control you without studying.
You want to know the crazy thing about 1776?
Platform, you know, that's all it is, you know.
Kyle, you want to know the crazy thing about 1776? When you end the show, he talks the exact same way. So I really don't think he's trolling.
I think he's just stupid, you know. I think he's stupid. The bottom line is this. If you talk about you're going to go and be a tribalist, but on the same hand, you talk about 1776, the Declaration of Independence. Let me tell you something. Yeah, I say this, right? The Declaration of Independence is probably the most revolutionary document ever created, right? Let me tell you why, right? Do you know almost every last single revolutionary in the 19th and the 20th century based their ideology and was inspired by the American Revolution? It was something so revolutionary that a people could say that they declare their right as free people against the king and stuff like that. People thought they were insane. You know, now we just say it's normal. Now, you know who else was inspired by the American Revolution? Dr. Sun Yat-sen, you know, all these people from around the world, everybody from Patrice Lumumba, even Kwame Nkrumah said the American rulers, but they took it into their own countries, you know, and built their own countries up. The American Revolution was never about the black man. It was about the people who could assimilate and become part of the white majority in this country, you know. That's what 1776 is making his mistake. He's trying to be a black white man, you know. That's where he's making a mistake. Sun Yat-sen was inspired by the Declaration of Independence, right? But he basically used that to overthrow the Manchurian rule in China, and built the Chinese Republic. So a lot of the people, Lee Kuan Yew was inspired by the Declaration of Independence. All these words, Lincoln, all these people inspired people from the world. But that don't mean they wanted to get on a boat and come to America. They wanted to use those words to build their own countries up.
But then 1776 would technically be right because the difference between those people and us is that they're already in their own country.
Yeah, but hold on. But the thing is, though, we were in the country, but we weren't enfranchised. And I know when they wrote the 1776, they were not talking about black people. We were in chains. We were in bondage.
Majority was.
Hey, yo, you can hold on. You cannot be in bondage. And then they proceeded to, right? The reason why we got Liberia, right? When they wrote the Constitution, they said, now what do we do with the black people that are free, but they're not slaves? So they began right then when the country was founded, right? To say, we got to do something. Jefferson, all of them said, we got to do something about these black people. They never intended for us to be part of that. That's the truth. They never intended for black people to be part of this society. And we lied to ourselves by telling us they were talking about us too.
But Kyler, you make it seem like it's impossible for a black man to be patriotic in America.
Oh, I'm saying like this. I'm saying, look, if you want to do that, but I just consider you a fool.
Okay, that's fine.
You're saying Frederick Douglass was a fool.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, man.
Yes. I have very little respect for most people out there.
You saying the people that set up? You said the people that led the Harlem Renaissance was a fool? Because they wasn't Pan African.
Wait. Let me ask you this, Kala. Was MLK a patriotic?
Look, the bottom line is this.
No.
Hold on. A lot of times people, black people, I'm like, look, let me tell you this, right? We're a fool. Everybody's a fool once in a while, right? We're a fool for our wife, our job. If you work 40 years at a job, right, for a gold watch, what do you consider yourself? A fool, right? If you're basically going out there, Jonathan, let me ask you this, right? Let's say you're out there with a female, right? And you know what's happening to you, right? And you're going out to dinner and whatnot, and then she always says, "Oh, I want to take buy an extra T-bone, take the steak home," right? And you say, "Okay, babe, I'm Jonathan Miller, I'm balling out of control. I'll buy you a steak, whatnot." She'll ask, I want to eat this tomorrow, or whatever like that. And let's say she was giving it to her side man, right? After a word of time, you catch her. You're like, "Yeah, what I'm doing? Oh yeah, I'm sitting there having salad. What about that steak? Oh, what's it? Oh yeah. I'm gonna eat that, whatever like that." Then you find out the truth, right? You find out you have some nigga walking around talking about, "Damn, man, I had a T-bone steak the other night." You overhear somebody in the barbershop saying, "Yeah, some fool bought that for you," right? Let's say you like her so much, right, that you do it again, knowing that she's going to give that steak to that dude. You bought that dude a T-bone steak. Now, are you smart or are you a fool?
You smart.
Hold on.
And you're a fool at the same damn time.
You are a fool, right? Same thing. America tells you every friggin' day, right? Through Trayvon Martin, Philando Castile, all these people like that. How many times did I tell you, right? Fuck you. You're a fucking fool. You can salute our flag all you want, but you're a fucking fool. We took your leaders out. We took all we humiliated you. We burned Black Wall Street down. What the fuck? We burned Wilmington down. What the fuck you gonna do about it?
I disagree, Kala. Now, in the case of 1776, if he wanted to,
how did Black Wall
about how it burned down? Now, in this case, if I wanted to be pro 1776 and side with him, I could easily just be like, not all white people own slaves. When Harriet, hold on, Kyla. When Harriet Tubman was trying to leave the South and go to the North, white people helped her.
That's another
so we
lie.
Can't crucify all white people.
That's another lie, right? Because it wasn't so much an individual; it was a system that all white people enforced. Even if you didn't own slaves, you benefited psychologically and mentally from the slave trade. You were given a position of enforcement. Most of the people own slaves were slave catchers and enforcers. You know,
Yeah, but that's not majority of the people, though.
it doesn't matter. You know, it was their society.
But that would make total sense.
I know you guys want to defend the white man and whatnot. You know, I get that. You know, you love
No,
him.
I'm making the cases for
You love the white man.
1776, and that's about it.
You know, the bottom line is it is what it is, right? Sometimes you got to stand up like a man and just say, "Look, it is what it is."
But Carla, in that very same instance, you can't be pro-Africa because they sold the slaves.
Hold on, no. Look, hold on.
So that doesn't work either.
Look, I never said I was pro Africa. You know, I said that's my ancestral homeland, right?
Yeah.
And I have a duty to my ancestral homeland. You know, that don't mean I support everything that goes on in Africa. What you guys are doing is basically bootlicking everything that America does. You guys say, look, okay, I could compartmentalize America. There were some people who were for us, some people didn't. But what you guys want to do is just say, man, if they're white, man, they must be all right. You know?
No. Carla, in that very instance,
Peace and
the
blessings to
hate
everybody.
that you have for white people,
Nobody
you
ever
have
said
to
that.
point that
Hey,
right back
hey,
at
check this out, man.
Africans for selling our
Only white
ancestors
man,
to white
only white
people.
man is
You can't skip the
let me
African part and just
let me
say
tell
white
you about
people.
my nature.
only white man I respect is
Let me tell you about my nature. My nature is all in. Whatever I do, I'm all in. I'm never on the fucking ledge. That's what you do, Tyler. You a ledge nigga, right? You be on the ledge, and you're not all the way in into anything.
Hold up.
1776. It's called yard nigga.
Can you
Yeah.
explain how can you be a
Not
1776
it's
mindset
just like this.
if you're
It's like when
Pan-African?
it's like the Somalis or Spanish people. When you come to this country, you're supposed to speak English and you're supposed to assimilate. Whatever country you choose to, once you go there, you're supposed to assimilate. If I go to Africa, I'm going to be all in African.
There's no law that says you
No,
guys
you're supposed to assimilate in whatever country. You're supposed to learn the language and the customs.
Jackass, right? Look, you're not gonna talk over me. Look, there are people that live in. I know people who are Italian, right? Who lived in places like Arthur Avenue in the Bronx or whatnot. Lived there for 30, 40 years. Still
But they
speak
spoke
Italian,
English.
you know?
They spoke English.
No,
Like the Somalis.
I know a
If
lot
you
of
want to, if you want to wear, if you want
I have
to,
friends of mine who have family.
just like if you're Muslim,
English.
you come to this country, you're not supposed to wear the Pac-Man uniform.
There's people
You're supposed to be American.
Parts of Queens, that people still speak Polish, German, and everything. You know,
No, you can't be on the ledge. You can't be a yard dude like Jonathan said.
So the bottom line is this: what are you gonna do? Shoot them?
Listen, but colleague, you're on the ledge. You're not. You don't want to be all in African, and you don't want to be all in American. That's crazy.
Hold up. There's people
That's
here.
madness. I don't have time to conversate with somebody who's not mentally straight.
There's people in Chinatown who don't speak English. What are you gonna do?
But they aren't. This is why you have Trump. This is why Trump was get stuff like that. Is why Trump got elected.
Chinatown right now, Koreatown, when there's people who don't speak any English.
And that's not the way it's whatever country any country where you lay your new era down, that's where you're supposed to assimilate.
Hold up. Well, does somebody need to tell the Chinese that?
You got 16 damn tribes and you need to choose one. You need to be Grebo, Crew.
Look, I know Puerto Ricans who don't speak English.
But you're going to Liberia, you still haven't gotten your citizenship. That's half stepping, man.
I don't need a citizenship. I'll be there.
Just stay your ass in America. I'm telling you, choose what country you're gonna be a part of.
Well, shut the fuck up, man. You don't come up here my platform, and I hate kicking people off, but you don't come up here and tell me what to fucking do. That's disrespectful. I'm not gonna tolerate anybody agrees with him. You get up on my platform right now. You're not gonna come up here and disrespect me. You don't call and tell me what to do. I go to a country because I'm there. I got a house, wife, everything like that. That's my business. Don't tell me what I got to do. If I don't feel like taking a citizenship, I don't have to. All these fucking moving the goalposts. You know, first it was, Colin, you never been to Africa. That was 6 years ago. You never been to Africa, Colin. I go to Africa. Now it's, you haven't got a citizenship. What the fuck I need a passport from the country for? Before it was, people keep moving the goalposts. I do not have to get a passport from Liberia. I don't need a passport in Liberia. I can go to Liberia and do whatever the fuck I want to do with a U.S. passport. You know?
Yeah, God forbid you do, until they change that law. You give up your U.S. citizen to be a Liberian. I think you're crazy, Colin.
Man, that's fucking stupid. The part of what makes it work is the fact that
that's not even true. Liberia has both citizenship. You can have both.
No,
Did
no.
they
Only
pass that
people.
law
Oh
yet?
no, you
That they
don't.
can
Yeah, they
have it?
passed it like 2 years ago.
No, you can't. The only people that can have citizenship are the people that was born in Liberia that had to
Not
take.
true, Carla. What are you talking about?
No, okay, Elvis. All right, you go check it out. I know.
You just said you got friends in Liberia from the United States who are about to get their citizenship.
They're giving up their U.S. citizenship.
No, that's not true. You can be dual citizens.
People that I know that's getting their Liberian citizenship are giving up their U.S. citizenship.
Not true. Not true.
They only have one. They're gonna have one passport.
No, that's not true, Carla.
And so
I think they did update the law, Carla.
Hold up, the country I go to, the customs are fucking the customs that I fucking already have. The culture and the customs are based on the people who settled and built the country. So he's so fucking stupid. If you want to go to a native village, you could do that too. But the culture of the country, the majority of people practice the same culture I practice here in America. That's the truth. They listen to the same music. The only thing different is some of the foods might be different when they're the Kolakwa, the Liberian Kolakwa. The bottom line is this: for the most part, Liberia and Black America is pretty much the same culture. And so I don't have to freaking adjust to nothing and whatnot. That's a moving the goalpost.
That's not true, Elvis. It says the requirements is that you have to be born in Liberia, you can have dual citizenship, or your mama has to be Liberian, or you have to have a Liberian parent. So Carla couldn't get that dual citizenship.
Yeah, people think I can't get dual citizenship. It's only for Liberians that were born in Liberia and had to leave and take on another citizenship. They honor your Liberian citizenship when you come back.
I'm just spitting non-facts.
That is not true.
What am I looking at right now, then?
What is the source? What is the source you're reading from? What does it say?
Yeah, Elvis, you've been taking
Liberia Immigration Service website.
I'm telling you, it's not true.
Elvis, you've been taking L's a lot lately.
I'm telling you, it's not true. So I don't know what Carla is talking about. The people in Liberia who are getting citizenship are not giving up their U.S. citizenship.
I looked into it, right? Because I had people that asked me. I researched it a couple of years ago, and what Jonathan read is absolutely right. George Ware tried to change something, but he failed to do it. The law is.
Yeah, I believe Jonathan and Carla's correct. I just looked at it as well.
I'm looking at the Liberian Immigration Service. You can't say the government's lying, Elvis.
It's 1776, man. I didn't kick you off the show. Stop it. This man.
This guy, man. Why does he think Steve got so much fucking power, man? I don't fucking get that,
Steve got a lot of power.
He just talks a bunch of nonsense. Oh, you gotta do. You don't tell me what the fuck I gotta do. All I do in this life is stay black and die. That's what I would say. Stay black and die. Anything else is a fucking choice. Go to Liberia. I'm there and whatnot. I enjoy myself. I cannot wait to get there in a few weeks and whatnot. Matter of fact, I'll probably buy my plane ticket next week.
Dusty brother, man, you gotta chill.
It's sad to see a man like Carla, a man without a homeland, national anthem. Sad to see. Okay, I'll go to Liberia and sing the All Hail Liberia, all hail Liberia, all hail. So it is what it is. So it is what it is. I I cannot freaking wait to go, man. Like I said, man, Liberia is the best place on the fucking planet for a Black American man. I don't know about anybody else, but to a Black American man who loves Black women, love Black culture, Liberia is the best place on the fucking planet. Now, like I said, a lot of my Liberian people, whatnot, they don't really have the same experience.
Okay, so I wanted to really copy the full link before I post it in the back chat, but that's the point. That's the point I wanted you to read. All right. It says, while the law permits dual citizenship, the process of obtaining it for someone without prior direct Liberian descent, naturalization, can be complex and requires navigating specific newly established procedures. So you can be a citizen, Carla. That's the point. There are procedures there. If you go into it shows you the steps to take.
That procedure, unless they change the law entirely and says that anyone can come over there and get it. That would mean that Kala has to refer back to the old law that was already established. That means he'll have to give his
No,
U.S.
don't be talking.
citizenship.
Don't be talking nonsense, Jonathan. I was telling you that there is a pathway for somebody like Kyle to be a citizen.
No,
Yeah, give
There's
us his
certain
U.S.
procedures you have to follow and
citizenship.
have
I
dual
would have to
citizenship.
hold up. You didn't read the
Oh
part
God.
where it says you cannot hold two citizenships in Liberia.
What?
Liberia does not recognize two citizenships. They only recognize it for Liberians, right? Who was born in Liberia, as a birthright citizenship,
Or has Liberian parents.
right? You have to go to America or some country, right? You got Liberians that went to Australia. I didn't even know that, right?
It's not true, Kyla. I've already
Hold on. You got Liberians that got Australian passports and everything.
Elvis, post that part of the law that you're trying to explain. I post that whatever you link you're looking at. Post that link. From what
I
I've
just
seen on the Liberian
I just copy
immigration
and paste
thing,
that provision because I couldn't get the full
that's
link.
not a provision. While the law now permits dual citizenship, the process of obtaining it for someone without prior direct Liberian descent naturalization can be complex and requires navigating specific newly established procedures. That's
There
not
you
a
go.
law.
That means just pay him,
That's not
man.
a
That's
law.
all. Just pay him.
That's what it
That's
means.
all.
So when Jonathan is talking about it's
That's
not
all.
I
possible,
mean,
it's
like
not true, I'm telling
the
you it's
actual
true.
These
law.
specific
Hold on, let me tell you
procedures
something. Hold on. You don't
involve
believe anything I say. Don't ever
paying.
get caught in Liberia with a fake forged passport. Don't ever get caught in Liberia
Keep it
with
real, Elvis.
Liberia.
Specific newly established procedures.
Yeah. You know what the
What's the
Liberia
procedure?
got strict laws.
You said
you know what the
you see what it says
procedure is.
that first statement, Jonathan? While the law now
Elvis,
permits
keep going.
listen.
What's the
No, but I did read somewhere that Liberia
Dual
you can have
citizenship,
dual citizenship. I did read that
right?
somewhere.
It's talking about
But
dual citizenship
but
right here.
like the thing
The process for somebody without prior direct Liberian descent, Kala, can be complex and it requires
like he
specific
said,
newly
just could
established
be more
procedures.
complex.
wait, Kyla, hold on a second, Kyla. Because you ain't gonna let this man
It's
do that to you.
attainable,
What
but
is
like
the
Kyla
Yeah.
said,
provisions
why the
and
fuck
the
would you
procedures
want
that
it?
allow Kyla to get Liberian citizenship? What is it?
Citizenship.
Maybe it's
Because you're
marriage.
not
Is it
naming
marriage?
that part for a reason. So what is that particular part?
He probably got to live there for like 10
No,
years or
no,
20 years or some shit.
no. It's like this. You got
You know what I'm
2
saying?
years, right? 2 years as a resident, and you got to basically you have to travel. Your travel document have to be a Liberian passport when you leave and exit the country.
But Kyla, in order to
Oh,
do
so you
that,
admit it. You can
you
have
have
dual
to
citizenship. Okay.
Yeah,
Don't,
but
wait.
don't listen to Kala, man.
hold up. If you try to get back to the United States, right, you got to go through the visa process. You can't
He
use
just
your passport.
admitted it,
No
Jonathan.
way.
Yeah, that's what it
That's
is.
only for Liberia.
There's
The
people.
United States only requires a passport re-entry.
No. You can't. You just say I'm gonna leave the country. Use a U.S. passport. No, when if you're a citizen, that passport supersedes everything.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The passport, Liberian passport, preempts any other passport that you have.
Elvis, post that, whatever you will read, post that in the
Why
back
would
chat
the
so I can read it.
Liberian
Because
passport
if
supersede
we can get
anything?
Yeah,
Liberian
the brother
citizenship,
Stoic,
I'm
right?
gonna be a
Stoic say I got
Liberian
my info from
citizen in
AI.
5 years.
But it says it allows somebody born in America to.
Yeah, I know you have to stay there for some years or some shit.
Yeah, if you come there,
Post the link. I want to read it.
I'm like, your U.S. passport won't be any good.
Not true.
All your
Somebody
documents.
said still doing racial purity tests. What the world are they talking about?
What?
Somebody in the chat says still doing racial purity tests.
Probably a white person. Yeah, Liberia, you
Still
have to be black.
doing
You have to be to
racial
get citizenship in
purity
Liberia. You have to be a black African descent to be citizen in Liberia. Yeah, you got that. You have to be. You know. Now, if I wanted to be a Liberian citizenship, my wife's Liberian, I could actually get citizenship because I'm married there. You know, and I'm making it official when I get there. When not because we we never had our wedding really. We had a wedding reception, but now we're gonna have the wedding. We had a wedding reception 4 years ago. Now this time we're gonna actually have a wedding. You know, where her pastor is gonna officiate our wedding when I get there. You know,
So you can get citizenship, Kyla.
if I really wanted it, but
That's what I'm gonna say. He don't even want it.
But why would I look?
Why wouldn't you want it?
Hold up. Look, if I only live 2 months out of the year, maybe I might go there twice a year, 4 months out of the year. What do I need? Look, it's like people
But you,
talk buy land, right? I don't understand how you buy land, right? Unless you're ready to actually move there, live there, settle there, and stuff like that. Why are you buying land? I don't like.
Color, you will have the opportunity to be a real citizen of the country that your ancestors created.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, but the whole thing is this though. The things got to fucking change, right? In other words, basically, I'm not just somebody that's gonna sit back and like this. Somebody like me, when I sit down and talk to Liberians and whatnot, I sit down to talk to the mayor of Liberia. I talk to people like Hester Baker and whatnot, and they always looked at me like, God damn, it's like you should get into politics in this country, right? You're really smart. You know a lot of stuff. So basically, if I went to Liberia, right, I would have to be taking orders for fucking this guy named what's his name? Edwin Snow. These fucking goofballs I see around town all the time. The former finance minister was a fucking clown. I'm saying Yeka, when I see Harris Gray, I bumped into all these fucking clowns. And I'm saying to myself, these guys, if they were in America, they'd be on the street corner fucking begging for money. But they're fucking running a country. I can't justify that, Now, if Liberia had the sort of country, right, where they had exceptional, honorable men, educated, honorable men, I would love to join that sort of black country, But the way it is right now, because of tribalism and stuff like that, it is what it is. It is what I cannot justify that. You cannot get my citizenship. I cannot validate that. I cannot look at the government of Liberia and say you could govern me. I could want to be part of this. I look at what they did to the Capitol building. They set fucking fire to it because they didn't like the appointment of fucking the speaker or whatever the fuck they was arguing about. So the bottom line is this: until then, I have to just suck it up.
Do you think they're close?
It's a
Let
devil.
me let me ask you: do you think they're close to civil war?
You know something? A few weeks ago, right? This guy Mula, right? He didn't show up to his own parade. He said he had a rally where he had a bunch of dudes out there throwing stones at the police, and the police in Liberia are not playing games anymore. They're really trained. They're not playing. You think the ICE agents are tough? The police have said they're ready to use deadly force. They're not going to lose the country again. They're not going to go with the rice riots. They're ready to use. I'm getting it for the grapevine. They're ready, prepared to use deadly force to happen. They're not going to let it happen. So anyway, the police had a stand. They were going to march on the Capitol under this banner, lead or leave. That's a fucking insurrection, And when you go there in Liberia, right, and I'm sitting there like this, every fucking time I'm saying these guys are out there in front of the fucking Capitol building. They should be
because we was talking about that in the after show.
Fucking, should be on the farm getting the trade, a vocational skill, and go back. This is what I'm saying. Go back to their farm, their native land, and build something. They're down there fucking just acting. Oh, the government ain't doing this. The government ain't doing that and whatnot. For political points. And then what they do is they pay poor people, feed them for the day and whatnot, so they can show up to the things. If you come there and hold a sign, they make the signs up for them. And look at Liberia is a master the idea of propaganda.
Colin,
So I'm like,
1776 wants you to let him up.
Yeah, Liberia could go up in civil war. It could happen.
Yeah, we was debating that last night too.
I gotta get my Liberian citizenship.
After that crazy ass Britain dude came from my head.
Until you got what I would like to see is more Black Americans going there in large numbers, right? If you got large numbers of Black Americans, we're building enclaves and stuff like that. I think they diasporans and Caribbeans and everything, and we're all grouped together.
Carla, 1 second. Jonathan Miller, do you get your Nigerian citizenship through marriage?
Yeah.
Or did you just okay? That's the same thing for Liberia too. Let me just post that link. This is from a credible source, Al Jazeera, right?
Man, Kyle is not getting no fucking Liberian citizenship. Forget it.
No, that's if he doesn't want to. But the fact that he made it seem like it's not possible, it's not true.
Oh, I could, man, because when I get married, I could.
If you want to.
Yeah, if I want to. I could do that if I want to, but I said
I think it'll be easy to inspire Black Americans to go there. But after seeing what happens in Ghana and places where you don't actually have citizenship, that really wouldn't be inspiring. But if they can get citizenship and see that someone has gotten
Right now,
citizenship,
right now,
that'd probably be more inspiring.
right
Man,
now.
getting
Hey,
citizenship ain't
Let me say
shit,
it. Let me
man.
say
What
it.
the fuck?
The government of Liberia just opened up an office of diaspora affairs. Now, there's two things. There's a Liberian diaspora, and they also have an office of African American affairs.
check this out. I want to
I gotta go with
apologize
Cal
to the
on this
panel
one. His
for coming
citizenship
in so
ain't
hard,
shit.
but when you really serious about this, you have to be hard, man.
Watch your words,
Look,
because I'll kick you off again.
look.
Hold
You
on.
can't
Go
be.
ahead,
If you were
man.
serious about this,
This is to you, Steve.
1776.
No, I'm talking to.
Have you touched down on African soil?
Like I said, virtually, I'm 10
No,
toes
I don't
down.
want to hear about no virtually shit. You're full of shit, man. You know. I guess you have a virtual girlfriend, right? You have a virtual white chick, right?
Hey, listen. What I'm trying to say, man, when you're serious about something, if there's a will, there's a way, right?
Do you have
Look. You haven't even detached yourself mentally from this country.
Hold on.
You're still in love with America.
Hold on. Do you have a
You
woman?
have white people who go to Ghana and become cheap.
Hold on. Do you have a
right?
woman? Yo, look, white people can't get citizenship in Liberia.
Listen. You have a if you want to become you have this America thing is very addictive.
You know,
Listen, you're talking about, but you want to have a B Airbnb in Africa and just visit there once or twice a month. That's crazy.
What's that? So what's that to you?
Listen, you have to ingratiate yourself with the people there.
Look, what part
Do you know any traditional African dances?
Hold on. No, I don't give a fuck about the traditional African shit. You know, I already told you that. I don't give a fuck.
I show Speed learned like 5 dances while he was there.
He's a 20-year-old kid. I don't give a fuck about him.
But I'm saying if you're just going to visit Liberia, you're not going to become a citizen. You're not going to participate in the politics.
Look, I do.
Like Jonathan said, why are you a yard dude?
I do what the fuck I want to do. How about that?
But I'm saying, don't say you love Africa so much. You call this place the devil, right? You say this is the seat of the devil, right? But you always
shut the fuck up, man. You're never gonna win, bro. I'll give him a chance to talk. They try to fight with me all the time. You're not gonna win, bro. God. I got the mute button, bro. I'm gonna win, man. I hate to say that to you. I'm gonna fucking win, you know? Well, oh, you gotta do this. They'll tell me what I gotta do.
That's a cowardly thing to do to win arguments, Colin.
What?
Using the mute button. That's what Tariq does, and that's what you're doing.
I'm not arguing with him, right? He's in there arguing with me that which we're gonna look. You can't tell me what to do, and I'm not gonna listen to nobody telling me what to do. I don't want to hear it. You know?
Colin, who is Roberts? Who is
Elvis,
Roberts?
unfortunately, black people haven't learned how to have disagreements and communicate with each other.
Well, that's not communicating. That's just him imposing.
Colin, that's you. Nobody can get a word in for 30 seconds continuously. You're gonna cut them off.
Look,
76 was literally trying to tell him what the fuck to do.
That's what I'm saying. You're not telling me what the fuck to do. And anybody who's gonna tell me what to do can get off my fucking platform right now. I want to hear it.
That's why 76 said he coming in trying to tell him what to do.
Like Uncle Rucker said, they should have never gave y'all niggas one. Should have never gave niggas access to YouTube platforms, man.
And you come on College Genesis fucking platform, you know, as strong as I am, and tell me what to fucking do. No,
you gonna get muted every time, man.
Colin, who is Roberts? Who's Stoic one that's talking about? Who is Roberts?
I have no idea. Nobody knows who J.J. Roberts was. His father was half white, you know.
Okay.
J.J. Roberts' father was half white, you know.
Who was J.J. Robert?
Found the father of Liberia.
Joseph Jenkins Roberts.
You know.
Okay.
So, what's that got to do with anything? You know, it's half white. So what? You know, goddamn people. You know, Stoic, man. You guys got to get fucking lives, man. You know.
Yeah, they ain't got no fucking life, man.
You say his father was half white, Colin?
That's what I heard. You know, I don't
know. His father was white.
Who knows? Who cares?
Joseph Junior Robert was a mulatto. He was half white, half black.
Does that mean anything? We don't have mulatto in our culture.
But why distort the truth? Why say his father was half white?
Look, when you say mulatto, that's your culture. We don't have mulattoes in Black American culture, right?
Okay, he was mixed. His father was white, his mother was black.
My great grandfather was mixed, half black, half white, right? Did we call him mulatto? Hell fucking no. You know.
Well, I guess it's a pejorative, so I take it back. He was mixed.
And people who are outside of Black American culture, we have people in our families that are mixed. You know. So we
But
don't call
Colin,
him
you knew he was half white and half black. Why did you say
It
his
doesn't
daddy was
matter. It doesn't matter.
half black?
In Black American culture, right? If you're, for the most part, up until recently, right? New people are different, right? Traditionally, Frederick Douglass was a mulatto. He was half black, half white. W.E.B. Du Bois was half black, half white. What's your point?
No, I'm saying you knew the truth and you try to distort it by saying his daddy was half black when his daddy was purely white.
Right? So W.E.B. Du Bois, Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington were half black, half white. What do we call them? Black men. J.J. Roberts was half black, half white, I guess, right? He's a black man. Period. End of story. Jeez, you know? Okay, what you call
Misinformation is a problem on your platform, Colin.
okay,
Try to be more honest when you're disseminating
I'm gonna give
information.
you one chance and I'm kicking you fuck off. I just told you 5 black men that were mixed black and white. What's the problem?
That wasn't my problem. I agree with you on that point.
So what's it? Why are you still arguing me? That's the end of the discussion.
Yeah, Colin. There you go. This is who you are.
Right?
You're a coward who hide behind a mute button or kicking people off.
Half black, half white. Big fucking deal. So was Booker T. Washington. So was Frederick Douglass. So was W.E.B. Du Bois.
So why was your initial instinct to lie about it and say his daddy was half black?
I just heard that he
Let's
was.
just move on. Let's just move on.
What the fuck is the
Let's
difference?
just move on.
I'm sick and tired. You come up here always think that
No,
you
let them have it, man.
prove my ass.
Let them have it.
Time and you're fucking gone for good.
Kick me off, Colin. Kick me off for good.
Right.
Let's take anything away.
Out of here. You know, sick of that bitch, motherfucker. You know, get the platform. You know, look at that nigga, man. You know, it was not even that big of a deal. Okay, he was half black.
I said let him go, Steve, because Elvis was nitpicking. He was nitpicking, man.
What?
You didn't even notice Elvis was nitpicking. That's why I said.
I know. I was just trying to.
Also, Smart says he just nitpicks and whatnot. Bottom line is this: you got to freaking keep. I'm done with him. I don't even want him on my platform ever again. You know, because Hustle Smart gives me my feedback. I call him and say, "What do you think?" He said, "Yeah, he keeps nitpicking, but I keep engaging him." Tonight, I'm not engaging him no more. You know.
He wanted to pick any little thing that he could. Well, oh, you said he was half. Why you said it? Why you lying?
It's filibustering, you know.
Yeah.
So you're gonna do that? Get the fuck off my platform. Same thing with 1776. You don't come up on a grown ass man and tell me what to fucking do. I don't know who the fuck people think I am. And a lot of these people would not say that if they were in front of my face. People don't talk to me like that in my face. People get online and just talk all kinds of reckless shit and whatnot, like they can't get touched. I hate that shit. That's what I hate about the internet. I hate when people talk or run their mouth to me. I hate that shit. Try to have a civil conversation when somebody gonna come up here and tell me, "Well, you got to do this. You ain't no truth, nigga." I've been the fucking after I've been going to Africa for years now. You know, I ain't no spring chicken. You know. Yeah, Hustle Smart told me. He said, like a little fucking Elvis is a little fucking bitch, you know, like a fucking female. You know, females always what they call shit testing you. You know, that's what a female does, right? A female will be like, you sitting there watching a movie, right? And they're like, yeah, you know, I'm in a mood for some ice cream. We don't have no ice cream. You know what she's expecting you to say? Well, let me pause the movie. Let me go get you some ice cream. She's seeing how far she could take you before you put your foot down, you know, and say, "Look,
that's right.
Go in there and get some Kool-Aid, you know, go in there and get some goddamn Kool-Aid, you know. We ain't got no damn ice cream." That's an Elvis, man. He's really effeminate and shit, you know. That picking until I say, "Shut the fuck up." All right, you know, keeps going on and on and on and on. You know, me and Hustle was talking about that today, man. He said, why you engage this motherfucker, you know? I tell you, and I warned him before he came on tonight. Stop that shit, bro. I'm tired of hearing it. Yeah, I'm tired of him fucking nitpicking, bringing my show down because people inbox me and tell me, so why you let that guy on your show? He's always like getting you pissed off and shit like that. People really want to hear my message, right? And this guy just tags along when I got nothing to add to the conversation, right? I did a show. We talked about Botswana. I said Botswana is a success story. Let's talk about that. Africa is not hopeless, you know. Despite what 1776 says, Africa is not hopeless. If they use that model that Botswana used, all of Africa could be liberated. You know, Africa have resources, lithium, everything. If they use Botswana's model and turn their products into finished goods and stuff like that, and they use the people. Probably in Nigeria, they built a refinery, but the bottom line is, you know, ask how much input the Nigerians did building Dangote's refinery. Anyone want to take a guess? Zero.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Zero. That's done by all foreigners and whatnot. You know, they're walking away all the contracts, the supply chains, stuff like that.
Imagine that.
And then, ask how much of Nigerian oil Dangote buys. Zero. Now, Dangote has to buy oil from the United States because Nigeria don't have the logistics to supply its own refinery. That takes logistics to store oil, getting ready for refinery. You have to it has to be done in synchronization. Nigeria is not developed enough after all these years to supply its own oil to its refineries. It has to get it from other sources.
That's why I snapped on Ola last night. You know, who the fuck you think you're talking to, man? Fuck out of here.
We're going to habitual liar. No, I'm not a fucking habitual liar. You know, get the fuck off my platform, man, before I block your ass permanently, you know? They come up there fucking talking shit, you know? I told him, shut the fuck up. You know, what's the point? Yeah, what you call, but JJ Roberts was mulatto. So what? What does that do? That make him any less one of my heroes? He was a mulatto. So was fucking Booker T. Washington. So was Frederick Douglass. So was W.E.B. Du Bois. They were both all those men had white fathers.
From mulattoes.
John G. Jackson too, right?
A lot of our leaders back then were mulatto. You know?
I mean, Ralph Bunch.
Shout out to them.
Bottom line, he don't understand our culture. You know, we see people like that as our own. You know,
Paul Williams, famous architect in L.A.
I think Langston Hughes was a mulatto. To tell you the truth.
Langston Hughes, yeah. So
if you don't know African American culture, you'll make a big deal. Yeah, J.J. Roberts mulatto. Yeah, but in our fucking what you call it, you know, it wasn't my mistake was lying. I thought he was actually fucking part Welsh. That's what I was told. So I'm like, he always trying to get up here, try to discredit me. Like I'm like, what the fuck I need to lie on my own goddamn platform for? What do I get out of that?
Why y'all arguing about mulattoes?
I have no idea. You know, he said my first instinct was a lie.
That's just something to argue about.
He's always up here trying to discredit me. You know, he has nothing else better to do but sit up all night trying to discredit me what I say. J.J. Roberts, was he a mulatto? Was he a quarter white? I thought they called him an octoroon. John said, what is an octoroon? That means you're a quarter white, right?
I have no clue. I never heard of it.
You know,
I thought it was an 8.
Yeah, it's an 8. That means you're an 8. Yeah, that was an odd.
So if he was basically half white, why did they call fucking J.J. Roberts an octoroon?
Who cares?
Yeah,
why y'all arguing about silly shit?
Listen, it's like this, right? That's why I
we talking about FBA and politics.
That is the most Caribbean / African bullshit I have ever heard in my life.
Yeah, we don't even deal with that shit like that.
This person got some white in them. So the fuck what?
Look, in our culture, we don't even talk about fucking.
We are
like that, you know.
But I think the problem comes.
Look at Adam Clayton Powell. Right?
I think the problem comes about.
He was in our community. Look at Elijah Muhammad. You know.
Yeah. You know? I think there's a misunderstanding, right? Because when we say Black American, right? Black American is not really a phenotype; it's an ethnic group. So anybody that's
African American,
it's FBA. That's what I keep telling y'all. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Shut up, you know.
All right, I'm gonna get kicked off now.
It's not a blood thing; it's an ethnic group.
But people like when you argue with, that's why I said you can't have these people hang with us because they don't understand our culture. They don't understand how we see the world. You know.
You know what I find strange is right. They don't understand how Black Americans view our ethnic group. But in the same very way, if I ask my wife, "Girl, what are you?" She'd be like, "I'm Benin," but I'm like, "Bitch, you was born in a state that don't have any Benin people."
But what
They
about the fact
How does
that
that make sense to you?
hey
John,
Jonathan, they understand it so
hold up, you
well.
have a
That's
lot
why
of
they
you have
mad
a lot of Liberians growing now, a huge mixed race Lebanese Liberian
because
population, right? You have a lot of Liberians who marry white people and that. And you know my boy Mitchell, love to death, right? But he had his two teenage sons with this white chick, right? He calls them my little boss of men. I was like, Mitchell, I met him in Liberia too in 2023, man. I thought he was gonna punch me, man, because I used to say shit to him a
What
lot.
was he a man? Was he a man? Like
Mitchell,
you
yeah,
said, it was
Mitchell,
a
my
man.
boy Mitchell, you know.
I mean,
Prince
in
B, don't
Africa,
lie
they
and say
tend to go by
Malcolm
the
called
father's
anything
lineage. So
out.
you are whatever your father is, right?
Yeah, but
So that's
he called, but his kids, his wife, now he's with a Boston chick now, but because I used to always brag him about being with a black woman, so he
But
got with a
Steve,
white.
that's their social ideology.
right,
They
right.
want us to respect their social ideology. Well, you should respect our social ideology.
And our
that's why
Exactly.
society
I
Jonathan,
agree with
that's
will
that.
why
make
they
you
so
a black,
mad.
you
They
know.
don't want
But
us
like
to
I said,
have
like,
no
and I
fucking nothing. They don't want us to have
and I
nothing. They
was
want
that's
us
why I
to
was
be the
saying
lost
Black
niggas all the
Americans is
time.
not it's not a blood or a genetic thing. It's
Nah.
just it's an ethnic group.
Ethnicity.
So
That's all. It's a culture and
like
ethnicity.
Stoic Wonder said, the guy might not have been a black man, but he was a Black American. So there you go.
Yeah,
So
that's it.
the bottom line is this: our culture is different. Way we see the world, and we brought that view to Liberia. You know, that's why Elijah Johnson, Hillary Johnson were black men, even though they were light skinned. They were black men. Which we call J.J. Roberts was a very light skinned black man, but he was a black man. That's our culture. We brought that. That was 200 years in the making because people lived as black men in this country, no matter what. John Brown Rushworm, he was part British and part Englishman and part Jamaican. He was born in Jamaica, went to Nova Scotia, went to Maine, and then went to Maryland, and he ended up going to Liberia and become the governor of the Maryland colony in Liberia, which he basically eventually joined Liberia. He was a man that was basically mixed black and white. He was a very light-skinned black man, but he found the Freedmen's Journal. That's who we are. That's our history. So we're supposed to get rid of all our fucking ancestors who were mixed race because someone like Elvis don't like it. The fuck out of here. Like I told Kid all that. I said, look, yeah, you guys, that's the divide right there. You Africans have a different view of it, like which we call Kid all was trying to say, I don't consider Smokey Robinson. Smokey Robinson is black soul. You ain't gonna tell us to get rid of Smokey Robinson because you don't like him because you think he's too light skinned.
Listen, I gotta say this one more time. Black America is an ethnicity. It's an ethnic group. It has nothing to do. It's like people. Do you understand? Like, do we need to look at the
But that's the
definition
thing,
of an
though,
ethnic
Steve. They
group?
look at it as simply a racial group
FBA
Exactly.
now.
based on
Do we need to
color.
look at the definition of ethnicity? It's a
We
people
got
that have
our
a shared
tribe. We
culture,
got our
language.
code now. It's
Exactly.
over.
It is an
FBA.
ethnic group.
Black America.
The same
If
You
Black America was
you could
the
call
same
it
exclusive
reason
like
Black
the
why
rest of the
Hold on.
Americans.
countries, then we'd be the
FBA,
dark skinned
AR,
people would be
That's
fighting
whatever.
the
what
white skinned
that's
people in the streets.
that reason why the
It's
FBA
dumb.
movement is taking up steam because people are like, some people are like, something. I phenotypically, may not look African, but I'm part of Black America. But and then Africans go, oh, you're not really African because you don't look phenotypically. So people get tired of that and be like, okay, I'm an FBA. I can understand that.
Kala, you just gave an example right there. Even in Africa, they go by whoever your father is. So you could have a mixed biracial child, and that child could be Igbo, Yoruba.
My wife is literally a mixed girl, but she only claims one side because that's just the whole damn culture thing. My other wife, she's literally a mixed person, and she claims one tribe. They don't acknowledge the other tribe. That's just the way they do shit. Now, if you ask me about it, I'd be like, no, she's half insecure, she's half banana, she's half a BBO, she's half a Nang. Right. That's if I'm looking at it, but that's not how they look at it. All right,
But some Black American lady was talking about that, right? This Black American lady, she phenotypically looked black, but when she went to Gambia, you know, she was seen as different because, you know, different culture and whatnot. But a biracial child that's born to a certain tribe, that child would be more considered, you know, part of the people and everything else than somebody who
So
is,
that's a
you know.
strange thing about that. They basically, you have people
but the
that
It's
thing is, do you ever
tribalism.
realize that
That's
they
why
try to say that
FBA
we
is
don't have a culture,
tribalism.
as if their culture is
They don't
dominant,
like us to
and it
practice
ain't the case.
how they
This
practice.
whole idea of dark skinned people and then light skinned people still being a part of our ethnic group, that's a part of our culture. That's how we view it.
Thank you.
what you call, you got
And I
people
agree with that.
basically that hold up when it comes to
And
us.
that's cultural ideology.
Oh well, you guys, it's you know what it is. They don't really respect or acknowledge Black African American culture, right, and ethnicity. They don't want to acknowledge that. They
But
don't.
you
They
know,
just
son, there's a group of people
the other night we talk about Black soul food so bad. What the fuck is wrong with our soul food? You know.
Yeah, they know
but the
we
whole
got the
thing
best
with
food in the world, and they want to talk shit, man.
The
Please.
old thing came up on Facebook from 3 years ago. Diane was like, we're talking about bushmeat. Called, I was like, I wrote, we don't eat bushmeat, bro. Somebody commented because it popped back up on Facebook, right? And Diane's like, well, Kyle, don't you eat soul food? How you gonna compare soul food to fucking bushmeat? You know?
listen, like I got it. And there's some, like, I forgot. I was watching this video. The guy was in Mauritania, right? He was talking about no matter what the person looked like, they were still considered a part of a particular ethnic group. It was like the slave descents in Mauritania.
Yeah.
So even
That's
over
what
there, like
you
certain,
never done something. How come Traore and them hasn't addressed slavery in Mauritania if he's supposed to be such an
That's
African?
just like how they do the
he
colors in
has
South
he has addressed.
Africa. That's why Tyler got all
How come he
that.
hasn't sent an army in there to liberate the black people in Mauritania?
Well, do they? I don't. Without a doubt, they still got slavery in Mauritania.
Yeah, they got it.
Yeah.
They
Are they still
blatantly
there?
got it.
Yeah, it's gotten worse too.
But no, hold on, Madman, with that whole Tyler thing, I disagree with that because we were trying to, like, some black people trying to force our culture on her.
No.
And then
I
where they
was
come from,
saying no. I was just making an example that and her, like in South Africa, she would be considered colored. But
exactly, and that's their
yeah,
culture, right?
yeah,
Right.
But when you come to America, you code switch, you know.
yeah. She didn't know how to code switch. That's all. And that's that's the exposure.
She
But
screwed herself over
They say
because of it.
also when you say you're colored, that's like a status, and she tried to bring that status to America. Like, oh, I'm not one of these
yeah,
people,
in
you
South
know.
Africa, the colors
I
get
don't mind
treated like shit,
America, like,
man.
yo,
You
look,
know what I realized though, and I give white people this kind of credit. They know how to code switch with their white ass skin. It's weird that Africans they don't understand code switching. When you go to another
But
place,
they can't do it
you
no
adopt
more
to the
now,
ideology of
Jonathan,
the other place, and
because
that's it.
FBA is not going to allow it no more. It's
That's
over with.
Hold
crazy.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Principe. Somebody, Principe said these people all over the place. Why are we all over the place, man? I don't explain to you time and time again. Black Americans
What? We just
is a
having
ethnicity.
a
Steve, if you gotta
talk.
People,
explain it to him more than time to time again, the nigga is
Everybody
dumb.
ain't going to
that's all
agree.
I'm
That's what
saying.
he's saying, that
At
we all
some
over the
point, we got
place.
enough. So a lot of these people is dumb.
We're not going to
That's
agree
it.
on everything, man. It's just not going to happen.
you know,
Black American manager
that's
didn't
like
educate
color,
her.
right? It's like in this culture, right? You know, I get it. You know, you say I'm colored, but I'm black. When what it gets me is I see a lot of colors, right? Ever since there was a book, a magazine that came out on what year was this? 95, right? I forgot the name of this magazine. It was like an underground hip hop magazine out of the UK. I forgot the name of this magazine, man, but this shit was raw. Well, anyway, they basically did an article from South Africa, right? And that's why, boy, Nas was on the cover, right? And so basically, they talked about Fela Kuti, blah, blah, blah. And then one article, they talked about South Africa colors, right? And there was this gang in South Africa called the Young Americans. Like they were modeled after the LA riots, right? The Young Black Americans. They called themselves the Young Americans because they said that's who they identify with, the Black Americans in California. He calls us young Americans.
That's right. That's right. Y'all
Shut
know
up,
what's
man. Shut
up,
up.
young Americans from Cali.
Anyway,
They was copying us,
what you
nigga.
call it? The colors were like, yeah, man. We have to integrate with the black society, right? They said the attitudes towards color and race changed when the movie New Jack City came out down there, right? Because they like Ice-T, right? They was like Ice-T looked like them, right? But he identified as black, so they started saying we're black.
Hey, Kala, that's why they started stealing cars in South Africa because they were trying to copy Black Americans.
No, their crime rate was way worse than that. They're on a
Man,
different level,
dude.
bro. Their crime rate is way worse than California. Y'all ain't got nothing on them motherfuckers down
You
there.
don't know what you talking about. Northern Cali,
Dude, man,
and
look,
Southern
bro.
Cali.
It ain't
You have
no.
Cape Town,
What you
Flat,
talking
bro.
about, man?
It ain't even
And
a
that's so
comparison,
fucked
bro.
up. I just looked up Tyler's latest music. She ain't get a no play in America. That's so fucked up.
Still got 4,000.
Whoa, what
I
happened,
mean,
man?
listen, I'm gonna keep it real with you, right? My
Her
sister listened
last
to like
single was supposed to be so good, top 10 in South Africa, top 5 in New Zealand, and a little bit of shine in the UK, no shine in America. That shit really hurt the hell out of her.
People just didn't like her music though. That's all it was. She had that one good song, like for people in America.
What was the song
Water
called?
song?
Well, I remember
The
it. What
water
was it
song.
called?
Water, some shit. Water. Give me water.
Yeah, make me water, something like that. That was. I mean, everybody played
was
that.
it was
Other
it a
than
song
that, they
about
didn't really.
poverty or something? Was it like a charitable song?
No, Johnny. Look at the
No,
lyrics of the
she was
song.
saying hyper up. No, what the fuck was she saying? Hyper up or blower or some
It don't, but
shit.
it ain't got nothing to do with America. America just didn't, a lot of Americans didn't just like.
No, it was
Guess
that
they didn't
interview
like
on
her
the
music.
Breakfast Club. She said,
Nah,
I don't think
Steve,
so,
we
bad.
got to keep it solid. Americans, we listen to any damn thing, even if we don't know what you're saying. Burna Boy is popular. We don't know what he's saying. We listen to him
Exactly.
anyway.
Burna Boy is
If-
popular. People like I hear Burna Boy. I don't hear Tyler though.
yeah, because they're not
That's the
playing
point I'm
her no
trying to make.
more.
So
They
it's
ain't
just
giving her
not.
no more
Oh no,
love.
is she the one that was saying give me motivation? Give me motivation.
You talking about Kelly Rowland? What are you?
I don't know,
Yeah, nigga,
man.
you tripping.
Nah, that's Tyler.
You didn't try to give a South artist FBA music. That's crazy.
Oh shit, I got it mixed up, huh?
Bento, you on timeout. Call up music.
Oh shit.
Put Bento on
No,
timeout, bro.
I only know that water song by her. That's the only thing I know. Like 'cause my sister, she used to play that song. But other than that, I ain't really heard. Like I hear Tim's, but some Black American women. I hear Burna Boy. But I don't hear. I don't hear.
Should
I don't
I
hear it no more.
let Elvira
Who?
back on?
Hey, that's
Yeah,
up
go
to
ahead.
you,
let
man.
Elvis on, let 1776 on.
Yeah, if
Let
you
them
let
on.
Elvis up, you
Let
gotta let
everybody on.
76 up.
And
Let them
black
speak
people,
for
I ain't
themselves,
gonna lie.
man.
On Dinah's platform earlier, listening to Amara and whoever that dude name is go at it like they did.
That's my
That
boy
shit
right
is embarrassing. I know black men, we can do better than this.
What happened?
I mean,
They
the
was
idea
arguing
that
over that
niggas don't know how
lady.
to, you can argue with somebody, right?
Steve, let me tell you
But
something,
you ain't
right?
got to be disrespectful.
My
You ain't got to be like, I bet you ain't never had a fight. I bet you ain't never, like,
yeah,
nigga, come
Cassius
on,
Little was
man.
saying some stupid shit like that.
That's
My
some
first interaction with
dumbasses.
Kyla
Oh.
was on Dynas's platform, and it was about Liberia, and we got into a heated argument, and we had several engagements on Dynas's platform. Kyla know I don't back down from him. So if you think it because you got a platform, I'm supposed to come and tuck my tail between my leg and listen to all your lies about my country simply because you have a platform, that's never gonna happen.
Hold up, Elvis.
You used to be on Dynas's show for tens of times, and Dynasty never kicked you off, even if he disagree with you.
I accept anytime somebody has a debate with me, whatever. Like you say what you want. We disagree to disagree. Yeah, your opinion, my opinion. You don't have to agree with what I'm saying. But when it gets to the point where if you're basically like people tell me it's like, why is he arguing about something that's mute? If I say that I told you that I heard that JJ Roberts, hey, you just pounced on calls a liar. No, you can't do that, bro. You know?
No, you came back and said, yeah, his dad is white.
To be fucking honest with you, I don't even fucking know.
Kyla, you know a lot about Liberian history.
Elvis, how you gonna sit here and tell me what I don't fucking know?
So you telling me, Kyla, today you don't know JJ Roberts' ancestry? That what you're telling me?
Look, they called him a quadroom and an octoroom. What's that? They never called him a mulatto. They call him a quadroon and octoroon. That means you're like maybe 3/4 white, not or
Oh, Jonathan,
3/4
can I
black.
say something? Can
I
I
have
say
no
something to
idea.
Jonathan right quick?
But the bottom line is this, though. I did not know that either one of his parents were fully white. I did not know that. I just thought because in that part of Virginia right there, right? I can tell you that there's a lot of people who are very mixed race and whatnot, and they may have they're black people, right? You got people in Norfolk, right? Communities of black people that have been there for a long time. They are black people, right? But obviously they've been here since the 1600s. They look white, and he came from a black community. That's another thing you don't understand. He wasn't somebody that was followed by a white guy. In fact, his father was a shipper. He took over the shipping business. So I can look it up for you on ChatGPT if you want to know, right? From what I heard, his father was like a mixed race man that lived in Petersburg. He was born in Norfolk, but his father lived in Petersburg, and he took over the shipping business on the Potomac River. And so the Roberts, basically, when he got a chance in 1830s, he emigrated to Liberia with the American Colonization Society. I don't know. That's all I know. I know about other people. I don't really. I read about J.J. Roberts.
Kala, if anybody go on Google right now and just type in J.J. Roberts
Hey,
ancestry, says his father was of Welsh ancestry.
Yeah, but
His mother was a mulatto.
all right, that's
So he
fine.
had
Here,
more white in him than he had black.
hey,
Don't
the
mean
name of that song,
hold on. There were also
Jonathan and
black
Steve
people
was
who came
Push to
from Wells.
Start.
There
Tell
were
me,
also
I know the
black
fuck
people
I'm
who came
talking
from Wells,
about.
mulattoes, mixed race
Okay.
people who came from Wells. There was black people, Atlantic Creoles, who came, like I told before, who came from England. There was black people who came from Spain. Just because somebody came from Wells don't mean necessarily they were pure white.
I mean, I'm looking at the picture of J.J. Roberts. He was clearly a nigga.
Yeah, he was clearly black.
You look at a picture of Frederick Douglass, you can tell he was clearly a nigga, but his daddy was white.
And but my point is, in our
Yeah,
culture,
point exactly. Nigga.
in our culture, if you basically black presenting and you black culturally, like J.J. Roberts was definitely black culturally because I could tell you right now, go to Petersburg, he's still got a monument in his honor right there. Petersburg has an old black community there, right? It has one of the oldest churches in North America, right? This stone church was built in the 1600s. So the bottom line is this: there was a strong black community that he was a part of, and a black community that had a black business community. So I don't know what you're talking about. He was just a mulatto. He was part of the black community. He was black.
That's all I'm saying. It's just like y'all, boy, if this what we gonna be doing, we are doomed for real. If you like the community, I sit here.
Who's playing something?
If you have ADHD
I have no
or you
idea.
just can't focus on
Fucking
schoolwork,
stupid.
this app is perfect.
So
Is that you, Bantu, watching your FBA podcast?
fucking stupid ass TikTok.
Nah, that's color.
Stupid ass TikTok shit.
My point, Kala, you
find something. But the bottom line is this: like I said, he was a black man because he basically, yeah. Somebody said he was followed not fully. Yeah, that's what I heard. I thought his father was like a mixed race, a high.
the guy just saying judging by his hair. He's not saying he has any source. He just said judging by his hair.
Was not a fully white guy.
I want anybody to look at that picture of J.J. Roberts, right? Look up the $10 Liberian bill because he's on that bill, the $10 bill.
Right there. If you took the
Look at his picture on that bill.
That's not an accurate picture of it. Dudes who did those bills, they made all the people look like they were white. Like what you call it, like Spreeving. All these people that they put on those Liberian dollars did not look African at all. They looked like they were white. The Liberian dollar bill, early Liberian dollar bills was not an accurate depiction. Look at the picture. They have photographs back then. You look at
Kala, do you know? I'm sure you know because I don't even have to ask you because you've proven that you know the history. Do you know that? Oh, I'm not even going to say do you know, but the early history of the country was based on colorism. Can we both agree on that?
No.
Okay, Kala. All right.
You know why? You know why? You know why? Because unlike in America, right, where colorism was maintained by the white majority, right, to protest like this, something miraculously happened in Liberia where it started out like that, right? Because most of the Presbyterians.
But that's what I said. Why do you say no?
Let me say this, right? The Presbyterians and the people who initially came to Liberia were free black. Most of the free blacks at that time were people who were pale, very light skinned. That's what the majority of the original settlers were, right? But something miraculously happened in Liberia that didn't happen anywhere in the black world. There's a large numbers of people who came that went up country and built up country settlements, right? These were the descendants of the enslaved, formerly enslaved, right? Then, by the time the 1850s came around, right, when men like E.J. Roy and Edward Wilmot Blyden came there, they formed what they call the true black man's Whig Party. In other words, basically the schism. But guess what? By the time that was all over with, Hillary Johnson, the grandson of Elijah Johnson, right, was elected by both groups of black people. Right? They put the colorism behind them, right? And they built one country. Hillary Johnson became the first Liberian president born in Liberia. You know, yeah, they started off with colorism, right? But it did not last because the majority of people took power. Now in America, the majority of people in Black America couldn't do that because the power structure, you know, but those upcountry settlements of darker skin and brown skinned black people equaled to the Liberian elite on the coast. They built powerful communities upriver, you know, with their own everything, you know, churches,
Kala,
everything.
the second president of Liberia, this is a certified, declarized nigga.
So, you know, Stephen Allen Benson.
He's black as hell.
Yeah,
What y'all talking about?
He married a Bossa woman, you know. So them trying to paint Liberia as colorism like that. Nah, it wasn't the case, bro. You know, it wasn't the case, bro. You know, people do everything they can to
You
spread
just a moment ago said it started off as that, and now you're saying it wasn't the case.
It was matter of factly. In other words, basically, yes, if you're going to have the majority of people in a country migrate there that look a certain way, of course they're going to start out like that. But E.J. Roy, when he came there, let me tell you something about E.J. Roy. This was a badass. I'm going to put his picture up just to give you a. In fact, I am going to put his picture up. I'm going to give you all a who this man was, you know. And let me tell you his story, you know. Let me tell you his story. This was like the baddest mofo ever lived, you know, in Liberian history. To me, he was the baddest Liberian ever lived, you know. Royer.
Y'all arguing over colorism as if majority of Liberia's presidents were like light-skinned people. It was literally just two people.
Yeah, I know. As I said, you can't really.
This isn't really a necessary argument that y'all should be having.
And look what I'm talking about, E.J. Roy. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, Jonathan. This is a picture on the Liberian bills, right? The Liberian monetary bill. This is what they paid the white men who did Liberia's monetary. This is what they painted him, E.J. Roy, as, right? Now, what does he look to you in that picture?
That's a nigga.
No, but look how light he is, whatnot, right? But let
What
me show
the
you.
hell? Oh, come on now.
That's what they painted him as, right?
Carla, who commissioned those pictures, Carla?
Let me show you his real picture. Let me show you his real picture. What he really looked like.
All right,
Who commissioned those pictures, Carla?
Talking about
do
colorism.
look darker
Y'all want
than
to see a picture of me
than
and my
Tanubu
baby
look.
mama?
White men who printed
My high
Liberia's
yellow
currency,
hair.
all their fucking like that's E.J. Roy. That's him right there.
You see that? See
Carla, I'm
me and
asking you a
baby
question.
mama?
Who commissioned those pictures, Carla?
Yo, look. The bottom line is this: when they did that, you know, Liberia really didn't have any really power over a thing. They did that, and they said, "This is what it is. This is what we're gonna do."
Wait, Carla, who printed the currency of Liberia at that time?
Yo, look, most of the currency that you see printed in Africa are not printed. Africans don't print their own currency even to this day. Nigerian dollars, everything like that is printed in Europe.
I'm asking you a specific question. You're dodging it, right? Those portraits of the presidents were commissioned by the president at the time, who was an American Liberian descent, and he allowed them to whitewash the presidents, and that's the image we had of our presidents.
The currencies and whatnot did that. There was a private company who did that shit like that without
They accepted it, Carla. The government accepted it.
It doesn't matter.
Actually, I would argue that they probably. I know we like to pretend like they have the same access to technology that we have today, but they didn't. You probably couldn't make a dark ass person on the damn piece of paper like that back then.
And whatnot. So they print what they wanted to print. It said, take it or leave it. This is what EJ Roy looked like. That's what he looked like. Right? That's what he looked like. This is what they put on the currency. Same thing with JJ Roberts. They created white-looking pictures of Liberian leaders, and people complain.
I mean, if y'all gonna go based off of that description, then according to Nigerian currency, the motherfuckers was mulatto too.
Yeah.
I mean, modern Nigerian currency, the people will look mulatto.
White-looking.
And we know those.
They
you can't look at no currency as no example of anything.
Voodoo, everything like that. Every black leader, Mandela, everything. When they put them on currency, they look sort of like this, because Europeans are the one that do this. It ain't just Liberia; it happens all over the continent. Now look at Stoic. First president wasn't a black man. He was a black man. Stoic must be a fucking stupid African, Let me delete his comment, Bottom line, JJ Roberts was a black man. That's a fake picture of EJ Roy. To me, the most dynamic Liberian president in history, right? He was the greatest leader,
Correction, he was a black American.
Who?
The guy you're talking about.
EJ Roy?
Yeah. No.
He emigrated to Liberia and became a Liberian. All right, let's see. Let me tell the story of EJ Roy, right? Now, in the 1850s, EJ Roy, in the 1830s, right? 40s, right? EJ Roy lived in Newark, Ohio with his family, right? In a town where there's a black community. Some people believe EJ Roy was a descendant of Nigerian immigrants, because he was 100% Igbo. He might have came here with the from London, with the British, when British colonial family might have came during colonial times, right? He obviously was a slave descendant, right? His family might have emigrated, right, to that part of Ohio. Well, one time the white people came and told all the black residents that they had to leave the town, Newark, Ohio. Before he left, he was the first black graduate of Ohio State University. The man was brilliant, right? He went to Terre Haute, Indiana, in which he basically formed several businesses and everything like that and became wealthy. And then he basically set his sights on going to Liberia to open up a trading company. He had a shipload. He sailed with his own ship, had a shipload of cargo that he wanted to sell to Liberia in exchange for Liberian coffee and cotton. When he arrived in Liberia, right, and he walked out off his ship and whatnot, they saw this tall, dark-skinned black man. And he said, my name is EJ Roy. He had a paper in his hand. He goes, I have a ship. I need it unloaded, right? And everybody said, I need some men. Oh, then people like, okay, we'll get a couple men unload your ship. I actually have a picture of the warehouse, too. So unload all his barrels of stuff he had. I mean, everything from gunpowder to whatever, right? And basically, people were like in awe, like, who is this guy? Everybody was talking about him. Man, you see that guy that came here? He had a shipload of stuff. They never saw nothing like this. A black man sail by himself to Liberia. And then right away, people start saying, you know something? He needs to be president. They already started drafting him to become a president. Just got there. They're like, this is the guy we need, And basically, it didn't turn out well because he was killed because he went to England and borrowed some money, and he came back without the permission of the government of Liberia.
Do you recognize the pose that he's doing in that picture, Carla?
I don't know the pose. All I know is basically
it's a Masonic pose.
Mason, yeah.
Yeah, it's a Masonic pose. Asking for help for the widow's son.
Make a big deal. So what? He's a Mason. You know, what's wrong with that? Masons
Well,
basic.
that's an important part of the history of the country
Hold
too,
on.
Carla.
People don't understand something. Masons are responsible for most of the architecture you see around the world. Stone architecture. You
No,
know,
there's speculative Mason
hold
and
on.
practical Mason.
Mason's job is to build. They're the ones that.
No, that's not the kind of masonry we're talking about, Carla. Don't be
Hold on. Yeah, but
disingenuous.
masonry is rooted in stone cutting.
Yeah, but Freemason don't build stones any temples anymore. They build
You
their
got that
temples within the hearts of
76
men.
up,
People who
Colin.
built Liberia were stone
76.
cutters. Liberians were master stone cutters and masons, brick masons, stone masons.
The
You
break
know,
mason was different from the
well, bottom
Masonic
line is
Lodge.
stone masons in Liberia and whatnot. You know, you go there and you see stone architecture and whatnot. That's freaking best architecture I've ever seen, man, in my life, man. Building. That's another picture of E.J. Roy. Does that look like him? No, it looks like a fucking white man, you know? But that's the way they printed it. This is old E.J. Roy building that's abandoned. Now, this is another one right here. Some abos are trying to say this is Africanus McGill, right? Some people try to say that he was Abraham Lincoln's son, you know? He was part of the McGill family. The McGill family is still powerful in Liberia. A lot of natives have the McGill name. They formed the Chesapeake Liberia Trading Company, right? And they were part of the merchant princes, right? They were some of the richest men in the world. They traded goods between the Chesapeake Bay area and Liberia, West
He looked
Africa.
like Lincoln. He looked like him.
Yeah, but he wasn't Abraham Lincoln. He was from
looked like him, man.
He does have a resemblance to him.
How
might
would
be.
that happen if Abraham Lincoln was from Illinois and he's from Chesapeake? He's from Virginia. You know,
Abraham
They
Lincoln
look
used to
alike.
get
They
around,
resemble.
man.
They resemble.
Abraham Lincoln used to get around, man.
old J. Roy building. That was like one of the most beautiful buildings in Africa. You know, it used to be. You know, that's again Africanus McGill.
That's Africanus McGill? I thought that was
Hey,
James
76
Springsteen.
still say he want to come up, man.
Africanus McGill.
But bring 1776 up.
I keep
Well, you
telling
gotta
you,
let the man speak, Colin. Man,
Colin ain't
it's
gonna
your
let him
show, and
speak.
you're harping too much on this my show thing. Let other people
You can't
speak, man.
tell me what to fucking do. That's not gonna happen. I don't care what your
Walk on
opinion.
eggshells, 1776.
Just tell us about your thing about Liberia, because you know a lot about the Masons. Make a point without Colin interrupting.
Liberia was a Prince Hall experiment. A lot of the leading men of that country were Prince Hall Masons, and they were the founders of that country. Really, to acquire political power within the country then and today, you have to be a Prince Hall Mason. You know,
Can you prove that?
It's true. It's right. It's true, Colin. I thought you knew this.
What J.J. Roberts, Prince Hall Mason?
Listen, you can go to Virginia and check the roll.
I ask you a question.
I'm not doing research for you.
If you're a Mason, Colin, they would tell you about all the great Prince Hall Mason. And most of the Liberian presidents were Prince Hall Mason.
Not everybody in Liberia was a Mason. You know,
I'm a truth teller. I don't do research for other people.
You know, E.J. Roy, that's the new ministerial building. Ellen Sirleaf built. You know,
and if you look at how Monrovia is laid out in a Masonic style. You didn't know that, did you?
How? It's laid on a grid.
You have to be a Mason to understand it.
Okay. I'm gonna show you a map of Monrovia, early Monrovia.
This guy, man.
You know, 70 talks about you. I'm gonna make a.
They either do a square or a compass.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'm gonna basically show you Monrovia's early map. You know, show me what I'm kicking you off. You know.
Oh my God. You know, Masons can't divulge certain secrets, Colin. You know how it works.
Whatever. You know, I'm sick of him running his damn mouth.
Tolbert was a Grand Master. We know this.
There's something wrong with being a Mason. What's wrong with the Masons?
Tubman was a Grand Master Mason.
It's nothing wrong. I'm just saying, like it was a Prince Hall experiment.
What's the freaking big deal?
And the way I'm talking like it was something wrong with being a Mason.
No, because let me explain it, Jonathan. And this is a well-known, not even a well-known secret, but a well-known in Liberia, right? All of the presidents were selected in the lodge, you know, in the Grand Lodge in Liberia. Most of the important. Hold on, Carla. Let me just say it. Most of the important decisions, political decisions, were made in the lodges. in Liberia.
Okay, but you know when you're on to truth, Kala cuts you off. That's how
So
you know
it
you're
played
on
a
to truth.
very important part in the history of the country.
Hold up. You go to Japan. What do you think the decisions are made?
They have their own secret societies.
You know what I'm saying? And what society in the world does not have the same thing? You know, because
I mean,
like
they got secret societies in African tribes as well.
and African
I was
Native people
reading
have
about
their own
that.
secret societies too.
Yeah.
Now here's a
Yeah,
map of my
but so what he's saying is that the decision in the lodge and the building of the city was, a reflection of the Prince or Mason.
So look, what I'm saying is this: they built a city, right? That everybody still use today. Nobody abandoned the city, right? So they must have did something right. The people still live there, right?
You when I say one thing, you try to equate it to
No, I'm
something
just
else that
saying.
I'm not even saying.
Hey,
I'm not
Kala,
saying people don't use the city. I'm not saying building a city is not a good thing. I'm just saying they were Prince or Masons.
the question I had for you, Kala, is
All right, here's a map of Monrovia. Show me the Masonic thing.
like what I was saying to you, Kala, is
Show me the Masonic.
We're not saying it, Kala.
No, he said no. The city
I
was
can't see.
laid out Masonic thing.
You're not sharing your screen. That's what I mean.
We're not seeing
I
anything.
can't see the screen if I'm on here.
See right now, I forgot to
The thing is, I really like listening to a lot of as I get deeper into this Pan African journey. Right.
Yeah,
One
okay.
thing I've learned
I know.
is
Okay, well, one thing you learned is you ask a question when asked, right? Show me where the Masonic thing kicks in,
okay.
right?
That's not. You can't even see the city on there.
Oh, that's
It's
right.
like
That's
small.
Monrovia, bro. That's Monrovia.
I'm supposed to get some bifocals.
I know Monrovia like the back of my hands. I can get around Monrovia.
Can you zoom in? Can you zoom in, Carla? Maybe that's what he's asking for.
But is that the layout of the city, Kala?
Yes.
Just
That's
the
the same
roads.
layout. That's the original layout of the city, still to the day. There's Monrovia right there. There's areas right here. There's Painesville. You go in here. Old Congo Town Road, all shit like that. There's downtown, whatever like that. And then you go across to the Gabriel Tucker Bridge right here. You go across that. And you're in what you call Bushrod Island, right there. I know the whole city like the back of my hand. Show me where the Masonic.
No, I don't think that's a good enough picture, Kala.
No,
I mean, the guy isn't just being disingenuous.
Has another one, right? Show me. There's another map of Monrovia.
Oh,
Show
come
me
on,
where.
man. Hey, Tyler, man. Like, listen, man. You're a real scholar, but your scholar level. You're a scholar black belt, but every time you lie, you come down a level, man. You gotta stop that, man.
You said the city was got all kinds of Masonic symbols.
But that's not when we talk about Washington D.C.
Hold up.
You're just hilarious, man.
Well, you can see a bird's eye view of the actual city and the buildings. Then you can see
the Masonic layout. Show me the Masonic layout. I want to know the Masonic layout.
I would say those are not great pictures, Colin.
Type in the Masonic layout of Liberia. Maybe it'll show up.
Oh no, it's not gonna show you.
He ain't gonna type that.
The positioning of important buildings and the connections of those buildings and the shit that those buildings were made. You're not showing any buildings in those pictures.
One Masonic temple on Benson Street. What are you talking about?
Say that again.
There's one.
No, I'm talking about the buildings. The buildings on Capitol Hill. In relation to the Masonic building.
Look, the building.
To the executive mansion. All of those buildings have a.
Those buildings on Capitol Hill weren't built to the 1960s.
Let's move on, man. But what I was trying to say, and I was talking to Jonathan Miller, really, and I was talking to him that sometimes we as African Americans we fetishize Africa, but we don't want to be totally African. We want a little bit of Africa, but we don't want the whole thing, right? So we fetishize Africa.
Have you ever been to Africa before?
Listen, when I decide to go to Africa, I'm going to become African. It's like wherever your Kango is. Like if I move to North Carolina, I'm gonna be a Tar Heel.
You've never been there. You've never been there. You never smelt the air.
But when I go there, I'm gonna stay there. That's the difference. I'm not a tourist. I'm serious about this journey.
Full of shit, bro. You're full of shit.
No, I'm serious. I don't half step with shit, man. Whatever I do, I go all in.
Yo, you're trolling me. You're full of shit.
I'm not
Well,
trolling.
hold on, Carla. 1776. The interesting thing is that if that's your belief, then you can just stay the way you are because you're already African.
Yeah, that's what I'm
You don't
saying.
have to
Like,
go to Africa to be an
like,
African. You're already one,
yeah,
technically.
that's true. I'm
So
100%.
your
But
your
when
new
we're
your
talking, we're
new
talking
tribe would
John.
just simply be African American.
Yeah, African American. That's what I said. I'm a Black American. I love America. I'm all
So when you
in
go
with
to
America.
Africa, what are
Right?
you going to become? You
If
gonna
I
leave
go to
your tribe and
Africa,
become
if
something
I go to
else?
Africa, I'm going to
So
choose.
basically,
Like if I went to Liberia,
your point is just trying to say because Colin goes to Africa and he hasn't fully, he's not.
nah, but it's like you.
Also,
It's
hold
like
on. So you're up here to try to
no,
use my platform to discredit me. Is that what
no,
you're
I'm
trying to
not.
do?
It's not about you, Carla. I'm talking about
No.
being a
Wait,
Pan
hold on.
African.
That's your whole point. You're saying
No,
because I haven't immersed myself in
No.
everything about
Wait a
Africa,
Jonathan. Look,
minute.
I'm
Jonathan.
not
But
It's
fully.
like when
Carla,
Is
it's
that what
you
you're
Jonathan.
saying?
Like when
you actually have done the thing that 1776 is saying he's going to do. The thing is that when you become a Miracle Liberian, a Congo Liberian, you're not really changing it to somebody else because they practice the same culture.
Even Colin said he wants to move there. Hopefully next year. You're invested in Liberia.
My culture is not going to change.
Fine, but
You
you
know?
love the place and you want to be a part of it. It's not
Like I
no.
said, I love
Yeah,
There's gonna be
Carla,
some things in
but
Liberia
your
that's gonna rub off on you,
citizenship is
Colin.
gonna change once you
He's
stay
basically saying,
there.
he's
hey
Right?
basically saying.
Jonathan,
Also, let me tell
man,
you something. If you don't understand something, even I go there with my African American culture, you pick up certain things in the environment. You pick up
yeah,
certain
but
things, people talk and everything like that. The people's talk, the lingo was funny and stuff like that. You pick up certain things just being
what's
there.
the name?
You don't
It's
have to
like
a
it's like
core.
Bantu Mandinka, Jonathan. If you're hustling, right? You have those little half-stepping hustlers that ain't all. When you in the game,
Nigga, shut the fuck up, man. God damn, man.
Hey,
Can't even
76,
finish
man.
the statement.
When you're in the game,
Hey, bro.
I know you're gonna get kicked off, man, when you start talking stupid shit, you know? You know? So the bottom line is this. The bottom line is what he's trying to do is try to discredit me because I go over there, I have a good time, I embrace Africa the way I want to embrace it. Well, he's trying to say some stupid shit like you got to immerse yourself in the culture. Don't know shit about Africa. Don't shit about anything like this. I'm supposed to do what Liberians don't even do. I basically have more interaction with indigenous people in Liberia than the average indigenous Liberian coming back to Liberia. You know that, John?
Well, Carla, if
Hold on.
would you consider getting
I probably have
citizenship
more contact with indigenous
if you
Liberians.
wind up just like staying over there? Would you
Oh,
get the citizenship
look,
then?
I don't know. I don't know. We'll see how things play out. The bottom line, my
What
wife
happened to 1776?
she's coming here this
He
year.
started talking stupid.
Oh, I about to say I left and came back. He was gone.
Talking stupid. The bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. When I go to Liberia, right? I love what I do, whatever like that. What he's trying to do is, because he's not serious about this shit, right? He wants this all to go away. So he says, Kyle's not a real Pan Africanist or black nationalist. I'm a real man, which is basically like he's obsessed with me and shit, right? I'm over there. I'm gonna immerse my. I've never been there. Now, if he actually did that shit, right? And he went over there and took over an indigenous wife, whatever like that, moved into a village over there. I
I
had my
think
brother Jonathan Hill. We got to
I think he probably might do it though, Carla. I think he
Wow.
probably would do it.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I know. I had my friend Jonathan Hill, right? Your light skinned brother, right? And he was one of my BAO founders, right? He went over there. He was Bomani recruited him to help him on his tours, right? Years ago. This was back in 2019, right? And he went on a tour to Ghana on one of Bomani's tour. He helped on tour, but he wanted to move to Africa, blah blah blah. But he got caught up with these Ghanaian girls and whatnot, and he basically my mind's like, man, why is he fucking fall in love with these fucking village girls and I don't know what. But the bottom line is he was just basically he had a wife, but he left his wife for some village girl,
Oh yeah, it's a difference. Yeah, it's a big difference in
But the bottom line is this: he didn't talk about the shit. He just did it. He didn't tell me what he was gonna do. He said, "Yeah."
Oh, he just did it.
He just did it. He did on my fucking show blah 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 collar, blah 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 blah. He just fucking did it, man. He just next thing you know, he went on Bomani's tour. Then he went back a year later and went on another tour with Bomani.
Oh, so what he try to say is because of you
What?
that he just did it, went over there.
Oh
And,
no, he was one of my BAO co-members, founders.
oh, he was a founder.
Yeah, he's one of the founders of the BAO. He was he was one who helped me build this thing, right? But he got he thought I was moving too slow, and so he got hooked up with Bomani. That's when me and Bomani really went together. And so he jumped ship and went with Bomani, and he was the one who designed Bomani's community, the Jagazi community, the community Bomani has right there. He's the one who did. He's a civil engineer.
Okay.
Now, he was serious about going to Africa. Why? Because he was studying for years to get his civil engineering degree, city planning.
So he can plan the city.
Right, so he could build a community. That's what they're doing right now in Ghana, Now, when people do that, that shows me they're serious. People like 1776 is a fucking joker. The dude's a straight up clown. Getting up here trolling, whatnot, and you got to be really gullible to take anything he says seriously. Really. Because I do like my one boy, my one boy Chris,
they Hebrew brother Israelite brothers.
My Hebrew Israelite partner, Steve.
We got to go back to the laws, man. That's
Louis, come back up.
He was listening to the show last night because he was on TikTok after I did my show, and he was talking about the same thing. I'll talk about Serena Williams and whatnot. But he's in Tanzania living the fuck up, man. He's building a whole community, BAO. He's a BAO member. He's been in Tanzania for 5 years now, living it up. He got a big house. He got money too, man. He got a big house, and he helps black people get settled in Tanzania. Whatnot. That's what BAO, that's my Tanzania guy, I got.
Is that the one you showed the other day? The one that does the tours? What's his name?
The Bomani does tours. He goes to Tanzania, but my boy Chris right there is a BAO member, and basically he runs a BAO chapter for Tanzania.
Nah, you showcase somebody that does tours to
Mark.
I think it's South Africa.
Mark Clanton. That's my boy Mark Clanton. Yeah, Mark. And he's down there doing this thing in South Africa. He's not a BAO member, but he does this thing in South Africa. I give him my support, my brother and whatnot. Basically, I deal with people who's doing real shit. I don't talk to people who's fucking bullshitting. I had enough of people bullshit. 1776 is another bullshitter.
Steve, I can't wait for you to start doing your tours to the countryside of the Carolinas. I can't wait.
You gonna start doing that, Steve? You gonna show us them cackalakish backwoods?
No, I'm low key disappointed. What's up with the African American historical tour in America? Why we ain't got that?
Hey, that's a good idea, Jonathan.
Y'all dropping the ball, man.
FBA, that's a good idea.
I'm gonna take you to a plantation.
Take y'all to the plantations.
Wait. Hold on.
It's more than just plantations, Steve.
Niggas go to Ghana, they go to a slave castle.
A fucking slave dungeon.
So what's the difference?
Right there, where you could meet your former enslaved. That's why I changed my last name. You could meet your former enslaved people on both sides. Black people, white people get together. And whatnot. I said, man, y'all gotta be.
My former enslavers, they came from Virginia and moved to North Carolina.
Yeah, my slavers came from North Carolina. Well, actually, part of my ass were Maroons. They lived in a dismal swamp right there.
Yeah.
My ass lived in a dismal swamp right there, and some of them were enslaved. On mother's side, were enslaved. Father's side,
y'all didn't know that. Me and Colin cousins. Y'all, they didn't even know.
Get out of here.
Yeah. I got some cousins
I believe you.
I think I got a cousin in South Carolina. Or was it North Carolina? One of them. I got a cousin in the Carolina.
Y'all definitely cousins.
Okay.
At 1776, he makes a child my wife. Let me say something. 1776, she's coming here this year. That good enough for you? She's coming. She's moving here with me this year. She'll be here by the end of the year.
That's good.
By the fall. She should be here by the fall. You don't talk about my fucking wife, bro.
Oh, you're gonna get banned for good now.
He didn't talk about her.
Yeah, but you don't mention my fucking wife. If I had a wife, you don't have a wife in Africa. You have nobody. You know, I don't think this man ever had a real serious relationship. He's the type of dude I could tell never had a serious girlfriend in his life. He's all over the place. You know, you can tell when somebody's been with women before. You know, they're really stern, they're absolute, they're direct, whatever like that, and they, you know,
B1.
well,
It's like no, I'm trying to tell you, like B1. If you actually was here after the show ends, 1776 talks the exact same way. He doesn't change. Like that's what I'm trying to tell you. He's not actually trolling.
well, yeah, but he's got serious mental problems, and you know, how can you be a
He says
pan
it's
and then talk about you're fucking a patriot American when not, you know, niggas are insane, you know.
Nah, he be going a little harder on the show, Colin.
oh well, yeah, he go hard on the show, but he pretty much say the same thing after the show
He
ends.
said the same thing, but he's less, you know,
Right,
when the show is over.
right.
Well, yeah, like I said, man. Bottom line is this: people do what they want. Like me, I don't go tell Jonathan what he needs to do. Jonathan, have I ever told you what to do?
Nah.
Never, right? Because that's disrespectful. I respect you as a man. You know, I don't tell you you gotta do this, Jonathan. You know, you gotta do this, whatnot. Even though I suggest you should come to Liberia, when I don't press it. You know, I don't press it.
Why is there two Elvises up here?
I have no idea. You know, I don't press it because you're a man. You do what you want to do. You know.
Ever please say that back to you. That's 1776.
Oh, hell no.
The breakdown laughing.
1776 on Snook up here.
What happened?
Oh no, that was niggas that 76 snuck up here.
Oh, you see 1776. They trying to steal my identity. Come up here. Nah, I think I'm told off, and I came right back on, but I was too quick. I should have waited a little bit to drop off.
Oh, okay.
Elvis, I read about your people during the slave trade.
Yeah, what they
Yeah, what you
You
gotta
how they were
say for
eating people and
yourself,
shit.
Elvis?
No, like they didn't mess around with white people at first. Initially, you know, they wouldn't.
Yeah,
They
they were
didn't.
getting captured and killing themselves and not coming on the ship.
Yeah, but
And then
they
somebody
wouldn't
told them that these people are expert navigator,
Yeah, well,
and they couldn't outfight the white people, so they just used them as navigators.
yeah.
But no, I'm saying like y'all actually like I read a book that was reading the book that y'all actually like resisted. You know,
Of
y'all wouldn't
course,
actually
the
study.
crew.
Y'all didn't.
There's a saying in Liberia that the most. I mean, Jonathan heard this probably. The most confusion, people, the people that have the most, violent and just don't get along with people who try to take advantage is the crew people.
Right.
So
Yeah,
we
but
don't bow down to nobody. We'd rather die than be
crew
servant to anybody.
people, they call them crew because they worked on British ships. They said the crew
Yeah,
people
but
carried ship buckets on their head. You know.
but like white people wrote about them and said they were crazy.
Yeah, but Steve, every group in Africa at some point fought back and then
I
lost.
know. I'm just
That's
saying,
what
like
it is.
the British,
It's
they
not
wrote. Well,
special.
Europeans wrote about it was hard to get slaves from that area, from the coast they were at.
That's a good
They
thing.
said they had to sneak in. They said they had to sneak in and kidnap people.
The Flinties.
Well, shit, now, if there only was more Elvis people, we wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation. But no, we had too many Alfred dumbasses and Mike Alawale people.
Yeah,
And
Ola
I think
Godola
flexed up in the chat.
motherfuckers.
Let me take a shot at the Senegalese so he maybe come up. We had too many flexed up ass tribes. So that's what happened.
You gonna take
So we got kidnapped.
You talking about the Fulanis? You talking about the Fulanis?
Oh, he's shooting.
Yeah, the Fulani.
Shooting, dog.
What
The
did
Fulani sold out the
1776
minute
say?
they got a chance to.
No. Elvis said is they were the premier catch a nigga tribe.
No, that wasn't me. That was 1776 that said that shit. That wasn't me.
No. But you.
That was both of them.
No, 1776 said it was the catch a nigga tribe, but then you said the Fulani.
Oh yeah, they're the premier nigga.
Yeah.
But the Fulanese don't see themselves as West African. They see themselves like almost a mix of Arab and African. So they think they're superior. But it's a flexed up Fulani. Who is he? I don't know who he is. Is he Bang? Who is he?
He be in the Telegram group. He be leaving comments every now and then.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, look, the slave trade no white people just had more weaponaries than us, man. They had ships with cannons and shit on there. They had muskets. We're fighting with spears, you know.
They never sold Africans any weapons that would hurt them. You know, the only Africans hurt each other.
Yeah, and then they also introduced alcohol into the
But
region.
they
I
had
read
that
about
one
that.
sniper thing though. The Africans have that
The
one
thing that people
sniper.
can blow, the thing people blow and
Yeah,
get your neck and you you
you
die.
got the mouth sniper.
Nah, those are not really West Africans. Those are like East Africans.
Yeah, like when that give us, they say, "Yo, a blow dart will not, poison your ass
But
with a blow."
yeah, I read about that. They didn't, the crew people, they resisted. They didn't allow.
Yeah,
It's like they wouldn't
that's one of the
trade.
things that people know about the crews. That there's an old saying in Liberia: heaven was peaceful until the crewmen went there, because everywhere they go, they're ready to fight and start some shit.
Well,
So
who was still practicing slavery? I thought it was the
the
crew.
Bassa people were still selling slave. Abassa Cove, they were still selling
Boston.
slave. Yeah, the
That's
Bassa. They're crew
that's
people
a,
too, but they
well, most of them was fighting back. It was like
And
half of
then
them.
the Gola people was catching slaves from like Salboso, and his people was catching slaves from the hinterlands and bringing them down to Morovia. And the Mandingos, the Mandingos were selling slaves too. And they didn't want that to end. So when the
So
African Americans came
the
in,
cruise people was selling, but some of them was trying to stop it.
okay, let me just say this, right? It gets confusing. The crew is like the Asante people, right? Where within the Asante you have the Chim, you have other groups within them, but they're all called Asante.
Oh, every
No, no,
different
no, no,
little
no. I'm
clan.
wrong. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. They're called the Akan people, right? Within the Akan people, you have the Asante, the
Yeah, you talking
Chim, the
about the different
Baoles,
clans. Yeah,
The
I got you.
Fonte was it Fonte? How you say
So
it
you
again?
had the
the
crew, and then you
Fanti.
had different clans. So what? Your
Yeah, so the
clan was the
crew.
one that was.
Yeah,
What?
when I
Name the
say
different
crew, there's
clans.
also
Yeah.
a tribe that's known as the crew. So it gets confusing. I keep saying this.
Yeah.
So the Bassa is a part of the crew speaking people. They're all related culturally and
Oh,
linguistically,
okay. Okay.
but they a little different. They kind of mesh with like the Pellet people, so they have a relationship there
How many
that's kind of.
clans under the crew? How many clans you got under the crew?
There's like 20 clans, a lot of them in the
Dang,
Ivory
that's a
Coast,
lot, man.
but
So
In
when you
Liberia,
say
there's
out
like
of the
six of
20,
them.
when you say out of the
Okay,
six
Yeah,
the
in
rest of
Liberia,
clans,
them
you
in
have
Ivory
the
Coast.
Bassa,
okay.
the Gribble, the Crew, the Sapo, the Krans. You have the Days. So you have six crew speaking groups in Liberia, and then you have the Mende groups like the Pele, the Bandi, the Mende.
Which one is you?
I'm Kran.
He's a Kron.
Kran and Bassa.
Okay.
Both of my parents are of Kru descent. Mother is Bassa, father is Kran.
He's a Kron warrior.
The proud crime warrior. Okay.
So the Kran
Let
people never was
1776 back
engaged.
up.
So the Kran people
Is
never
there
was
an
engaged with the
organization
slave
of
trade
like
because
American people?
Proud FBA warrior
we
too.
live in the hinterlands in northern
If I wanted
Liberia, in
to
the
find the
southeastern part.
miracle Liberian people in
This
Liberia, where
man,
would I go?
1776. He talking
Say
about
that
some let
again.
me up.
What?
If I wanted to
Seven?
find the miracle Liberian people in
You can
Liberia,
probably go to
where would I
Conga
go?
Town. Go to Conga Town, for example.
Is that a
Yeah.
thing?
Is it what?
They all ran away.
But you probably won't find any pure blood American Liberians there. Most of them are mixed.
Oh, you know
I
what
don't care
Dave
about
was
that.
telling us to ask you about
I'll go.
Oh
somebody don't
Lord,
sleep in the president's house or some shit. The house is haunted.
about it being haunted or something like that. By
Oh, the
Tolbert, who
executive
was it haunted
mansion.
by?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who was asking
who was it
about
haunted?
that?
No, Dave
They
said to
said
ask
that.
you about it.
Yeah,
Oh,
why they don't
yeah,
sleep
yeah.
in
That
there?
General Butnick said that they did. There's certain sacrifices that was done in the presidential mansion. Some witchcraft shit, and it's been cursed ever since. And presidents don't want to live there because they're hunted. It
Yeah, he
burned down in
said. Yeah, he
2007
said no
mysteriously.
presidents ever lived there. They don't sleep there or
What kind
something.
of sacrifices? Like human sacrifices?
Yeah, like human sacrifices, and ritual for protection, all kinds of crazy shit. So the president, like Ellen Johnson, never slept there. She was afraid of it. But Charles Taylor, he was a Zoe, so he was involved in it. So he wasn't afraid of it. But
Is
most presidents are afraid of the mansion because it's people got killed in the mansion. Talbot got killed in the mansion. Not yeah, Talbot got killed in the mansion. A couple
No.
of guards that was guarding him got killed there.
A
A lot
lot
of
of
people
people
got
got
killed on the
killed. Yeah, I wouldn't
got
sleep in
killed on
that
the beach
motherfucking
behind the
shit.
mansion.
Ain't no way in hell.
Yeah.
That's fine. Let me get my Liberian
I might have
citizenship.
that
I'm gonna
shit
move right into that
fucking tore
mansion.
down and rebuilt. Shit, I wasn't sleeping in that motherfucker. But shit, it's cursed.
But they renovated it for like $46 million. It was like a black hole for corruption. They was renovating it for like 10 years. They just
But
got
they
done with it like a
never.
couple of years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's,
Congo,
it's a lot better
Tyler,
in the
show a
inside
video of
now.
Congo Town.
Yeah, Congo Town is like a mix between the
Yeah, he
Bassa
showed it
people,
before. It
yeah, the
looked
Bassa
nice.
people and settlers. Because in Congo
Colin went
Town, especially on the
downstairs to
back
get him
road,
some.
Yeah,
Colin
Congo
went downstairs
Town
to
looked
get him
nice.
some cookies. He went to go
Yeah,
get him some
yeah,
cookies. He be back.
yeah. I
Congo
went to go
Town is the settlement.
sandwich for some.
I've been to Congo Town, and that's where I grew up. But he's mad at why didn't I grow up in my own ethnic homeland? Why I grew up, why I got to grow up in Congo Town? But
You
what
grew
Carla
up
doesn't
in Congo
understand is,
Town?
huh?
You grew up in Congo Town?
Hell
Yeah, because that's what
yeah.
I'm trying to
Elvis come
explain to
from a
you.
rich family, man. I'm a
I'm trying to
riders
explain
nigga,
to you
man.
that there's a mix of, like in Congo Town, you have the Bassa people who live there, and then the Congo people. So they intermarry. Like for example, my mother is Bassa, right? So there's a Bassa town right there. There are Congo people who are mixed with Bassa, like the former police director Joe Tate. He's a Congo and Bassa man, and we're very close to his family. I used to, spend the night and have sleepovers with his nephews and his nieces. They're all like family to us. His mother been living there for a long time. His family is from there, so they intermarried with the Bassa. So he was a mix of both Bassa and Congo. So the Congo town is not just purely a Congo settlement. It's a mixture of Congo people and Bassa people who live in that community.
Congo Town look
Yeah.
beautiful at night. Like they might have to be the only one with
You
electricity.
wasn't
That's
up
nice.
here when he showed the video of Congo Town,
I'm looking at
Jonathan.
Congo Town right now. It look
Yeah,
like
he
Jonathan,
Yeah,
you
showed the
gotta
that's
look
like
video
if
a
of
I
it.
look
plane.
on a map
Hey,
on
It
Google
looked
Map, I
there's
can
nice.
tell
there's a
you exactly
plane
where I
flying over
live.
Congo
It's
Town,
Congo town.
and
Yeah, it
that's the
looked
only place
nice.
that got light at night.
Yeah,
That's
that's the only place that looked nice because he was showing the other places by the
No,
beach,
no,
bro.
the
And I was like, man, Congo
the
Town
most
looked
sought
better than
after
that.
community in Liberia is Sincor, right? The rich and wealthy and powerful live in Sincor. And then if you want to go in the suburbs and have like a estate, you go to Marshall. That's where a lot of rich people who want to
Marie.
get
We
away from
don't. You
city
don't
life.
have to study the miracle Liberian people. We need to reach out to our people.
Yeah. I
y'all
mean, if you can
can.
find them, because they're historical families like the Coopers and the Bernards and other
We
people
got
who
to
are.
make sure there's not one American Liberian living in poverty, and if so, then we need to be fight. You know what? We need to be trying to get them back to America.
No,
Donald
no,
Trump.
Nah,
They
even
should
during the
have dual
time,
citizenship by default.
Jonathan, even during the time of the American Liberian rule, there was a lot of quote unquote American Liberians who were living in poverty upriver. Because
yeah.
Yeah, but
the
now
one
we about to
percent of
save
the
our
American
people.
Liberians were the ones in power and benefiting. There was a lot of them who were poor and
Hell
living,
yeah, bring our
but
Let
they
FBA
me ask you
still
a
back if
had
they
question.
want to
that
come
sense of
back. Shit.
superiority, even though they were living in poverty. They still thought they were better than other natives.
Let me ask
You
you a
know what's
It's like
question.
a
crazy
white
though, right,
redneck putting
Bantu?
Huh?
a
We
business
got
Yeah.
a
mansion.
whole African Americans got a whole diaspora around the globe. We need to be reaching out to our diaspora. The
Yeah.
people in Samana,
Nova
the people in
Scotia.
Liberia, the people everywhere. We
Everywhere.
need to have one African
But
American global
Tariq
unity
But
said
day.
those guys are cut
but
off.
you
They've been
know,
too
Fuck
long. They've
Tariq.
been
Leave
too
him
long in
alone.
but you
Africa. They're
know,
cut off now.
yeah, some of them ain't gonna want to come back anyway because they've been
Nah, that's
gone
not what I'm
too
saying,
long.
Bantu.
Yeah.
Your leader Tariq said they're cut off because they spend too much time in
Well,
Africa.
that he's
That-
he's not the leader. That's what I'm trying to
Oh,
tell
okay.
you, people.
Well, he said it.
I don't give a fuck what he
Don't
said.
forget
You're
about
How
our
the
about
people in
that?
shit.
Israel, Jonathan. Our people in Israel as well.
Yeah, our
Yeah,
people in
in
Israel too.
Jamuna. They went
Yep.
to
That's what I'm
Liberia
saying,
before they went to
Steve.
Israel. They were in Liberia until
There
the coup
should
in
be
1980.
a whole
Yep.
African American global diaspora organization in which we all come together from our different backgrounds and we celebrate.
Yeah.
What
And we
about
should be, instead of going
yeah.
to
The
Ghana and all
ones
these other
that the
dumbass
ones that want to
places,
do it, you
we
do
should be
it.
going to
But
Congo Town, going
I'm
to
telling you,
Samana,
all of them
Dominican
ain't gonna be
Republic,
with
Nova
it. So
Scotia.
you know,
Yep.
That's where we need to start going. Matter of fact, that should be the damn thing. How about we talk Pan Africanism? How about Pan
because
African Americanism?
Because
Oh man, it's all about these niggas and supremacists.
it's like it's
Don't
like
connect
Elvis
with Africans
said,
as long
and
as they not
you
with your
know,
tribe.
Elvis said,
But
Elvis
they would tell
said,
you
you
they're
know,
not tribalists, Steve.
they've been gone too
They
long.
would tell you they're not tribalists,
They
but they
not
only want to
going
connect with the people
to
from their quote
no,
unquote
they
tribe.
are tribalists. They're gonna be where they at. They're gonna be like, this is where we at now. And then that's
No, I'm
it.
saying Jonathan talking about we only can connect with the people from our lineage.
Oh yeah. The ones that want to connect, yeah.
Carla showed that
It's all
video of the
about
ones down there in
supremacy. For sure.
the ones down there in what's it called?
In
Dominican
Samana?
Republic. Yeah. He showed that
Yeah,
video
in the
that time and they
Dominican
said
Republic.
they said they Black American. That's what they said.
They still no, I seen videos of that shit.
Nah, they was
They
speaking
still
Spanish,
retain.
Now they
man.
say they are Dominican now. They kind
Yeah,
of
they say they Dominican, man.
I
you know.
Colin definitely showed
Nah,
that video and they said they
I
were
seen
Black
that
Nah,
video
they
American.
too.
said they Dominican
They
now, man.
claim
I don't know if you
exactly
guys
what
watched
they
the
say they
video.
are.
Well, they
That
said
was
African American.
They said they
that
was
was like
still. I thought they
1960
said they
video.
was Dominican
That
now.
wasn't no
They did
1960
say
video.
that.
That was like
All right, pull up the
They
video. Pull
literally
up the
go to
video.
pull the
the
video,
they
Colin.
Pull
go
up
to
the
the
video, Colin.
African American
Pull up the
Samana.
video.
Episcopal Church in
Basically, they still got the
Samana.
same culture, everything like the
Pull it
people from
up.
the South.
The old
They
black
call
lady
themselves
speaking had a
African
southern
Americans.
accent.
You know, matter of fact, one of my friends was from Samana, bro. I never knew why
Can
he
we
had a
just pull
last
up the
name like
video,
Hamilton and
man?
shit. You know,
Just
and he was
settle
from
it.
Dominican Republic or whatnot. You know, I always wondered why he had a fucking American last name when I learned about the Samana. When he was like, he would always say, "Yeah, we're black. I'm a black man. You know, what's black African?" He always says black African American, right? I said, "You're from Dominican Republic." You know, I never knew the culture, you know, the history, you know, of somebody says. Hey, I realized years later, his ancestors came from America. They're still Black American down there. They consider themselves Black American, you know.
All right.
No,
I'm
but
just going by
Kyle,
what I seen in that video.
don't you think it's a good idea, Kyle, to
What part
have
of them is
Pan
American,
African
Colin?
Americanism?
Well, the bottom line is
I
this.
want. If I'm
I'm
going to
like this.
Liberia, I'm going straight to Congo
Look,
town.
look. Bottom line is this. I'm like this. I believe Black America
No,
has
that's a good idea, though, John.
Hold up, Black
I mean, that's
America.
what I'm saying, Bantu. Let's reunite our people.
Hold up, Black America has communities in South Africa. Has been there for 150 years. We have communities in Russia. Has been there 100 years. France, almost 100 years. Whatnot. Panama, Costa Rica, Suriname, Guyana. All these places got Black American, African American communities. That people, Canada, you know, but no, Mexico, Baja California, Mexico, there's community, Black American communities there. But no one has ever thought it was necessary to link us all together under one, you know, banner. You know, we just like,
Yeah, but we should be.
You know, I think so.
Yeah, that's why FBA is so important, man.
No, FBA, man.
Oh,
Look, FBA saying our foundation is America. Our foundation is in our culture, in our soul. You know, you guys are basically called to say America. No, you're Black American, African American, no matter where you go.
Listen,
you know,
the majority spirit.
I'm telling you right now, man. Tariq ain't the leader. I'm telling you.
We got to get that list of all the places that our people went to, and then start reaching out to our people.
Look, I did several shows about that last year. You know,
but we gotta go reach our people. We gotta go reach our people.
February coming up, Colin. I guess we could do it again.
I did that last February, Black History Month. You know, I said, you know, Black America overseas. The history. I did like a 7-part series. The history of Black America overseas. You know.
Yeah, I remember that episode. That's why I was trying to remember. I thought they said they was Dominicans now. But...
I did like 7 episodes. I covered Mexico, Dominican Republic, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Freetown, South Africa. There's an African American community in South Africa that's been there for the first Black community in South Africa was Black African Americans. You know,
Jonathan said, didn't you even say in Nigeria too, Jonathan?
What you call? There was some African Americans that were. Technically they were Black Americans because they were actually Creoles from Nova Scotia and Sierra Leone. You know, they were the first community in Lagos. You know, the first real community in Lagos was Creoles people from.
I see that. We've been doing all of this fake DNA test, connect our roots and shit, and we done skipped over the people we should have been connecting with the whole damn time. That don't make no sense.
Ain't no Hebrew Israelites. It's FBA.
and connect with some tribe from like 5,000 years ago. No, man, I think I like my own people right here. You know.
Man,
FBA,
Colin, let
Steve.
1776 right here so you can stop texting my name in the back chat.
Look, bottom line, look, I'm gonna let him up. See what he got to say. Let's see how
He'll
long he
get kicked
lasts.
right back off.
1776. Talk shit after the show. That's where you're free to speak.
No, but this is my question, and this goes to white supremacy, right? Why do white people are allowed to join other groups around the world and nobody says anything? I have a friend who has Japanese tattoo symbols tatted all over his body. Nobody says anything. So when I say if I'm want Western life and I want to be in America, I'm going to stay my ass in America. But if I go to Africa, I'm going to fully embrace Africa, right? I'm looking at some tribes to join in Liberia. So when I go there,
they're gonna fucking laugh. Go to Liberia, they're gonna laugh. Right? They're gonna laugh.
no, but I'm saying I want, like I said,
they're gonna say, "Yo, yeah,
no,
there's a tribe over there for you. That's the Boo Boo the Food tribe."
no, like I'm looking at the Pele and the Grebos, right?
Yeah, man. The bottom line, the bottom line is this. And like I said, you know what's your problem is 17.
But why do white people? Why can white people do stuff? You got a white man go to Africa and become a chief. That look crazy.
You know what your problem is, right?
What?
You're not. What's gonna happen is the way you talk right there is very dangerous. Why? Because you do not. Let me tell you something. What I learned this about Liberians, whatnot. You better take these people seriously. Stop playing in people's face.
But Colin, what I'm saying is why?
No, I'm dead serious. Right?
I'm dead serious too.
You're gonna end up losing your fucking life. You don't go over there, but
Colin, don't do that.
You know?
Barbarians are not some savage where they're going to kill him.
Then why would I go?
I'm saying like this: one day you're gonna fuck up, right? And you're gonna realize that.
Hey, Jonathan, I have a friend who goes to Japan, right? He has a Japanese wife, right?
Africa is not a plaything.
But I'm saying he's white. He goes to Japan. He fits in their culture. He wears all.
I don't care about that.
So you don't think a black man can have anything in his life? He can't integrate.
No. 1776. Japan is in the words of the great Kala, a civilized society.
Well, let me ask you a question. Don't you think
white people?
Don't you think 1776 could be like Dionys? Go to Liberia and become part member of a tribe. You don't think that's possible?
Yeah, that's the only way to go to Africa. If I wanted to live a Western
tribe
life
in Liberia, he's part of the African American tribe in Liberia.
Yeah, but if I just want to live a Western life and have the same things I have
There's no tribe in Liberia called African American tribe.
So what he saw
America, Congo, whatever y'all want to call it, settler tribe.
What he's trying to do is basically
Congo people, whatever.
Say because I go over Liberia and I got a television, running water on that. I'm living a Western lifestyle. So
but part of going like when I go to a Senegalese restaurant, they all sit around each other and they eat together, right?
Hold up.
No.
Hold up. Are you gonna shit in the latrine?
Colin, you think that's what being in a tribe is about shitting in a latrine?
Most people,
there are tribal people who have running waters in Liberia. I have running water in my house in Liberia.
Jonathan, you've been to Hawaii.
I tried to reach out to America Liberians before. That's how I accidentally ended up in Kala's Facebook group.
Jonathan, you've been to Hawaii, right?
That's how I met Kala.
When you go to Hawaii, Jonathan, you wear the luau. You eat traditional foods.
It was him and Bomani, and I used to go up there and talk shit to him.
Yeah, but the bottom line is this: when you go to Africa, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna like I said, people understand you go there, you're foreigner playing people, but you're not gonna live that life. You know what's like? Do you know it's like catching malaria?
No, but I'm saying you got to try.
Hold on. You know it's like if you think you can survive malaria?
Of course, I'm a black man. Black man can survive anything.
I'm gonna die from it. You know.
Well, people who have sickle cell anemia can survive malaria because they have like an immune.
You just need a trait. You just need a trait. You don't need sickle cell. You just need a trait.
There's people that die of malaria all the time.
Well, like I said, when you're in the
bottom line, he's not. Look. He's talking a bunch of shit. You're not gonna live in no damn village.
No, I'm saying when I go to Africa, I'm gonna tribe up. That's the whole.
Okay. Well, how does that look like?
I'm a tribe up.
Most people in the tribe got laptops and
You
cell
look
phones.
look at Afro Think
Oh
Tank, right?
Lord,
But being in a
1776. You
tribe don't
telling
mean you're
me
gonna be primitive, Carla. Why can't you understand
What's the
that?
fucking point
once you
you're talking
join a
about?
tribe, you have to be primitive. So
Okay,
1776,
Jonathan.
if
There
he
you go. That's the
finds out that
bullshit.
he's from that ethnic group that's
I'm a
in
part of a
Kebbi State,
tribe, but I'm not
Nigeria,
primitive.
No,
by
look,
default, he has to get
76
him
is
a
like
12-year-old
this. He
wife.
trying to get the
So the bottom
I'm
authentic
line
not
is,
gonna choose a tribe like
village
that.
life. You
Hey,
know,
And
A
then you're gonna go
tribe is
back to
just a
America and go
network
to
of
jail.
people who
If I
have
go
your
to
back, who will
Nigeria,
work.
nah,
I'm
he
a
trying to get the
check this
village
out. Are you
life.
look 1776?
Nobody's going to
Are you
Africa
gonna
to
get
get the city
are you
life
gonna
if
get
you're
all your
already
water
a
from a
city
well?
slicker. Like, what
We
the
all
fuck is
can't
the
what
talk at the
point?
same freaking time. I'm talking,
My
right?
bad.
1776. Are you gonna get your water from a well?
no, I'm gonna get some like some tribal tattoos, like different brands and
I
and stuff.
really feel you're
No,
trolling me right
I'm
now.
not trolling. I'm serious.
Yo, look,
What
I
I'm
really feel
saying
you're trolling me
is
right
when
now.
other people, you have other people who go to Africa. You got
Carla,
white people
Adonis is
that go to
dumb as shit.
Africa.
Do you talk to Adonis this
Hold on.
way?
Look.
You had a
You didn't
white guy
hold
living
up.
in. You had a
Hold
white
up.
guy
You
living
didn't
in
answer.
Makoko.
You didn't answer my question.
You had a white guy living in Makoko.
Before you say another word, answer my question.
Go ahead.
Are you going to basically use water from well and shit in the open and use open defecation?
Listen. If
Will
you
you
wasn't,
or
Carla,
will
that's real disrespectful.
Carla,
Being in
can
a
listen.
I
tribe
ask
don't
you,
mean
that
Carla?
you
goes
open
on
your.
a
Hey,
lot in
if
I
you
mean,
Africa.
ever
I
went,
wouldn't even say that.
if you ever went
Carla.
camping, when you take a dump, you dig the hole 3 or 4 feet
So
deep, and you
you
pick
ain't
it
gonna do
up.
that shit,
You
bro.
never went camping.
I've
Come
been camping
on.
for what the fuck is you see?
But
So where did you
Carla,
take a
listen
shit
to
at when you
Jonathan,
came?
right?
Hold up. If you was talking to a Liberian right now, they'd be offended by what you're saying.
Where
I'm
I'm
not
not offended
offended by
because
it, Carla. That's why you have to listen and get it
Bottom
fleshed
line is,
out.
hold up. Yo, look. The bottom line is this: ain't nobody in Liberia talking like that. You
but
know,
the
Like
whole
what?
thing about
African guy said most Africans now live in a city.
but it's
Right.
called
So but those people are part of tribes. When he said he want to be a part of a
What
tribe,
I'm saying is, hold up. I'm gonna say the last time he's talking about going to live a life most Africans don't live.
But
is
the
that what you
thing
talking
is,
about?
no.
1776.
What I'm
That's
saying is a
exactly what he's talking
spiritual
about.
connection.
Because he's
When you
talking
go to
about
the
the fact
continent,
that
right?
I go
You're
to
supposed to
Africa and
tribe
I'm living
up,
a modern
right?
life. So he's trying to discredit what I'm doing in Liberia.
No. I'm just saying, if I go to Africa, I'm gonna tribe up. I'm gonna find a tribe
So
and I'm gonna
what
join
the
it.
fuck does tribe up mean?
But some people
Tribe up
do that,
means
Carla. You didn't do it, but Diners did it.
What? No. Kyla actually did do it
Ask the question, right?
because
What the
his
hell
wife is a
define tribe up?
miracle Liberian.
Like Jonathan
Define tribe up.
Militer. He's with the
He,
Igbo
he
people.
didn't
He's
marry
Carla, when you
tribed
no.
went
up.
He
there,
didn't
you
marry
found your
no
own
crew
people, right?
girl
People that you felt
or no
connected to
Pele.
you.
The fuck up. God, I gotta get rid of both of them. I'm fucking sick of it, you know? I'm fucking sick of it. People just argue
Damn.
me and whatnot. Elvis, he knows 77 sound like a fucking idiot. Now, if I said that same thing, he'd get all upset. Carla, you're stereotyping Africa and whatnot, you know? But yeah, he's sitting there going along with 1776 just to fucking get a rise out of me. I'm sick of Elvis, you know? I really am. You know?
Every
Fucking
time I
trolling,
come after
you
the
know?
show, somebody got kicked off.
Man, fucking, I'm sick of it. I know when I'm being trolled. I know when people are fucking trolling me and they're not serious, you know? There's no way that fool's gonna go to Africa and talk about tribe up and whatnot, you know? You know, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You know? You go out there and whatnot, you got cholera, you got malaria, you got all this shit out there and whatnot, you know? You can eat healthcare, you get yourself screened before you go there. You gotta take a yellow fever shot. Does this fool guy even got a yellow fever shot? You know? So I'm sick and tired of people playing games when he's talking to me. You want to play games and talk shit, go to somebody else's platform. When you talk to me like you're serious. I'm not here for fun and games.
So, Jonathan, what happened when you reached out to the American Liberians?
I damn near couldn't. So I joined this African American Association of Liberia, something like that. And in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, this is about American Liberians and Black Americans working together. I go in there, and then Kyla hits me up like, "Hey, you joined my organization." I'm like, "What?"
African American.
And then that's when I realized he was from Dynasty platform. But
Yeah,
I
I think
really
that's
do
where I
want to.
first seen him at
I want to
on
link up with
Dynasty.
American Liberians and the Black Americans that are
You got
around the world.
You got to go there.
Exactly. But I want to know where I'm going. I don't want to
America,
think I'll be stupid and fuck around, just go to Monrovia and be like, "Oh, y'all, miracle."
You're not gonna find American librarians online. You know,
Yeah, that's my
go to
point. So I
Liberia,
got to
you'll
go
meet
there.
plenty of them. You'll meet plenty of them. They find out you're from the United States, they'll click with you and whatnot. You know, it's fine. But you're not gonna find them online because they keep a low profile. You know.
Yeah, that's my point.
They keep a low.
And that needs to be a thing. African American American Liberian
All
reunification.
the history. They're done apologizing, and they're done like this. They just want to recover what they lost, and move on from life. You know, if they're gonna be
If
part
they
of the
want to
country.
come back to America, let them come back.
Yeah, I believe that too. I believe
They
some
want
American librarians.
they should have a right to dual citizenship
I
because
think
they
the
left
American
for a
librarians
reason.
should be able to come back to America if they want to.
Yeah,
They
I
should be
think
able to
so.
come back. They should be able to do all kinds of things. Black Americans, that's the dominant group. We should be supporting our people that's abroad.
We don't do shit, man. We just basically.
And if Tariq and the FBA people don't like that, fuck them.
The whole
Yeah,
Pan
Tariq don't
Black
speak for all the FBA, man. Y'all got
Yes, he
shit
does,
twisted.
but go
No, the
ahead.
fuck he don't,
No, he
man.
don't.
I'm like this. You're black. You're part of Black American. Tariq basically rejected Liberians. And somebody said, Tariq, well, the kid that got shot a couple of years ago by a guy, he's a Liberian. They from America. No, but they left America. Tariq says anybody that left America is no
That child
longer.
he was American Liberian.
Yeah, I think so. But the bottom line is, whether he's not or not, you know.
I listened to Tariq's argument about them.
Listen,
They
you
left
got
America a long time ago. We don't leave and
Exactly.
blah
yeah,
blah
that's
blah.
that
But the
we
thing
don't
is,
flee shit.
you
But
said,
listen,
and then
you
he
got
tried to
two
say that
FBAs up here telling you right
That's
now it
bullshit.
ain't gonna stand.
That's why the FBA movement is a joke. You know,
That's
Black America
that's
dispersed
because
all
y'all
over the
not
damn
real
world.
FBA. Y'all not really,
FBA, Black America is dispersed. So FBA only says if we didn't flee America. In other words, you on the plantation. You know, y'all plantation bucks. You know,
y'all not real FBAs because the consensus amongst FBAs is that they ain't the American Liberians ain't their people. So
Nah,
that
they
ain't the
still
consensus.
yes,
still
yes it is.
FBA.
See, you
They
actually got
still
to go to those
FBA.
comment sections and
Fuck
listen to the
that.
arguments.
If they
Majority
want
of
to
the people
come
ain't
back,
saying that shit.
if they want to come back to FBA, they still FBA. I said it. You could call
hold on.
Tariq. You could
What they
call
coming
whoever the
back for?
fuck you want to call.
Hold on. What are they coming back for? You in America, right? They don't. Because what I gained from going to Liberia, right? I don't see them gaining anything by being with FBA, a bunch of crusty Negroes and whatnot. You know.
Oh, keep them there with you in Liberia. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying.
No, I'm saying, what do they got to come back to when you say?
Nothing, Kala. Keep them with you.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's what I'm saying. So there's a rich history of people.
You heard them just say, "Oh yeah, they should come back to America." Now
Yeah, they
that I
should come
said
back to
something, you
America,
saying,
right?
"Oh
But that don't
no,
mean
what
that
they coming back for?"
no,
Go
that don't
ahead,
mean that
Kala.
If they
join
want, if they
Go
want to
ahead, man.
come, they should have a right to come.
Nah, fuck that. Kala trying to
And
like he
Black
trying to
Americans,
gatekeep or something. Man, fuck
politically, we
that
need to
shit.
do some political wielding and be like, you know what? Y'all want to do all this stupid ass immigrant shit. Let them come over here and let the people from Samana come over here.
Yeah, Samana. Yep, Samana. Costa Rica.
And they should have priority visa since they were forced to
Yeah,
leave
that's what I'm saying, right?
based on some
Out
bullshit.
of America, man, they should have priority visa. You know, all the people that were forced out of America. You know, so that's how you solve that problem. You know.
The first question is, do they see themselves still as Black Americans?
Yeah, look. My wife's family is American Liberian. My auntie Berlin and her sister, her cousins, Corona and Tracy. Tracy works at. She's a producer for the Food Network up in New England. You know, and they basically these girls, man. Her cousin, oh my God, just smoking hot. You know, and the bottom line, they're like basically Black American girls, man. You know, live in America. They were born here. My auntie Berlin, she's a real pale, light skinned lady, you know, and they basically Black American. You know, they everything we do, they do. You know, and
Steve, there was this one lady. She was a mayor of some city out there in Liberia that Sir Leif Johnson appointed. She's a miracle. She was living in like Carolina or some shit like that.
and now that
And she explained it.
Shit, hell yeah, man. You
you
gonna
have
try to tell
They
me?
certified. They're
You
certified.
gonna try to tell
She
me
was in your
FBA
area,
got
Steve.
40
Can you
something million
imagine?
people and we ain't got no diaspora? You
check
crazy,
this out,
man.
hold up, check this out. Look, my city, we have the one of the city only black city councilwoman is a Liberian lady, right? Where she calls herself African American, right? Because she's a professor of Black Studies of African American history at Norfolk State. She calls herself African American, but she's American Liberian, But she was born in Liberia, And so
Hey, call in, give last 5670.
Yeah, call
When he
in.
said these goofy, I don't know what he's talking about.
Now, Ben, this is what I'm thinking about it, right? What if African American is a representation of the whole group, and then the FBA just simply the people that remained in America?
That's a stupid.
But I mean, I'm looking at it from a different opinion.
Yeah, but what the hell, Jonathan? There's a growing African American community in Thailand right now, and even in Beijing, China. The numbers are growing.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
So we're supposed to abandon them because that's an FBA movement is really
no, Colin, that's not what I said.
FBA
that's not what I
own the
said.
whole group. Out with that
that ain't
African American shit.
What Tariq says, if you leave
FBA
America,
own it all. What Tariq say?
He said, if you leave America, you're not FBA.
Could they flee?
They fled.
So that's what I'm saying, Kyla. Within FBA will be a subgroup of African American.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Find Black America.
I mean, that's essentially what it's going to have to be, because you can, if you say it's about lineage, well, those people are still a part of our lineage, whether we like it or not. I mean, I listened to Tariq talk about Drake. He was like, he's not FBA, he has FBA
Drake
ancestry. What the fuck is that?
Drake is not
FBA is a
FBA.
lineage. If FBA is a lineage, Drake is FBA.
Drake is
by
not
default.
FBA, man.
Then it's not a lineage.
At what point are y'all not getting it?
If it's a lineage and his father's FBA, he's FBA.
That's why I always say FBA is a
See,
group.
that's
and this
where
is
the
why,
divide in
Steve,
FBA
look at
comes
this.
at.
Steve, look at this. Fake Drake's father's FBA. His mama is not. Malcolm X's father's FBA. His mama is not.
But they was not raised in the culture. They don't know nothing about FBA.
No.
Has nothing
But
to do
if
with culture,
FBA
man.
is a culture, then
It's an ethnic group.
that's not a lineage. If you're going to try to say it's a lineage, then it doesn't matter what culture they practice.
Right. We got the definition of ethnic group, and look at the definition of lineage.
FBAs really don't know what they're talking about. Look at Musa.
And this is why, honestly though, I kind of believe that when Tariq started this shit, he didn't fully think it through. So now he's trying to figure it out along the way.
Divide in FBA, and we just gonna have to figure it out because
right?
Drake is not FBA, homie.
Hold on, Bantu. I'm talking. Give me a second, bro.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
What you call it? In Samana, what language do they speak? They speak Creole, French, or they speak Spanish?
Creole, I think.
No, they speak Spanish.
Spanish?
Yeah, it's Dominican Republic. So why does Haitians want to always take credit for that when basically clearly they settled on the Spanish side of the island?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking. I think they said that the Samana people, they didn't want to be like in Haiti because they were doing too much crazy shit, voodoo and witchcraft.
They always want to. They want to claim everything we do.
Haitians, Jonathan, I'm gonna tell you
they can claim that part though because they did settle on them there.
I'm gonna tell you what the difference is, Jonathan. You see how the FBA diaspora, they grew up in the culture, so they still know what FBA is. Drake is not FBA. He grew up in Canada. He don't know shit.
Is FBA a
but
lineage?
The people in
yes
Nova Scotia grew up in Canada.
Is Madman? Is
Did
FBA
they have
lineage?
African American FBA culture, or was they practicing
ancestry?
Or was they practicing
Hold on,
Canadian?
let me ask you a question.
If it's a lineage, it doesn't matter the culture.
No,
if it's a
culture
lineage,
is part of your lineage.
No, it's not.
That'd be like saying that my son, because he was born in Nigeria, he's not FBA. He's not part of the lineage when he's literally a part of the lineage.
Do I need to read a definition of a lineage?
Go ahead, Steve. Read it.
Just go to the website. Go to the website.
No, we're not talking about the website. We're talking about the actual
No,
definition
Jonathan,
of the word
the
lineage.
FBA people are saying they never left. They have a continuous history in this country, and thereby they're descendants of people who never left and have been living in the United States continuously. So by their definition, your child wouldn't be an FBA because he was born outside of the United States, meaning he didn't have a
That's what I'm
continuous
trying to say.
resident in the United States.
if
Then
if
that's
if
not
the
that's not a
American
lineage.
Then that's not a
Liberians,
lineage.
they still FBA because they still part of the culture. It's not like
Yeah,
they.
because
All right,
that's the
I
real
got
point when
I
it
got the
comes to the
definition
Liberian
right here.
Americans.
But
I got the
that's the
definition right
argument that.
here.
Go
Here
ahead,
go the
Steve.
definition:
I don't know.
lineal
I never heard
descent
them
from
say it, but
an ancestor, ancestry, or pedigree. That's the definition of a lineage.
yeah, that's
But
Lineal
that's the
my.
that's
descent
the
from an
that's the
ancestor.
conundrum with Tariq. He says lineage based, but he's talking about having been here consistently for
Then it's not a lineage.
That's what I'm saying. That's where his argument breaks down because he makes
Yeah.
that
Right.
So
When
argument.
he,
therefore,
when
the argument is flawed.
Liberians American
It,
was cut
the
off because
minute
they
that he had
left.
an argument about Drake and said Drake can't be FBA, but he has FBA ancestry, I said,
No,
well,
because
that
he was
doesn't
born
even
in
make fucking
Canada
sense.
and he didn't grow up in an American environment. Because part of it is also they have to have the culture, they have to have grown
Yeah,
up
you
in
That's,
can't
America and
be
know American,
FBA.
Americana.
wait, wait,
That's
wait.
like
Wait, he
saying,
has to have the
listen,
culture. Does the nigga not rap?
man, that's a
Yeah,
fake
you know
ass
what I'm
nigga,
talking
man. He
about.
got
Nigga grew up in Canada.
10,000 ghostwriters, man. What? Come
Oh,
on,
Bantu
man.
agreed with that. Drake is not FBA.
Drake
He's
is
telling he's
not
mad at you for every
FBA,
saying that.
I agree
man.
that he is FBA.
So
See?
yeah, so we got a problem.
if FBA is a lineage,
Shut up,
if
We got a
nigga.
FBA is a
problem.
lineage, Drake is FBA. If FBA is a lineage,
If
Drake is
it's a
FBA.
lineage, Drake
We
is
got a problem.
FBA.
That nigga is
And this is
not
the thing where I
FBA.
don't like, right? You're not a part of the lineage if we don't like you.
No,
Right.
it's
That
not
doesn't make
about
any
like.
sense.
It's not about liking him. If he was part, it's like
But
Kala. I don't
but
like
I'm
this
gonna
nigga,
go
but he
further than
part of
that,
FBA.
and I want to say something, right? That has got to be the most stupidest,
Like
dumbest way of
Steve, I don't
thinking
like
ever.
this nigga. He
That's what
FBA.
Kyler
Imagine,
used to say
imagine
about him,
something.
but you fought
Imagine
Kyler on that.
something. You literally need more people in your ethnic group, and your response to that is to start kicking out people that's literally of your own ethnic group because they were born somewhere else. That's stupid. That's white
Right.
people way of thinking.
Jonathan, if you didn't have a kid in Nigeria, would you think that same way?
Yeah, I would still think that. Wait a minute, that doesn't even matter. Majority of my kids are born in America. At the end of the day, it's just called logic. If it's a lineage,
Because
Steve just
people
read the
think differently
definition of a
when something
lineage.
affects them personally. Because
Nigga, I
you know
don't
your
care.
son is from you, and you know your son carries your your DNA, so you would never consider him not to be a part of you. But when Tariq make the stupid argument that people who have lineage have cousins and ancestors that were born in America, but simply because they left the
No, no,
continent
no.
and went to another
Let me
continent, they're
break it
cut
down
off.
to you like this. I listened to Tariq Nasheed argue and literally kill his own argument right after arguing because someone called in and said, I don't know if I'm FBA because I was born in another country because my dad was in the military. Well, since you were born in the military, then you were technically born in America because American military bases are part of America. It's not. It's
Right.
literally not.
Oh, it's not.
But no, it's not.
I ain't know
I
that.
mean, technically, it's still part of America.
But no, it's not.
No,
Why
embassies
is
are
it
part of
not?
America.
An embassy is a extension, not the military base. So when you're born on the base in a foreign country, they do something called what's a CRBA, Certificate of Birth Abroad. And that's how you get your ass back to the United States of America.
I
So the
mean,
argument
by
is flawed. Like I said,
by
he didn't fully think this shit through. He was just saying shit at that time period.
Nah, FBA
but
is gone.
by definition, Black America is not even a lineage. If you want to keep it real,
Black American, African American,
It
those are
would
not
be a
lineage
lineage.
either.
It
Negro.
would be a lineage based on the fact that
Shit, if you want to
at
go
the
all
end
the
of
way
the day,
back to it, it's called
we
Negroes.
can't pinpoint to where you came from, Steve, in Africa. Neither
Right. I
can you
mean,
point out
most
to where I
Africans
came
can't
from.
either.
Yeah, they can, nigga. They right where they
No,
came from.
no, because a lot of these ethnic groups in Africa were once like a lot of them came together from different areas and came together and formed a new ethnic group. That happened a lot.
Ethnogenesis, Steve.
That's the term. And Steve, therefore, if you
Well,
making that
there you go.
argument, then once again we're still an ethnic group based on ethnogenesis.
Well, no, we
When
an
your
ethnic
lineage
group.
is
I don't believe that we
it's
are a
too
lineage.
far back, you start from a particular point, and from that point forward, you make a new,
Right,
you
right,
know.
right, right.
But I'm saying
those are
with
ethnic
Tariq, he
groups,
put too
though.
many stipulations on it because you have to be descendant of people who were here at the foundation of America. I don't know if that's what he's saying, or even people came in the late
Just
1800s or
look
even
up
the
the
mid
website,
1800s. Are they
Steve,
FBA or not?
and
The
then
reason
you can
the
read
reason
it
why I
to
say
us.
that hold on, the reason why I say that Black America is not a lineage is because it says but it says lineal, descent from an ancestor. So it's like that means somebody like
Okay,
when like
this
for instance,
y'all
people
are
in the
making
Bible, right?
something.
When they say they're an
Lineage
Israelite,
is about
they claim
Time out,
paternity.
time out, time out.
Oh,
right.
it's not
Hold on,
in
hold
the
on, hold on.
show.
Let me hold on. Let me
76,
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Wait a second, y'all are
Right,
making this
exactly.
real
So
complicated,
like,
right?
hold on,
Wait,
1776.
Steve,
Hold on.
Steve.
No,
I'm a
let
higher
Steve finish.
Israelite,
Let me
1776.
but I'm
finish.
a
Let
higher
Steve
Let me
finish.
finish.
Israelite than him.
I'm a
No,
higher Israelite. Nigga, let Steve finish talking, man. What type of shit is that? I'm a higher Israelite.
listen. It's like in the Bible, right? When somebody say I'm an Israelite, what are they claiming?
They claim to be a
They're claiming to
descendant
be a descendant,
of Jacob.
right? Or
Yeah,
Israel, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
See,
Exactly. So that
lineage
would be a
doesn't have a
lineage.
time limit on it. Just like those people from Ethiopia that are descendants of King Solomon, they're Israelites, right? So there's no
Right.
time limit on a
There you
lineage,
go.
like Jonathan
But
said.
lineage is about paternity, is about coming down
Not,
from a
but
line of a progenitor, right?
Exactly.
like
That's what I'm
just
point. That's the point I'm
Who's
trying
the
to make.
progenitor of the FBA?
It
I
doesn't
think
exist.
slavery is the progenitor of it, right? Because you have to be
no,
descendant
but
of slavery.
but that's why. See, this is
Nah.
why I say it's important to do your
Yeah,
DNA and find
slavery
where
is
you're
the
from.
progenitor of
You know.
FBA.
No,
Yeah.
no, no. My progenitor is not slavery.
Okay, what is your progenitor then?
Because when you say ADOS, descendants, listen to it. That means you're descendants of American slavery.
Man, we're not
But guess what
following
though? There's a lot of
biracial
people on Earth
lesbian,
that are
man.
descended of slaves. I don't think you should. I don't think that's a lineage though. I don't feel
That's
like
what I'm saying.
slavery is a
So when people say
lineage.
that's the lineage, it's crazy.
No,
That's the
but we're
progenitor
not
slavery.
following Yvette Carnell. She doesn't know what she's talking about.
It,
But
You
FBA
can't
is
be the
all based
descendant,
on Abel Carnell ideology.
but you
They just
can't be the
twisted it a
descendant
little
of a
bit.
hardship. That's like saying you're the descendant
It.
of the
Thank
broke.
you. Thank you.
Broke is
Thank
just
you.
a temporary situation you're in, right? Slavery
Right.
was a temporary situation that we found ourselves in, right? So you can't be that, but you can have a lineage based in this country from being here since, for 400 years, but you still need to reconnect with where you're from originally, and that's whether fortunate or unfortunate, the continent.
so
When I think of
1776, you
lineage,
about to
I
reconnect
So,
with
think of a
like 48
bloodline.
different
so
tribes.
you know,
That means
No,
that 1776, you got to spend 1 week in Ireland, 1 week in Wales, 1 week on Blackfoot or Creekfoot, a reservation, and
yeah.
then you got to go to
Uh,
Africa. You may have to
but
spend
the thing
maybe
is,
a
I
couple
know
of days
this
in
sounds
Asia.
silly. I know this sounds silly, but I love to dance. So to connect,
You're a real
not
African.
seriously, to dance with like a different, different tribes, and you blend it.
1776. Let me say this, right? So take Dynas. Dynas is the shining example.
Yeah,
Dynas went to Nigeria and he got some ancestry from there and he went to there's a way you can do it. And it's the same thing in Liberia. You go to a chief, the paramount chief maybe of the tribe, and
yeah,
you talk to him and you tell him, explain your situation, that your ancestry come from this group of people and you want to reconnect with them.
well,
yeah.
And you might have
76
to
could
go
That's
be
through a
Fair
why
bribe, and then
ceremony.
you
two
join the
things could
tribe.
be true at the
Right.
same
So,
time.
but it
You
doesn't
could
mean you
be a
have to live a
foundation
primitive
to
life. You
America
just
and
are
still
now,
have
you
your
know,
African ancestry.
yeah,
So
A
yeah,
because to
Black
say you're
American
black,
woman did the same thing. She was descendant of Igbo people. She connected with Igbo
so
people
what?
first in Virginia, and then she went back to Nigeria, and now she be traveling to
yeah,
Nigeria
but
back and
basically,
forth all the time.
like
Oh,
Colin
that's
said,
cool.
if I did my DNA and I'm Fulani, I'm gonna kill myself. Like I
you
can't
gotta
go
prove
through
you
that.
ain't the
No,
nigga
no,
tribe if you're Fulani,
But
bro.
1776.
seriously, I can't do that, man.
1776.
Anybody
If
else, yeah, I could do it, man.
1776,
I'm
you gonna have
like,
to marry that
I'm
12-year-old girl.
nah, man, no, can't do it, man.
You
And,
gonna have
and
to
that's
link up
just
with your
gonna be your
Fulani
life.
brother. Ahmed
Nah,
gonna have you
man,
We gonna whip your
gotta
ass
link up.
when
You
you
gonna
come
teach you the
back
ropes.
though.
I can't do it, man. I can't roll with them
You gonna
people,
marry
man.
your 12-year-old girl, we gonna whip your ass when you come back.
Nah, I'm gonna retake the
But
test. If it's say Fulani, I'm gonna do that shit till it come back right, man.
seven
I
through
can't
take the
do it.
test. But hold on, to Prince of Peace point though, he said everybody is a son or daughter of the revolution, the Haitian Revolution is Haitian. That's right. That's your ethnicity. If you know, that's your ethnicity, but it's not a lineage.
That's the beginning of of a nationality, right? Of a group of
Right.
people.
Right.
So you every group have to have a starting point.
See,
If you're not
Kyler,
going
this
based
is
on
these
your
mute
ancestor,
points that you be getting mad
But
at. This
Elvis,
is if this was my
what were
show,
you
this is when I
before you was
start
crew?
pushing the
Because
button on everybody. Shut the
they
fuck
said
up. Shut up.
like
Shut
what
up.
were you before you were crew? Because they said crew is kind of like a new ethnic group that
not
began
true.
with.
And that's what people who don't understand it. You have to ask
Wait a
the
minute.
people who
Wait a
have the
minute.
tribal knowledge
Steve,
to explain it to you.
Steve, I notice what you're doing. You're
Right.
looking at lineage in terms of your grandparents, their grandparents, their grandparents.
Right.
But
Right.
there's a thing called an ethnic lineage. And that's what
Yeah,
we're talking
ethnic
about.
lineage has a progenitor. The crown people are
Exactly.
not crown because they don't come. They come from our tribal knowledge is that we come from one person who had
Our
three wives.
progenitors is like a
Those three
mixture of
wives are,
African,
the
different
other
African
hold
tribes.
on.
So
The other related tribes
that's
are
it.
children of the other wives.
What
That's
is
how it works. So you always
What
have a
about
progenitor.
but
what are
what
you
about
not
Amari
understanding?
Stoudemire and Floyd Mayweather? They connected with their tribal roots in Israel, right?
Who?
Floyd Mayweather and Amari Stoudemire,
Amari
right?
just kind of converted to Judaism. I don't think it was a tribal thing. I think it was a more religious
Yeah, I
Hold
think
on.
conversion.
that
Trigger
was like a religious thing, right?
Yeah.
Trigger Trey said Ebo isn't a lineage. I mean, like, I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. Well, my understanding,
Except
a
it
lot of
is,
tribes.
because the Igbo people comes from Inri, right? The start
Hmm.
of the
FBA is a
civilization of the Igbo
lineage
people. They can
too.
trace it back to those
Shit.
people,
Y'all can
and
play
then they have
all
different.
the fucking semantics you want.
But you got to understand the Igbo people are also Israelites because if you
Oh
look at
man,
Oh
stop
Utah,
with
Lord,
this high-ranking
here we
Israelite
go.
bullshit. You're not an
Here we
Israelite,
go.
man.
now if you look
And
at the
now I
map, it
see
says
why the Masonic shit is important, because the FBA, they should have had a Masonic meeting and said, this is who is, this is who ain't, and that way we don't come out looking stupid later on down the line.
but
They didn't do
look,
that part. They forgot that part.
Drake is a
So
so-called
now the Hidden
FBA or
History
African
Museum will have
American.
to become the new
Drake
FBA
I mean,
is
Masonic
like
Lodge.
if
FBA.
your father's
Stop
from
it,
Memphis,
Jonathan. Well, y'all gonna be eating fried
if
chicken
your
and
father's
dancing
from
to
if your father's
Cardi
from
B.
Memphis, you can't be no more African American than Drake. Memphis, where all the niggas come from, originate. Nah,
Well,
Drake is a
Drake
African
is
American is an experience, right?
76. Drake is
He
from
wasn't born in
Canada,
America,
bro.
no, but he
He
came
is
out of his
not.
father's nutsack. He's
but
He's from
he's
that's the point.
Canada. He don't have no
African.
experience about African
But it's not
American
about
nothing.
experience. Like
That's
Jonathan said,
not
if you
true.
was born on a
He used to
military
come to
base,
Memphis in the
Yeah, he
summertime
used
with
to
his
go to
father.
Memphis to visit his dad,
it's
and
just
I
like in
used to come to
Vietnam.
Memphis in the
There was a lot of black
summertime. All
Vietnamese from
right.
the soldiers.
if
They're
Jonathan
African
kid in
American.
Nigeria doesn't come, I'm sure he's probably been to the U.S. But if he doesn't come to the U.S. for his first 20 years of his life,
He's
he's
still gonna
been
be a
growing
Black
up in
American.
Benin, and then he comes to L.A. or San Francisco. It's completely different for him. His accent is going to be different. His way of thinking, the foods that he likes, is going to be different than many African Americans. So by blood, he's African American through his daddy, but by culture, he's you know Edo or whatever his mama tribe is. So by that logic, Tariq said, you guys can't have babies outside of America. You got to be here continuously up to the present to be
What
African
Drake
American
say?
or
Blood and
European.
soul. Blood and soul. That's what he says.
I
Well, that's
don't know.
crazy.
I don't
You
be
can't have
listening
blood
to
and soil
Tariq,
because
man.
But
Y'all be
Steve, he
listening to
contradicted
him.
that blood and story when he said you could be born in the military, you could base abroad and still be foundational Black
Yeah,
American.
that's what I'm saying. Y'all be
So he
listening to
shot that
him,
argument
so
in his own
y'all
face.
putting me up on game. I
one
don't know what
one
the fuck
thing
this
about
nigga talking
FBAs,
about.
including Kyle, if you listen to them for 40 seconds, they refute the thing they said early in the conversation. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the trademarks of the
Don't start
FBA.
with Kyle because I got kicked over you by
Kala,
association. So
yeah,
don't
if you
start some
call
shit, man.
Kala
Y'all
FBA,
got kicked
man, he
out
gonna kick
together.
you off.
That's what happens when 1776 be like, Elvis, let me back up, man. Now it's gonna be you.
You want to
Because
get
I
kicked
wasn't
look,
even gonna
off?
give
I'm
examples. And Kyle
serious.
got mad at me.
I
Hey,
He
seen
you
a
want
lot
to
stayed
like
get
mad at me
I
kicked
for
have
I don't
off
know what
76?
reason.
I
Call
have a lot of
Kala
friends, right?
FBA.
American Samoans, a lot of friends, and like they immerse themselves in that culture, but they're American, right? So you can still be American, but if you go to Africa, is necessary to immerse yourself in African culture. If you don't want to do that shit, you can just stay here and no big deal.
No,
You know?
no, don't say that because you can have your choice to go and immerse yourself, and the next man could have his choice not to immerse himself. So it's
So
not
why the
a
fuck?
zero sum game. It's not either
Hey,
or.
so you're just vacationing then?
No, it doesn't matter, man. You know, you can
That's
want
what
to
a
be on the
tour is. When you go
continent
on a
and enjoy the
cruise.
culture, and maybe not want to go full throttle.
Yeah, that's right,
All
Stoic.
right,
Tariq says only
I just
one
want to
parent
say,
needs to be FBA for you to be FBA.
But
Then he
I
shoots that very argument right afterwards
But because
by
you know
saying
why?
Drake ain't FBA.
I mean, I won't even say that. That's personal. But I guess his wife is not fully FBA, right? So if he would have said that, then is she even FBA? Is her daddy Black American? Because her mom is white. Is her daddy Black
I ain't never seen a
American? Or
picture of
I'm
her. I wouldn't
finna
know.
I
look
think
this
I
they
just know
shit
say her
up
y'all say
dad
because
is
she's a white lady.
Haitian. I
y'all
think they say her
motherfuckers
dad is
is
Haitian and her mom is
bullshit.
white.
I'm finna look up the website.
so when you say full throttle, you're
Hold
saying
on,
like
no, I'm on the
Diamond.
website right now.
You're talking
I'm about
about
to
like
read it.
Nah,
Diamond,
you
I'm about to
correct?
read it.
bullshitting, Steve. I know you.
No, I'm being dead
Hey,
serious. I'm about to
Spell.
read Foundational Black Americans. I'm on the website.
Nah, I
Let me
I
look
believe
already
that
that
read
shit
it
in
up
out.
too,
myself,
Steve.
man. I'm not believing nothing you gotta
I'm
say.
gonna read it. I'm gonna read it. Foundational Black Americans, FBA, are the proud descendants of black men and women who endured, survived one of the greatest atrocities in human history, American slavery. These resilient ancestors built the United States from the ground up, laying foundation for the nation's
Pause, Steve.
economic, political.
Pause.
Wait, let him
All right.
finish.
No, hold on. That's a key point right there. He said they're descendants of what? American slavery. Go back and read that part again
Slavery.
because that's where he's
Let's
starting
Saying
to.
make it. There's
who
That's the
people in
agenda
Jamaica.
endured
of
and
FBA.
survived. Yeah.
Yeah,
All
there's
right, I'm gonna
people
go
in
back.
Canada that's African American.
Hold on.
They
Go back to
went.
that part, Steve. I want to read it. I want
Foundational
to hear
Black
it again.
What?
Americans
Wait,
are the
who?
proud
What part?
descendants of
Hold
black
on.
men and women who endured and survived one of the greatest atrocities in human history, American slavery. That's the first sentence.
Okay.
These
What
resilient
else?
ancestors built the United States from the ground up, laying the foundation for the nation's economic, political, and cultural development. However, the rich history of FBA did not begin in 1619 with the arrival of enslaved people in Virginia. It began nearly a century earlier. In 1526, Spanish colonizer Lucas Vasquez, I ain't going to say his name, brought the first documented enslaved black people to the shores of what is now South Carolina and the Georgia coastline. Shortly after their arrival, these enslaved black people courageously revolted against their captors, leading to the collapse of the Spanish settlement. These surviving Spaniards retreated to the Caribbean, leaving behind the liberated black people. These free black people integrated with local Native American societies, marking a pivotal and often overlooked chapter in the lineage and cultural evolution of foundational black Americans. Since the defining moment in 1526, the culture and identity of foundational black Americans have been deeply rooted in building resilience, resistance, and unwavering fight for justice. The spirit, perseverance, and ingenuity has shaped every aspect of American society, from infrastructure, agriculture, to music, art, political activism. FBA are exceptional people whose enduring legacy continues to inspire generations. It is important to clarify that foundational Black Americans is not a group or organization, and there is no designated leader of FBA. The FBA is a lineage-based designation that specifically refers to over 43 million Black Americans who are direct descendants of freedmen, the formerly enslaved Black people who were emancipated in the United States. This lineage represents a unique, unbroken connection to foundational builders of this nation. We honor and celebrate the rich history, cultural contributions, unyielding strength of foundational Black Americans. This recognition is not only a tribute to our ancestors, but also a commitment to preserving and advancing the legacy they established. So that's the whole.
All right. Now,
Okay.
Steve, based on what I was saying to Carla earlier, African American would be the ethnic group and FBA would just be a subgroup of that group.
Yeah, because you had African Americans that went to Canada. You know, you had after the Civil War, you had people that went to Barbados, Jamaica. You know, you don't FBAs don't have to stay. Like, damn, you putting them in a prison called America? Like, they
But
can't fucking move.
I noticed something has changed because I remember a few months back, somebody read it. At first, they would talk about at first, Tree used to mention the Black indigenous groups that are already here, but that's
Yeah,
no
right now
longer
don't
in
sound like he
the.
mentioned any of them.
Yeah, now it's not because remember a lot of these Aboriginal people start popping up talking to Reek, talking about we was already here, slavery never happened, we enslaved white people, so that's probably why he took it out.
I never heard that one before.
Yeah,
Did
he
I
used to say
tell
that.
you
He
that
used to say
shit
we
white
wasn't a
enslaved
people.
part
white
of
people.
NBA?
So
So
Tariq took
if
that
you're
part out
FBA,
about
But
you can't never.
the
you
black
know, but
indigenous
you
people
know,
that was already here.
I'm gonna tell you
So
what the argument is. You want to know what the argument is right now?
what?
What
It's
is it?
about the fucking flag because they said the three stars represent the black Aboriginal people of North America, and they trying to say that the flag
Right.
represent what the
But
you
this,
know the
this, this,
lineage is because it
That's
says
but
what
this,
it
black.
So
meant at first.
there are
What
three
Tariq.
kinds of people that make up the lineage of FBA: the indigenous, the
It
enslaved people, and who
represents
else?
the three groups who
man, we
make
gotta
up
stop this
the
shit, man.
ethnic
I
group.
forgot, but that's what it really.
It
That's
said
what
black
the first
Aboriginal
FBA
people.
website. That's what it
Yeah, it
was.
said
He
black
talked about the black
Aboriginal
Hold on,
indigenous
Steve.
that
people
was
Hold on. Let me
already
hear
here.
Bantu.
North
Oh, go. My fault.
America,
My fault.
the black explorers and traders who had contact with the Americas before Columbus, the captives brought to the Western Hemisphere from Africa. So what this is saying is this is the mixture that creates FBA.
What
That's
this
what
is
it's saying to
saying
me. I
is
don't
some
know what it's saying
bullshit,
to
man.
you.
Listen, man.
Nah, he didn't say the
99%,
mixture. He's saying
99%
the
of
three
black
stars are
Americans.
distinct of three different
No, it ain't no
origins.
three different. You're indigenous
Yeah,
to
it
the
didn't say
plantation,
distinct.
man.
It
Indigenous
said three
people,
groups who
yeah,
make
three
up.
groups. So the three stars represent those
So
three
this is
groups of
all.
people.
These are all the mixture, right?
No, that's not necessarily a mixture. That indigenous African, indigenous black people, as
It
they'll call
have to be
themselves.
a mixture to be a fucking ethnogenesis, man.
Hold on,
Come
hold on.
on.
Listen to what I'm saying, Bantu.
No, you listen to what I'm saying.
Okay, I heard what you said. But
Get him,
my point
Bantu.
is that the the Indians, the Abos, are one group, and they are considered FBA by that logic.
Elvis, you're trolling, man. Ain't no such thing
No,
as no
that's what it
Elvis.
initially was. Elvis telling the
That's what I'm
truth. That's what it
saying, and
was.
that's what I'm trying to explain to
I'm
Bantu
telling you
because
what
he's
it
reading
said.
it.
I'm telling you the
But that's
meaning. It
trolling,
ain't no
man.
ethnogenesis if those groups just stayed the same.
But the
Yeah,
So
Abos say that
obviously,
they're still Indians. They're
but
obviously
not
it had
saying
to
to
but
be a
mix with other
mixture.
Africans. They say they're not
Elvis, you're
African at
trolling,
all.
man.
Nobody listen to the apples. They're the
Yeah,
dumbest
Right.
Elvis,
I
motherfuckers
don't
So
know,
ever.
if you put
man.
a star on there for them, then
Apples,
that
they
means
got a
they're
voice
part of
just like
your
everybody
lineage
else.
people.
Shit,
Elvis,
but
you're
you know,
trolling, man.
FBA is
You
the
know what the
No,
voice.
like
problem is,
listen.
Elvis? The apples say that they're not African, but then they'll tell you that Egypt is in America.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what
the
I'm
whole
trying to
point.
explain.
Why did Tariq
Man,
put him on the
everybody
flag?
know
Why
the
did he put a
apples
star
is
there that
crazy,
Nah,
represents
that's
them?
just
But
a
man.
hold
mental
on.
health
But that's the
problem.
thing, though. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Tariq switched it up because
It's
at
a
first
mixture,
you
man. Ain't no switch up.
There ain't no
Oh
such thing as
no
no, but
no
it's
that
not a
apples.
mixture.
hold on.
That's what I'm
Listen,
It's
saying.
a
Abel
mixture,
said they're not
man.
mixed with
It
Africans
don't
at
make
all.
Hey,
They're
sense.
Indians.
Elvis,
They've been here.
let
Period. Indians.
Bantu. Let me explain.
Where's the
Let me
Abels
explain.
casino at?
Yeah,
Oh
let
no,
Tariq
let me
explain. It
explain.
don't
When
make
Tariq
sense.
first started, when Tariq first
Listen,
started this stuff,
man.
right? Hold
It
hold on. Let me
don't
Do
make
explain.
you have
sense.
the flag with three
Oh
stars on
my
it,
lord.
Bantu?
Yeah, I think yeah, I got it.
There you go. One of
When
those stars is for the
Tariq first
Aboriginals, man.
It
when Tariq first
represents
did it,
the
right?
Shout out to the
He
black
ethnogenesis,
said,
man.
aboriginals.
Stop playing around.
Okay.
listen, when Tariq first started it, right, he was also on that Aboriginal thing as well. That there were black people already here. There were black Africans or whatever else they mixed together.
There you
He's trying to
go. He
separate
said it.
himself
Ding,
and
ding, ding. I rest my case.
Bantu just mad because
now
he know the Abel shit is bullshit. He got a flag that represents him, so I think he's mad about it.
and
I
he
think
now
I
he
think
trying to separate
You
himself
gotta
from
get
case.
your
Steve
refund back,
just
man. Send
said
that
it.
flag
I
back to
rest my
Tariq.
case.
hold on. The problem is
What did you rest your case on, Bantu?
the the point is he's trying to separate
Steve
himself from the
just said they
Aboriginals.
mixed together. He
Where did
just
he
said
say
it.
it?
You can rewind the tape.
I'm saying that. That's what Tariq
Bruh,
originally said. That the black
why are we
Africans.
on a stupid subject for 20 minutes, man? Ain't
Nah,
no
because
fucking
Bantu is the
abolition.
FBA, but he don't really understand what he got himself into.
Nah,
So
but that
we gotta
star
kind of
stands
cleanse the
for
brother mind to get
no,
him
that
back to the
star
right
stands
path.
for three stages of evolution, right? You had the colonial time, that's star. Then you had the Civil War, that's a star, and then post Reconstruction. So
That's not
those
what the
stars
FBA flag
represent
was for,
three
though.
stages of progress. That's what it means. It
No, the
doesn't
three
stand.
stars represent three distinct group of people: the Africans who were brought over on slave ships, the traders who had connection to Europe, and then the original, Indians, people, black Indians who were here, the Aboriginals. Those three
Right.
stars represent those three groups of people, like what Steve
But
read.
as
But
time has gone on, Tariq trying to separate
That is
himself
such
from
a
things.
beautiful flag, my nigga.
what
Why
I
is the
want to
hand
know is
white?
But as time
like
has gone
Jonathan,
on, Tariq is trying to
what's your
separate himself
experience
from the
of
black
like being
Aboriginals because they
integrated
spit the
into a
most
tribe? Like
stupidest
what's the
rhetoric.
experience?
I ain't fully integrated.
So you haven't
What do you mean, like speak a language
like
or some shit?
no, but like what rituals did you have to go through to get married and like
This
integrate
man said
yourself
a
within
ritual.
that
Yeah, you
group?
went through a rite of passage by getting married. You
Like
guys did a tradition of marriage thing.
Did you
all of
get
that
cola
beautiful
nuts or
shit.
any of those things?
Koala nuts.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
cola
got it. I
nuts.
didn't eat it though.
Yeah, but just
Mhm.
accepting it.
That
If you took
nasty
it out
shit.
of listen, if you took it out of a calabash or one of those bowls, those brown bowls, that's a ritual. That's an initiation
But
into
I will tell you one
the
of the
tribe.
best parts is when the auntie, the rich one in the family, gave me some money. Oh, thank you for this little couple of $2-3. It's so
They
nice.
showered you with money. They showered you with money.
Yeah, shower me, goddamn it. Thank you.
Yeah.
You had to pick it up off the ground, huh?
It's a ritual.
No, no,
It's
no,
a
no,
saying
no.
that
It was on the plate.
bring it, they're
Oh,
calling
okay.
for
They
money to
brought it
come
on the
into your
plate.
life and shower you.
Yeah,
So yeah,
like
marriage itself
like
is a
just being part of a
ceremony.
tribe don't mean you're primitive. It just means you found something that you're a part of that's real.
No, I mean that's just
Exactly.
about as far as it goes. I like all the other shit. I don't get down with it.
But
I'm probably
you
like the
learn any
least.
of the dances?
I don't do the dances, none of that shit. I don't
No,
do
but
the dances
Jonathan is not somebody
unless
that's
it's some like
trying to do it.
special event. I ain't wearing the clothes. I ain't.
Jonathan, don't lie.
I just like the
Giannis is the
nigga.
one that want to do it. For
That's
Jonathan,
Dinus.
the Edo people are not your people. You haven't done your DNA to realize it. If they're your people, maybe you're
I
Igbo, maybe
don't
you're
care about
Yoruba.
none of that dumb shit.
So Dinus went in there and went to the Yorubas and got engaged with them. He went to Sierra Leone with the Mende, got engaged with them.
Yeah,
So
that's how I would do, man. Like Don is because
yeah,
it's like,
so people do it differently.
yeah, you gotta be
Listen, I
him,
don't know
man.
what. Well, it was in somewhere in Benin, right? Because when I did my DNA, it was like mostly from Benin. But I was watching. It was some little ceremony and celebration they had. This
Benin
man had a
Republic
penis.
or the Benin people in
Yeah,
Nigeria?
Benin
Like
Republic. That dude had
making
like some type
good.
of penis hat on his head. And I said, I don't
Yeah,
know about that.
That's
that's the
your
Grand
people, Steve.
Honian of the Voodoo people.
Oh, so you a penis head
That's your.
tribe, Steve?
Yeah, that's the Grand
Dickhead
Honian
Hey
ass
man,
of
nigga.
the
hey
Voodoo
man. At
people.
least Steve, if you go the other way, man, you walk on the left side of the road,
Nah, I don't
it ain't
think
gonna
that's.
be
I
no
don't think that's
problem, man.
how it works.
It's
You know what
it
that
was
hat
all a part of your
represents?
ancestry.
What does it represent?
Okay, it's a marine spirit hat. It's about like you heard about mermaids and Mami Wata.
Yeah.
He's the king of the mer people under the ocean. That's why he wear that hat.
Right.
It's a
You talking
fish.
Yeah,
about Poseidon? You talking
and
about
he only sleeps
Poseidon?
with other men.
Okay, John. I don't know about
So
that boy
Steve,
there,
I'm
but
sorry. I'm sorry, Steve.
you come from a voodoo
I
people,
think.
Steve. You better
I
make sure
think.
you
I
clear
Yeah.
any
know. You
ancestral
want to know
curse
something
that's on your
crazy?
family
So
line.
Steve always kick me off the show. He do wicked shit.
You better go for a
Oh my
7-day
God, this
deliverance and a
man.
tyrant, Steve. You gotta
See
go
on
to
my
Whatever.
tyrant.
on my
But
dad's side of the family, his grandma, they was into some crazy stuff. But
Yeah.
they got
what
kicked
about?
out the house. My other grandma kicked them out the house. She
They
said
said
we ain't
Megan
putting up
Good
with
and
that
her
stuff.
husband. They're getting their citizenship.
They
Like
got
that's part of
citizenship
just.
in Guinea.
But I'm
But
saying like when you call someone a Captain American Negro, right? And they say you love America, but you're not
He
willing to
ain't sleep.
renounce
He
any.
ain't sleep
No, 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 I'm not talking
1776.
about that person. I'm just saying when you. I'm not talking about that person. I'm saying when you call somebody Captain American Negro, like right, you red, white, and blue, right?
Tyler
But
got
you're
one
still,
hand on
but
the
you're,
sandwich and the other hand on
but
the trigger.
yeah, but I'm saying you're afraid to renounce or relinquish any parts of the Captain of Negro lifestyle, right? That
why?
shows
Why
me.
do you have to do it?
No, but it's if you just say I'm all in American, I'm just visiting Africa, that's cool. But when you excoriate and make fun of like Steve, for being a Tar Heel Captain America Negro, right? But you're still not willing to burn that passport
No,
and
they
that.
make fun of you for being a Captain America nigga.
Oh
They
man,
ain't
we
make
never.
fun of Steve for it.
Now we talk about Steve, man. But like you're scared. Like I know people who travel abroad and they look at their passport and they so scared of getting stuck in Africa. Like that shows me that you still in bondage. You still in
Nah,
FTA
nigga, it's about
bondage.
being smart. Africa, if you ain't got no job there, you ain't got no way of making money, you ain't got no document, you're gonna be stranded. And you're gonna be on the road begging people for money to
1776.
try to get back to America.
1776.
And the
I say I
idea of
should have
being
voted
stranded
you.
in Africa, if
I
you
should have
lose your
voted you yesterday. The
passport,
dumbest
just go to the
motherfucker.
damn embassy. They'll give you
Like
another
the dumbest
passport.
motherfucker ever came. Like, why would anybody go to a whole fucking continent, no job, no means of support, anything like that? That's the dumbest fucking thing I ever heard in my life.
No, but like I've learned from Africa, like the tribe is communal. So
Yo, you
everybody.
a fucking yo.
Communal.
I tried, Lord,
I'm
bro.
gonna leave. I'm
I
gonna
tried,
leave that.
man. Shut the fuck up, man. Like,
I told that nigga he wasn't asleep.
When people listen to my show, right? If I don't cut that out, people think I agree with them. You know, a lot of people listen to this show. I can't let an idiot like that talk. You know, nobody in his right mind goes anywhere. I don't go to fucking New York unless I have a fucking plan. Does anybody go to fucking Michigan and say you're gonna move to a fucking other part? If I move to Mississippi, you think I'm gonna go down there? They have no jobs down there, nothing. I wouldn't go down there. What the fuck you
Kyle, I don't leave the
to
house without a plan. What the fuck am I leaving the house for?
Does he understand how much it costs to live in Africa? Transportation alone, if you don't got a vehicle, whatever, it costs a lot. You know, you're gonna go there and tribe up. We're gonna be around a bunch of poor, broke, desperate people. What the fuck they gonna do for you? You know, it's just real in Africa. People are hungry. All they trying to do is get something to eat. So are you gonna break your tribe? Nigga, shut the fuck up, man. You know, like damn, this nigga's stupid. I hate people entertain this idiot, you know. Yo, shit is real in Africa. Real. Those of you never been there, like that, the way people gotta live and stripe every day, you don't know where your next meal's coming from. Shit is fucking real. That's you want to know the real African life, 1776? Yo, live on $1 a day. And they tell me about fucking embracing your fucking tribe. Live how they live and whatnot, you know, where you may have a cup of rice every 3 days for eat.
Speaking of tribe, right? Speaking of tribe, Elvis, you speak your language?
No.
I ain't never heard Elvis speak his language.
You see, Carlo always like to start shit with me.
I think he do speak it. You do speak it, right?
No.
Okay, Carlo.
Elvis came when he was a kid, so he wouldn't speak it fluently anymore.
Yeah, I think he do speak it fluently because he
Say
said he
how
came
you
when
in
he
your
was
language,
10
Elvis.
years old.
Moi,
He speak that shit fluently.
Hold on. Let me get my Google Translate ready.
Hold on, Bantu. Hold on. What you say? Say it again, Elvis.
Yeah, we got to translate, Elvis. We can tell if you're bullshit or not.
We got translated, nigga. See, that's why I understand it more than I speak it, but I speak some of it. Yeah.
So he was honest. That means no, nigga.
That means yes, nigga.
I can say hello in Spanish.
Yeah,
1776. French.
Yeah, 1776. I used my voodoo to kick you off the show. It was me.
To say thank you. There's two ways to say thank you, right?
Sitting there talk about I want to break my
See, I want to
stop bullshitting, Elvis. You know how to speak that fucking language.
1776 had to live on $1 a day.
I want to teach you something in my language, and Carla won't let me do it, man.
Carla, if I had to live off $5 a day in Africa, I wouldn't be in Africa.
Yeah.
So anyone talk about $1 a day?
Oh God.
Most people,
to a group of people, if you're talking to a group of people, Steve, and you want to say like thank you to a group, like appreciation, you say atrao. Or if you're talking to an individual and you want to confirm or acknowledge them for saying something good, and you say aseo, you know.
Aseo.
Say
it again.
Aseo. Yeah, it's
aseo.
Like, yeah, if you're talking to women, you say ause. To thank them. Ause. The man is aseo. I mean, you know, it's my language is the most complex language because it's a tonal language. It's very difficult to learn.
Right.
Because the way in which you say things may have different meaning. The tone in which you say it has different meaning. You can say the same thing, but the tone of your pitch means different things. So it's very complex.
Carla, you got Snagalaga language classes on your show now.
Okay,
I got
Carla got to do is make a commercial. If you want to speak Snagalaga, pay $10 per day.
Hold on, me and Isabel went to Guinea and Ganta and then Guinea. I was like, I can't understand her. They all speak in Shnagalaga. She started cracking up laughing. I said, everybody speak in Shnagalaga. You know?
Hold up. B1. How does that? But how would that make me
Carla,
Asian? You say that too good.
I hate to say it. When I was with my wife, they be your wife and they be speaking their language, I'd be like, Snagalaga ass boy.
That's what I'm saying, Shnagalaga, you know? My wife be speaking in Kolakwa. When I'd be like, yo, you're speaking in Shnagalaga, talk English, you know, regular English, you know?
But I ain't
In
gonna lie
my,
though.
in my language, Steve, you call your
Let
mom.
me ask you a question. Let me ask you a
Tyler
question.
officially
You call your mom ne.
had a negative
I
influence
know
on me.
African language. Any African language that's written, can I use it for text? Can I use it to build anything or
Oh man.
conduct business? No. So what do I need to learn for?
Elvis, did you say net or meh?
Ne. I
Ne.
try on ne. Thank you, mom. You know, if you want to tell your mom, thank you, say I'll try on ne.
1776, right? You're fucking an American 1776 patriot. Stay in America, right? Every time you talk about Africa, you're making a fool out of yourself. You really are. You're making a fucking fool out of yourself. I think this guy just up here trolling. I think he got a following saying, "Look at me on college show, man. I'm a fucking fool." Really, I do. I think he got a following of people who like looking at Boo Boo the Fool antics and whatnot. You're going to go to Africa and live like a tribal people on $1 a day and whatnot. You a fucking fool. How you if you get sick? 76. How you gonna get health care? You know what it's like in Africa if you get sick.
Carla, he says he's gonna integrate into a tribe, right? He's gonna become a real African, so he don't need
What the
healthcare. That's what he
Steve?
gonna
That
say.
means she gonna suffer. There's no such thing as the community
Jonathan, you're
looking
smarter
out
than
for the
that. You know
community.
successful people within tribes who not suffer, but they're part of an ethnic group.
They separate
everybody's
themselves,
trying to get
Elvis.
out of that. Everybody's moving to the cities.
You know they
Everybody's trying to
separate
modernize.
themselves.
Anybody
Ain't
trying
no
to
damn poor ass, ain't no rich ass Yoruba talking about nigga. We community with the poor Yorubas. They don't do that.
No, they have their festival. The poor and the rich, they go to their festival, they go to their rituals and their rites. They do it all together.
That sounds like
Yeah,
Black
when they
Americans
leave
coming
those
together when there's a
places, it just
reunion
they
or
split.
when there's a funeral. That's what that sounds like.
Jonathan, how do you say
Once a year we come
how are
together.
you in Yoruba?
They come to the
I don't know.
festival. The rich ones go
And
to
it's
the
like
motherfucking
Bawani or something like
high
that. You ain't never.
city.
No, it's called How Far.
Motherfuckers go back to the village.
No, not pigeon. Talk about the actual Yoruba
Well,
language.
then, nigga, I ain't even got a Yoruba wife yet. I can't tell you.
Oh, okay. So you don't be around Yoruba people?
I got
No,
a
if we
Yoruba
in
wife.
Vegas for
I got one.
vacation.
I got a Yoruba
everybody,
No
wife.
reason to be around Yoruba people.
Everybody chill. This fool said tribes have healing her. Whatever happened to Art Kathy, bro?
What? Oh,
I mean, she rest in peace to her.
Well, how come this fucking healing herb didn't fucking heal Art Kathy? You know how many black Americans
No, color was fucked up. That shit might have actually killed her faster.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, man! Let that woman rest, man. Don't be talking about the death or something like that.
I
Man.
We're not
mean,
talking about the death. We're talking about the circumstance.
Y'all are jealous of
possibly.
her.
Who knows?
Who is Tiff Morris talking about? Y'all are jealous of her. Who is jealous?
That sound like my little sister. I think that's my sister.
Jealous of what?
That's your little.
I would love
your
somebody to come up here
Oh,
and honestly, basically,
That might be my sister. My sister's name is
I
Tiffany.
would like
Tiffany
somebody
Morris.
to honestly come
I don't know if
up
that's her.
and
hit the leak,
explain the
Tiffany.
whole jealousy thing.
Y'all
Who's
are
jealous?
jealous of us.
Come up here and explain
Tell us
that.
why
I don't
we're
know if
jealous.
that's.
I'm
I don't
not
know if that's
jealous of
her. It might be
anybody.
African American, but she definitely
If
have my
you're
sister's
Elvis'
name.
sister, come up so
Tiffany,
me and Elvis
if
can
that's
become brother-in-laws.
yeah, come on up,
My
Tiffany.
sister's a lot younger than you, Jonathan. Yeah.
Come
Never
on up,
mind.
Tiffany.
That's all
Jonathan been in northern Nigeria.
1776.
That's Jonathan been in northern Nigeria.
But I don't think my sister don't even know I be on Chuck College show. So I don't know. Just a person that have the same name as her, but I'm not sure if that's her.
That might be Musa, man.
That was so funny though. Musa sitting there talking about Musa made a fake account talking about you right, man. This man Musa. That was crazy. Like we didn't
And
know it
think
was
we
him.
wouldn't figure that shit out. That's the only nigga I know that criticized Eddie more than anybody on this damn
That's the
platform.
only one that agrees with Elvis.
Who?
Musa.
Oh, Colin.
He's the only one that think Elvis is deep.
All right, Colin. You're always looking for a fight with me.
That means that
I don't fight you or anything unless you're lying about Liberia. That's all. Outside of that, I'm pretty
what am I
chill.
fucking lying about? I tell it like it is. Everybody tell me I'm lying. I tell it like it is. I don't need to lie. The truth is the truth. I don't need to lie. What do I need to fucking lie about? Just that you guys been told a narrative and whatnot that you go along with. Like me personally, one thing about Black America, Black America like this, when somebody says, Collie, most likely your ancestors weren't shit. They were probably somewhere in the Congo fucking chucking spears and whatnot, getting chased by fucking silverbacks and or whatever the fuck it is. You never built nothing intelligent. I accept that fucking fact. Yeah, you got it, right?
God damn.
Unlike a lot of you Negroes were not. You guys try to big up your tribe and everything because I know what our people have been doing over the years. I look where we came from and I look at Black America now, and I'm proud of that, right? A lot of you people have not achieved anything. That's why you're so sensitive when I start talking about Liberia, because you guys haven't really done your homework and got your shit together,
Elvis, your sister
Look,
said,
I think that's an FBA person. I think she's talking about the Africans are jealous of you. Then she had to say that my sister. But I don't think
Elvis,
she's my sister.
That's your sister, Elvis.
Nah, she have my sister's name. But I don't think she's even African. She might be an FBA.
Hey, drop the link, Carla. Drop the link. I want to see some.
That might be some FBA.
Elvis is smart.
Yeah, look,
I'm gonna give anybody credit that's smarter than me. They know anybody that know more than me. I give them their credit.
People, I don't know if people think I'm some.
There ain't much, Steve.
People are scared.
Yeah, Steve, the bar is kind of low, man.
Man, y'all leave Steve alone. Steve is a chill guy, man. Oh, see? She's from America. She's FBA. Thank God. That ain't my little sister, man.
Slick. I know that.
She FBA. She's
FBA.
FBA.
Who in here was talking about Africans?
Tiff, are you a big girl or small girl?
I'm from.
Oh Lord,
I need to know. Is she a big girl? Tiff, are you a big girl or small girl?
Are you
So
over
if he's trying to
140?
ask you, are you from Mississippi or are you from California?
Are you over 140?
What does that mean? A Mississippi person gonna be fat?
Yeah.
No.
Mississippi got huge obesity.
Oh, Kyla, man. Speaking of Mississippi, some black dude in Mississippi just killed 6 people in his family, man.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Oh, you heard about that?
Well, I heard about a dude, a sugar daddy, killed this girl and a whole family because she set him up.
A FBA person might say that might be an immigrant, maybe a Haitian immigrant. It may not be FBA.
Definitely was an
FBA shit like that. It was you start doing that. Anytime something bad happens, it might be an immigrant.
Right? Now, I love Musa. Look, I love Musa. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he's a good brother.
Shit, here goes. And that was you,
What's up,
Tiff.
Musa?
Oh,
What's
man.
up,
Thank you, Carla. Well,
Tiff.
let me say this. I'm not Tiffany. I'm not Shime.
Hey, man, if Tiff disappeared from that fucking chat, man.
Man, that Mississippi dude is a white person. What's wrong with y'all?
Is he mixed?
Nah, it's a black dude, Jonathan.
I'm looking at the picture. It's a white dude.
Please.
No, it just happened today.
Let me talk, man.
Hey, Jonathan, who's a white dude?
Yo, kind of hold on, man.
The guy that killed.
I just got in here, man. Let me talk.
The guy that killed 6 people in this
Wait,
family.
hold on,
in
Musa. Give
Mississippi.
us a second. Hold on.
Let me talk, man.
So, you just spreading false information, man.
The only person that's making sense tonight. The only person that's making sense tonight, like
don't say it. Don't say it, bro. Don't say it. Get us both kicked off the
Hold on, man. Why are you getting triggered when I mention Elvis? Hold on, man. Let me finish my thoughts, man.
He threw Elvis wrong about the citizenship, right?
I literally prove you guys that there's a pathway to it, and you agree that yes, you could get it if you wanted it, Carla.
And then the other night,
I know it is. I seen
Elvis was wrong about.
Can I address the great
I know you're right, man. Too.
Can I address the great
He killed a bunch of white people, though, not his family.
Yeah, I don't know if it was an immigrant or not, though.
Listen, me and Elvis, like, we don't always see eye to eye, man. But tonight, man, that brother is on point, man.
Musa, man. Somebody say that's not really a flex.
Musa, calm down, nigga. You at work. Don't get fired.
Not really a flex.
I appreciate it, Musa, but just let it be, man. You ain't gotta give me my flowers,
man. Hey, 76 want to come back up.
I need to address the great African intellectual Elvis. He's on point, man.
Stop doing that shit, man. You're gonna be calling back.
The great African intellectual.
Hold on. Yeah, check this out, Musa. Will you go and dance some bitch?
Damn. Hell nah, you ain't gonna do it.
Elvis be standing on 10 toes on Dinah's show. I don't agree with what he be saying, but at least
Elvis is an intellectual.
Yeah, he always gonna stand on his ground, but that don't mean
hold on.
Musa gonna say nothing.
No, seriously, Musa, would you go on Diane Samir's show and say that?
Say what?
inspires you and he's your idol and hero?
What's wrong? He's not saying that, but what do you think?
That's exactly
I
what
go
he's
on
saying.
Dynasty Show because it's
You
an
got
echo
Jimmy. Hold
chamber.
on. You got.
Everybody there is a Republican, and I'm the only
Now,
Democrat there. And they think
Move so we can hear you.
people like Amara,
Okay. Sounds good.
you got Brandon, and all these other people out there, the other John guy. We're not up there. You say something like that.
Your color. I was just finished, man. Like I was just finished. Like my stuff went off. But let me say this to Elvis. Elvis, you got children, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Elvis. And your children are crying, right? Let's say that you got like any male children?
Yeah, my children are Kron, Crew, and Gil. My wife is half Gil, half Crew.
Okay. You got male children.
Hold on. Well, what does that mean? Yo, what does that
Your
mean?
children had an ethnogenesis.
Hold on, Carla, man. You don't know where I'm going with this, man. I am addressing Elvis. You're not Elvis. No, you got male children, Elvis?
Yeah. Go ahead. I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Sounds good. Now, Elvis, let's say that if your male child become an adult and he decided to marry, like, let's say a white woman. Let's say that he has a kid by that white woman. Now, your grandson will be fun, right?
Yes, because the father, I know what your father is.
Thank you. So that's the point I'm making. Hold on, Carla, let me finish, man. Carla, hold on.
He's making a point about lineage, Carla. That's his point.
Elvis is your idol because
Carla,
he said
please,
that.
I beg of you. Olga, I beg of you, Olga, please let me talk, man.
Oh Lord.
Now, Elvis, you would consider your grandchildren to be Kwan, even though your grandchildren does not speak Kwan. He would be Kwan. He would be a Kwan person. I can pronounce it. Is it Kwan or I don't know how you pronounce it. Kwan. Okay.
Bullshit, That's what tribalism is bullshit, It don't even.
No, it's not tribalism.
No, that's not tribalism. Tribalism is putting other groups.
Tribal identity is
bullshit. You just don't understand what you're saying, Carla. It's okay.
Tribal identity is bullshit.
Musa, make whatever you're trying to do. Make it a quick fix. Right now, this sounds like a prosecution opening
hold
statement.
on, man. Hold on, fellas, please. Let me finish. Now, Drake, if FBA is a lineage, if FBA is an ethnic group, that means Drake is the FBA. Am I right?
I agree with you. Jonathan agrees with you. And there are two that disagree with it.
I don't value FBA or whatever that shit is.
Yeah, Carla don't even.
The guy choose identify with. I don't think FBA is a legitimate movement.
Yeah, Carla don't take us seriously. So
no, I don't. I don't take it seriously.
But I really don't care.
Paternal lineage follows the child, regardless.
The day I see. When I see, after that history.
Now, Carla, do you consider Drake's son to be black? Because you are who your father is. Drake's son. Drake.
Oh, Drake's son.
Drake's son.
Yeah. The bottom line, his son, he married a white chick, right?
He ain't married. He had a baby by Sophie something.
It doesn't matter, Carla. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That child is black, man. Regardless of the skin complexion, that child is black.
Well, it clearly said on the website you had to be born in America.
Ask me a question, right? Ask me what I think about Michael Jackson's kid or Muhammad Ali's grandkids.
Drake was born in Canada.
Michael Jackson ain't got no kids, Colin.
Can I say this real quick?
Jackson has that Paris chick when he has 2 white kids.
No, but those are not his kids.
They're not his
but the bottom line, there's so-called kids, whatever. All right, what about Muhammad Ali's grandson?
I can't let you up.
Hold on, can I say this, Colin? Can I say this?
Muhammad Ali's grandson looks like a white boy.
Hold on, let me. Can I say this? Listen, my opinion on it is there's a difference between ethnicity and race, and so no. Those like if a black male, let's say
that's just your opinion though. It ain't
right. This is like I said, in my opinion. If a black person had a child with a white woman, right, the child would be biracial, racially, right? But it would be the father's
The
ethnic group.
FBAs will claim them because FBAs really want to erase their African identity, so they'll claim that.
But Colin,
No,
that's
and they
not
have a
true.
right
These
to,
children
Colin,
that's
because the
like
father
that.
That's not
carries
true.
the father
That's
carries
not
the
true.
seed.
That's
Yo,
not
Elvis,
true.
stop imposing your African
That's
nonsense
not
on us.
true.
You know,
The
But that's not
But
really
that's what you
accurate.
believe too,
That
Colin.
was
You just
like,
said that if somebody is half black, they're black.
Hold on. In America, in our culture, you're a product of your mother and your father.
So Frederick Douglass is not black?
Look, no. Frederick Douglass was a black man, half white.
You double speaking. You say he was a black man, half white, half black. What does that mean?
In our culture, right? When you're mixed
there
race,
you go.
you identify as black, no matter what your father or mother is.
Okay.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Culture, right? That's our culture. Now, if you guys
Y'all laughing at, but that's what our culture is.
That's what it is.
That's fine. I mean,
hold on. You got to go to Haiti and you got to go to Liberia and practice your culture there. On this platform, we are black African Americans. This is the way.
But hold on, that's why I say we got to make a distinction though, because we got to make a distinction from black and black American. That's why I always make that distinction, or African American. Because black African American just means hold on. That just means somebody that's a descendant from American slavery.
We got to do like this. Look, our friggin' definition of race is different from somebody from Haiti, somebody from Jamaica, and somebody from Africa. Right? The Pan-African movement had these Africans and Caribbeans redefining our identity. Get the fuck out of here. You can't just
Colin, for you, you're talking about race, right?
Well, to me, race, ethnicity is the same thing.
If somebody has a Haitian mother and a black American father,
ethnicities are not the same thing, Colin.
Yeah,
they are not the same thing.
In Africa, we talk about ethnicity, not race.
Hold on.
Thank you, Elvis.
So ethnicity is passed down by the father.
Hold on, check this.
Right.
Everybody, when they come to America, right? If I go and say, look at I say there's 2 million black millionaires in America, right?
But you have to understand.
Black America has 2 million black millionaires, right? Are other people included in that, or just so-called foundational black Americans?
Just black Americans.
But we know there's a couple of them may be Jamaican, a couple of them may be Nigerian.
So that's why.
But I'm saying, what I'm saying is this: if I say 90% of all people who do carjackings are black, right? Guess what happens, right? Those are all black Americans. Our people are angels. We don't do nothing, We're hardworking immigrants and whatnot, It's always
what's the definition.
Well, that's why FBA was created for that purpose right there.
Can we look at the definition? Can we look at the definition?
They want to eat off the fruits of our struggle.
That's why FBA was created. But what I was trying to tell Elvis,
you're not struggling in America. So why are you saying that you're struggling in America?
How do we produce the first black billionaire? We produce the world's first.
In our culture, we practice patrilineal and matrilineal tribe.
That was a struggle right there. We produced the world's first black billionaire in 1987.
You know what I realized though? And then there are tribes that are patrilineal.
By Collins' logic, Chuku would be an African American, right?
Only talks about the patrilineal side.
Was he born in America?
You cannot, Elvis. You cannot basically be a black American. Like, he distances himself from the problems of black America, right? But when it comes down to the success of black America, I'm part of the Town 10th. I'm part of black success. I'm
talking about his lineage. His mother is African American.
No. He does not identify. I embrace everything.
Yo, Kyla, my kids.
Hold on.
Yo, Kyla, I got 4 kids, right? Hold on, Kyla, please. Let me say this real quick. I got 4 kids, by 3 different black American women. So are my kids black American? By that logic?
I don't know. I don't have no idea.
No, born here.
Hold on. Do they live in America?
Yes, they were born here in the state.
All right, they
you think that they were born in Haiti? Come on, bro. You think they were born in Haiti?
With all due respect, don't tell them kids that they also.
This was right here.
I'm not asking for too much. Just don't tell your children that they Hausa. Please keep
Oh
their
yeah,
ass
oh
away
yeah.
from me.
So guess what, Jonathan? I tell them they're Hausa, and I tell them that they need to marry Hausa women. So I
Oh
want my
my God,
grandchildren.
those kids.
I
I'm
want
calling
my
CPS on
grandchildren
you,
to be
man.
Hold on,
Hold on. Kyler trying to
Let
speak.
Kyler
Let him
talk.
speak.
fully
Let me ask you a
integrated
question.
in the Hausa culture.
Yo, Musa, let me ask you a question, right? Do you
Go
think
ahead, Kyler.
hold up. Do you think any of your kids can end up like Michael Brown or Trayvon Martin?
No, they will not. No, they will not end up like they will not end up
So
like
is there a
Mike Brown
possibility
or that
that
guy
they
that
could
got
be
killed
racially
in Florida by
profiled? Is there a
this many dudes.
possibility that they could be racially profiled, right? Pulled over, alternation in school, and they get killed by a cop?
No, that would never happen.
Oh,
That
how
would
would
never happen.
how would how would that never happen?
I know exactly how I'm going to
How
raise
would
my
that never
children.
happen? You sound like a
It
fool.
would never
Oh, you
happen.
know,
It would never happen.
hold up. Oh, you know Arku Gurley, right? They got shot by that Asian cop in Brooklyn who they let off when the Asian could rally get him off for that. He was from the Caribbean. I think he was a Haitian, you know?
Kyler,
Okay,
1776 trying to get
Tyler.
back on.
All Haitian people are not the same. I don't know how many
No,
times
what
I
I'm
have to
saying,
keep
no, what I'm
telling you
saying
this,
is
man.
this though. In other
No,
words,
Tyler, being Haitian
hold up,
is not ethnicity. It's a nationality. Anyone that do that is here can be Haitian. It's just a nationality.
Hold up, Musa. Abu Diallo got put 45 rounds in him. He was a guy from Senegal, right?
No, he was from Guinea. He was the Fulani from Guinea.
Whatever.
He was a Fulani. Yeah, that's a Fulani.
Hold up. What I'm saying is this though. Yo, is it a possibility that could happen to one of your sons?
No, that will never happen, Tyler. Because I know exactly how I'm raising my children. It will never happen.
Oh, because they're houses, they're bulletproof.
But Musa, you have to agree it could happen just simply based on the color of the skin,
Musa,
right?
man, you can't be that stupid,
Elvis, man, I'm not gonna put that on my kids, man.
No, you don't want it for them, but I'm just saying somebody can prejudice them
based.
based on the color of their skin.
I hear you, but it's not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen.
I didn't ask you it was gonna happen. I said, is there a probability that it could happen?
I mean, it could happen, but I'm not going to put that. I'm not going to put that in the universe. That it's a possibility that's going to happen. So therefore, it is what it is. No.
Guess what? Your kids in this society are Black American.
Okay, then. So you are proving my point. So that means that if you guys are getting reparation, then my kids will be getting reparation, right?
Yeah, your kids
Colin, bring him back 1776, man. He's begging in the back chat, man. Bring him up.
It's not reality, bro.
Your kids can get it, but you can't get it, man. You're not getting shit.
Yo, what do you mean I can't get it, man?
You better not touch those fucking kids' money, boy. You hear me?
So go to Jonathan and to Bantu. Musa kids will be qualified as FBA because their mother is an FBA, right?
Yeah, but Musa, you're not getting shit. I better not catch you, man.
Yo, Bantu, you're not gonna get shitty.
Musa, if you try to raise those kids to be also, we are calling CPS on your ass.
Hey, Musa, why your Haitian brother in the comments
kids,
coming
man,
for
we
you?
taking your money back, man. Fuck that.
Hey, yo, none of y'all
Musa, why your
money,
Haitian brother in the comments coming for you, man? He said you were African, professional African single liquor.
Listen,
Musa being a fake ass also.
Yo,
this is the confusion, man.
Musa, if you go to the North and see all those trial brides and be like, I want to be a part of this tribe. Ain't no way in hell.
You see, like the thing when she love to romanticize Haiti, he thinks that all Haitians are one people, or we are the children of the revolution. No, they're not. They're not. Like
yes,
Haitians came from like various African ethnic groups, like 21 African tribes to be precise. And a lot of Haitians, like they see themselves very different from each other. I can tell you that.
Kadola's on the show.
Very different.
Yeah, well, I'm going downstairs. I'll be back in like 20 minutes.
Bantu, chill, man.
Bring up 1776, bro.
I didn't do nothing.
I don't want him on my live stream. I'll let him on.
Haitian American like Prince, man.
I'm not letting that.
They love to talk a lot of good games, but they're not willing like to go to Haiti like to help like those unfortunate Haitians.
Hey Musa, let's hear Condola, man. Maybe he got us some wise
Chill,
words to say.
Bantu. Don't say nothing, Bantu. Let's
All
chill.
right,
Oh, I
Condola,
was
go ahead,
wondering
my
why you
brother.
tell
Go
me
ahead,
not
my
to
able
say
brother.
nothing. I'm going on mute.
What's up, Condola?
Hey, what's up, man?
Edo man.
I'm hearing about Black Americans, that America, this America. We can understand that at least if your mom is Black American, your dad might be somewhere else. You have Black American, and
In
Black
America, you're
Americans.
black. Kidola, you're black. In America, you're black. Nobody gives a fuck about that. Cops don't discriminate.
That's what I
They're
said.
gonna blow your brains out.
Not this
They don't sit there and
internet,
say, "Oh, you're half
not this
black."
internet.
Yeah.
Yes, not this internet identification of AB or not. I think the normal Black Americans don't really don't give a damn about actually as long you're part of their lineage or you're part of that family where you've been born into. You understand me? If you have to look at Adebayo, who's playing for Miami Heat, his mom is 100% Black American.
Mm-hmm. Call it. Is that your call it? Who's playing something in the back?
That's Condola.
African
Oh, there we
goddess
go.
Musa better not touch that fucking money, man. I'm not playing. I'm gonna come after you,
What's up,
man.
Benji? You don't want the man to get some of your
Nah,
reparation
hell
money?
nah.
He
That's
gonna
one
try to steal.
reason he had kids with an African American because he was
LBC
Nah,
trying to
planning for the
steal.
long
He's trying to
term.
steal his kids' money.
Musa.
Yeah, he
You
was
better
planning
not
for the
touch
long
that
term.
fucking money unless they want to give it to you. Other than that, you better not touch it, motherfucker.
Hey, people marry into money so that they can benefit from the money,
You
man.
know what, Bantu? If you try to
Hey,
take those kids' money, we gonna kidnap his
if
ass and send him to the
if them
Yoruba.
kids don't say, "Hey, Baba, here's $1,
We gonna
nigga,"
remake the Oyo Empire and whoop his ass.
Man.
hey,
So,
Kidola, I didn't mean to scare
I
you
had to
off.
drop
Come
off,
back,
man,
come
because I
back.
think they're playing like the TV was too loud. He had to go put his kids in check.
Man.
No bullshit. I don't see what Collar got against 1776. Sometimes he's not even that offensive. He's just saying some shit.
Nah, 77.6 gotta try to tell him what to do and shit. You gotta do this and do that.
No, he
Like,
said if I
man,
now
how the
now
fuck he
he's
gonna
talking about
tell
if
him what
if
he
he
gotta
goes to
do when
Africa,
he
what
go to
he's going
Africa
to do.
and shit? Crazy, man. You even said that like that's each man's choice whether they want to go there and tribe up or go there and live, the
Well,
fluffy
I
life or
think he gets
whatever.
unfair to the nigga, man. I don't know what he's
Steve,
done
the
to him.
fine switch. Steve, hit the switch.
I
Hit the
told you.
switch and let me
I
up
told
top.
you why he don't like the nigga because he with them white women and shit. Always trying to tell him to get a white woman and shit.
This nigga might not even be with a white woman. He might just be clowning and shit. He live in Baltimore,
I asked
man.
him
There's
about
a lot
his.
of black women.
I asked him, did he have any children? He said, yeah. I said, are they mixed? He said he ain't gonna comment.
Man,
They ain't mixed.
he got a black kids, man. Some niggas just like to fuck around and troll. But I could tell he loved the space. He talks about black issues. His interest is black. It's Africa. He's learning a lot about Liberia and other countries.
I mean, he learned a lot about Africa because I remember when he first came up here, he didn't know any African empires. It was crazy.
So
I don't know. I can't. I think
Oh,
he
Steve, I still don't know no
bullshit.
damn African empires. I just
you
found out
know,
about
the
Oyo not
Mali
that long
Empire. You
ago.
know the Songhai Empire. You know the Ghana Empire.
Songhai, Mali.
You
Nah, I
don't
just learned
know.
that shit.
You just learned that shit,
I
Jonathan.
thought white people just
Did you go
roll
to
up
high
on the
school,
Africans
Jonathan?
was
We
like
learned that shit
yoink.
in ninth grade. Come on, bro.
They
Oyo.
don't talk about that shit.
I learned
Nah,
that shit in history class,
The
man.
they
Did
only
you learn
don't.
that shit in school, Steve?
the
They don't
only
talk about that
history.
in
No,
certain
we didn't.
schools.
Come on, Elvis. I come from North
Elvis.
Carolina. You know the education ain't good down here. I
Yeah,
learned
they
about
don't
that.
talk
Really? You
about
guys
that
didn't
in
learn?
certain schools.
Well, plus I had AP class.
I
I have
wouldn't if it
advanced
wasn't
placement,
for
so I
my
don't know if it was
school. I
different
would
for
have
other
That's
never
people.
even
learned all
worse.
that shit because my school was
Listen,
a
all we learned
black African
about
center school.
was we learned
Ancient
majority white
Egypt.
history, and then
Yeah, they don't
on
teach that
February
shit
we
in
learned black
regular
history, and it
school.
was mostly Black American history and the
Really?
slave trade. That's what
Nah,
that
they
I
don't
was.
learned in
teach
my
that.
school.
You went to
I
a
learned about
special
the
Also,
school
Mali, the
too.
Tonga.
He went to a Liberian school.
Yeah, you didn't go to no
Nigga, I
regular
went to
school.
school in Minnesota. I had an AP. I
What's the
went to okay,
difference?
yeah, to school. I went to an IB school. I went to an international
baccalaureate school, and I was in the AP class,
Yeah, nigga, you
advanced
didn't go
placement.
to no regular
So
school.
maybe our curriculum was different, but we learned about it in
Was,
school.
was that a public school or private?
It's a public
Private.
school, but it's a specialized school. It's like
I just
I guess a
told you.
higher
That means
quality
private.
school, you can say.
If you learn about that shit, is a special school. My school is
We didn't
special.
learn
Really? Yeah.
about
The
no
only thing I
Africa.
learned about
My
Africa was
elementary
ancient
school is
Egypt.
special, man.
They did the
Yeah, we learned
sundial.
about Egypt. Yeah, we learned about Egypt, and then most of the history we learned about
I
was like
don't teach
European
that shit
history and
in
shit.
regular
European,
school.
and
No,
then
because
the slave
it was in our
trade, and
history
then black
books and
history,
everything.
and that was as good as it got.
Yeah, that's
Right.
You
because y'all
want to
had
learn anything else
We
about
specialized
learned about
Africa,
learning.
you
Rosa
better
Parks
go to
That's
settling back
called
Rosetta
under
University.
specialized
the
learning.
bus.
What you just said. It was
We learned black people
specialized.
march down the street. We learned the same thing every year.
Yeah, they don't teach you that shit in
The
regular
same
school,
story.
man.
But
And
Bento,
the
I mean,
only
you're
stuff
Pan
I learned
African, and
about
so you probably learned
Africans
about it online,
was
right?
they
You
got
probably
the
wasn't.
I
independence and
just
started
told
killing
you,
each
man,
other.
my school was a specialized school, man.
Oh, your school was a specialized. Okay, so you did
Yeah,
learn about it in school then?
I was in elementary.
Oh, in elementary. Okay.
When I
Was it like
went
a
to
Pan
I learned
African
about
school?
Yeah, it was a Ralph Bunch Elementary in Compton, man. You
Oh
just
wow.
look at yeah. But
So that's a good school.
when I went to
Elvis went to an
It don't
international
exist no
school. Those
more.
junior
people got money.
high
Is that
and
true,
high
No,
Elvis?
no,
school,
no.
they
It was a
don't
public
teach that
school,
shit,
but it
man.
was
It's
a
a
special.
public
It was an
school.
international baccalaureate school. So that means you could do like it's a school that you can do like what do you call it? Foreign student exchange. You can
Oh,
learn.
okay.
You know, we could go to France. Like in my French class, you could go to France on a trip.
Did you go to France?
Teach
Hell
that
no,
shit
I
in
couldn't afford that
regular
shit.
See,
fucking
Elvis was poor. He
public.
couldn't
I was
go to
poor.
France with the
I
rest of his
wasn't rich,
people.
Hey,
but it
I
was a
can't
school
what was it?
So
where
it was
I
50%?
can't rob
definitely a
this
50%
public
of
poor ass
school.
nigga,
Liberians on
man.
welfare. 50% of Liberians on welfare.
Can't
Elvis
rob
That's
Always
this
on
true.
that
poor
50.
ass nigga on welfare, man.
yeah, I wasn't rich for sure. But I went to it. I guess now that you think about it, I guess it was a better school than other schools.
Yeah, regular
Well,
public
I'm
school.
happy.
Even my school was a public school, but it was, it was
But
In
that's
specialized.
California
Africa,
though. When you
if you
come
go
from the
to an
South, you don't get
international
that
school in
education.
Africa, yeah, that shit is like 20K a month for tuition or 20K a year.
Yeah, in Africa.
In Africa, it's real expensive. But here,
Oh
you
man.
gotta you gotta just be smart enough because it's a
That's not
placement school.
$20,000, Steve. Calm down.
Oh yeah, I be telling
You
my
No,
said
there's
what?
school in
shit.
Liberia, which is an international
Ain't
school. It's like
even
20 grand
learn,
for the
motherfucker.
year.
Almost in his
You said what, Jonathan?
70s.
Oh, I
You know
said
they
that
have the
wasn't 20.
American
That's not
University there.
$20,000.
You know they have the American University in
Oh,
Nigeria. They
I
have
thought
the
you meant like
American school
20,000
there.
US dollars. I about to say
No, twenty
No,
Nah,
thousand
nigga.
US dollars. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
20,000
20,000
US
US dollars.
dollars.
A year
No,
for a year. Yeah, for
For a
Oh,
tuition.
a
absolutely
year.
year.
I thought you said a
Okay.
month. I about to
Yeah, I
say
No, no,
thought
no,
you
what
not
the
a
said a
month.
fuck.
month.
For a year. No, I meant per
So,
year, per year.
Okay,
Yeah, because
okay.
they
I
have
even
the
think the
American
month
school
is
there,
capped. Let me
and
look
it's
that
the
shit
only
up.
school that have like white teachers. They're going to teach you how to pronounce, American words because the Africans you might have a issue
You
communicating.
said of Liberia or Nigeria? Which
In
one?
Liberia, they have an international school there with international teachers, and it's like 20K a year because everything in Africa you do it per year, right? So you pay your rent per annum, you pay your school
Musa
fees
said,
per.
I'm getting my children reparations money for dowries to marry household women and give
all right, nigga,
authentic
you
house
cut
for
off.
grandchildren.
You cut off, nigga. You already spending the kids' money on dowries and shit. Get your ass out of
Oh man.
here.
Okay, he's in the
I
back
seen
chat. Well,
somebody
he's on the
I
panel.
seen
Why can't he
somebody
say
in
it?
Brandon. I seen somebody in Brandon's chat last time he had a live stream talking about some Trump 2028.
Yeah, Brandon. I mean,
No, he
Brandon said
might
some
try
shit
to run
on Dynasty's
again
show that was so crazy. He
because
said, "Hold on one second." He said that he was debating somebody, and he said the person was like a gay person or some shit like that, or a cuck. Okay, he was talking about Destiny. Destiny, the liberal white guy who debates people on Twitch on
Oh
politics.
yeah.
But then he goes on Adam 22, who is also a cuck who lets his wife sleep with other men and partakes in pornography and shit like that. And Brandon was on that show and so hyped to be on that show. But he's talking about, Destiny being in an open relationship.
but his bid for 28 might it could be. because they was talking about some other president that what president that did 3 terms.
Franklin D. Roosevelt, he had 4 terms.
Roosevelt.
And the
So
D stood for domestic
But that
violence.
but that was before there was presidential term limits.
Wait,
And he
yeah,
wait.
got elected 4 times.
Musa said, "I'm getting my children reparations money for dowries to marry out the
yeah.
woman and
See
getting
what African goddess said?
out the
I told that nigga
grandchildren."
he cut off,
Jonathan,
man.
African goddess says
Nigga,
the
you
same
late,
price for
man.
that kind of school in Nigeria. Yeah, they have
Musa,
international
Musa,
schools, but only government officials can afford it.
don't
He
be
cut
How
off,
surprised
much?
if
nigga.
How
CPS
much?
is at your
How
door
much for school
tomorrow.
in Makoko? African goddess.
We ain't playing that shit.
I
I'm about to
telling
be
you.
teaching your sons that they can marry 12-year-olds. We got to stop that shit now.
Yeah, you been
How much for a school in
revoked.
Makoko?
Your reparations been revoked, nigga.
Steve, stop trolling. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the international schools. If African goddess says the same thing, it's like 20 grand a year.
I've been dead serious. How much is that school? I just want to.
It's
I heard
like
they was
private
tearing some
schools
buildings
here,
down.
man. Like those real private school, top notch private school, it can be like 30 grand
I
a year.
mean, they gonna beat on the same par because they going as like what the European shit what they would charge. So it's gonna be on the same uh you
Trump will
know
not step
pay
down. He
scale.
is a dictator. I don't know why y'all saying that. I mean, Trump is. Even if he did go for a third term,
The nigga didn't want to
whatever.
step down the last time. He tried everything he could to stay in there.
Listen, it's like
You
this,
think he's
right?
gonna go
You
this
know,
time?
He's
Yeah,
stepping
I
Maybe
down.
mean,
We're not doing the cap shit.
yeah, he
black people
probably
might
gonna
wake up.
step down, but if he can find a way for a third term, yeah, he gonna
He
try and
can't.
do
It's
it.
a wrap.
Yeah, I mean, if he
I
can't,
support it if he
it's a
does. If he
wrap.
could, I would
But if
support. I
he
would support
could,
it.
hey,
I mean, that's the only way to get rid of the illegals. So, I mean, fuck it.
yeah, I mean, if he
Get
could,
rid of all of them.
What did you say about FBA again, Steve, in terms of the political leanings?
Right
oh,
wing.
right wing.
These
Yep, get
niggas
He
rid
love
of
said
them.
the illegals.
authoritarianism, man. They love
We
He
do.
said illegals.
They
Get
love
rid of them.
dictators, man.
Ain't
Yep,
no
as long as
fucking
we come to
dictator,
Collar
man.
platform every night faithfully. We got a proud dictator
We
on the
got a proud
platform.
dictator in collar. The fuck up my show, man. Hit that motherfucker.
Fuck out of
He said
here,
so enough. He called you another name as well, but
fuck out of here, lying ass like Barry and Elvis. You
I thought that was
fucking
a little bit too much, but
savage.
Okay,
it is what
okay,
it is.
okay, man. So, that's
I'm
my
I
crack.
remember
Collar.
one
Shoot
time
that
I disagree with
motherfucker. The
Collar.
line like
I'm Collar. You
I remember one
fucking
time I disagree with Collar and whatnot. That man kicked me off the show. He
and
was like,
started cussing you while you kick you up your show. Right after he kicks you,
yeah,
then
he
you
kicked
start
me out the
cussing.
show.
You talking
But
mad shit
he
about you.
called me a name. He called me a name. I ain't gonna say it on the line because I don't want to. But he called me a
Was it
name. Whatnot. It
was it
rhymes
an
with.
F word?
He rhymes with. He rhymes with. Yeah, it rhymes with maggot.
Okay. I
I
look at
said,
Collar.
"Dang,
He's
Collar,
getting
what
too
I
old
do?"
for me to be, really going at him. And I want to give him that senior citizen discount when it comes to disrespect. But he keeps pushing it.
There goes Zongo. What's up, Zongo?
oh,
Africans are politically taking over Black
Zongo.
Americans. Uh-oh.
Shut the fuck up with that bullshit. Sit the fuck down.
All right, Zongo. You was copping pleas last time. Now you taking over. Okay.
Hey, Zongo, I ain't gonna lie, man. It took you an hour just to say, man, child marriage is it took you an hour.
Zongo got a 15-year-old wife in Ghana. They arranged that shit for him. I guarantee you.
Hell yeah. And they go
Nah,
over
man, leave
there.
Zongo alone. Zongo a good dude, man.
They
Zongo
go over
cool.
there trying to purchase those girls and shit that they have for sale.
Zongo's a good
The
guy.
mom would be like, I have a son. He's an engineer. He's a petrol engineer. The daughter is very beautiful. I'll marry him I'll marry her in his stead.
Oh
And then
yeah.
Zongo go back and consummate the marriage and come back to America.
Oh
You
yes.
know how that shit works.
We'll pay you a large debt away. Oh yes.
Okay, Bantu. I don't know what the fuck that was. Ain't no African accent I ever heard.
I don't know, man. I was just trying to copy you. Shit.
Fellas, I'll be offline off the grid for a bit. I'll be looking for a serious Pan-African channel with folks who are serious about Africa. I'm on a tribal journey.
Man,
17 seconds.
Yeah.
See,
I
that's
mean,
why
it's
sometimes he
like,
do
can
be
we take
trolling,
this nigga
man.
seriously? I think Steve, for real, if he came when he
Hey,
first
take
came
your
on the
ass
chat,
over there to Dinah's show.
when
Be
he first came
serious
on the
about
channel, I think if his mindset was a little different, but that first week,
it just kind of left an impression on all of us, man.
Listen,
That nigga.
I never forget. Like I keep bringing it up, but he said, "I can't wait to go to heaven so I can take off my black skin." I just can't get out of my head. I
Yeah.
never heard nobody. I
So
had to
that
tell.
kind of shit made us think he didn't like black people. So now that he's acting or he's proposing like he wants to really get close to the African continent, Khaled
Yeah.
just didn't wrap his head around it and believe it.
Like your ass over
Right.
there
That's
with
why Kyler,
Dynast and who else is Kyler running mate?
1776. There is 0 Pan African channels that are serious
The
about anything.
Jamaican dude that go
It's
to
all
tours,
conversation
man. What's his
talk, and that's
name?
about it. Bro.
Bomani.
what's his name?
Bomani. Yeah, go over and check out Bomani. They'll take you to Africa, man.
B1. I never seen 1776 say something serious.
Yeah, go check out Bomani.
You assume he's not serious,
Check
but the nigga
out
might be serious.
Dynast. All the niggas got
1776
go
said
to
the
back
fool
to
I will
Africa
welcome you.
tours.
He said the fool I will welcome you. I doubt that. We were talking about that in the Telegram.
The nigga said he don't want to be the premier catch a nigga tribe nigga, man. He
I
wants to
think
be.
Kyler had to go back to Liberia tour, right? Coming up. Yeah.
Nah, he postponed it because he said he didn't have enough people to go on. So
Oh,
they
he
got
didn't get enough people to put the deposit.
Yeah, that shit is hard, man.
Hell
I don't
yeah,
know
it's
how. I
hard
don't know
trying to
how
sell the
to do it.
fucking poorest country in Africa, nigga. Ain't nobody stupid. Come on, man.
Come on, don't say that shit.
We don't talk
The
about
history
it.
is
Man,
We don't
real.
talk about
you
it on
just
live.
said it the other night. You said
It's
We
Liberia
don't
is
talk
the
it's
about
true
it
poorest
on
though.
country.
live.
It's true though. The thing
Oh
is,
shit,
We
we
don't talk.
wasn't on
he has
live. My
to.
bad.
You gotta sell it as we're reunifying with our people. If you sell it that way, it makes sense. If you're gonna sell it as something else, it's not
Well,
gonna work.
how did Donis sell it? You know the thing with Donis, the difference with Donis and Kala. Kala could have potential people who may want to go,
Well,
but
you know
the
what
way
the
he talks,
difference is. Yeah.
Donis is more nice. He's more polished. The way he engage people, he's more
Yeah.
open to different people. But Kala, he'll cuss your
Actually,
ass out 3 times and then invite you on a tour.
my first tour to that
Oh,
I did myself was way more than Dynasty's tour. I took 20 people.
All right. But I'm
Right,
saying,
so I took 20
hey
people.
yo,
The only reason why we're not doing this tour this year because I can't make it in February. We couldn't agree on a date. I wanted to go do it in March, but mine wanted to do it in February. I can't make it in February. That's the only reason why it's not happening.
hey yo, Zongo call in. And Zongo
Yeah,
join for you,
Zongo call
Bantu.
in.
Shots.
He says Bantu a real black American.
The bottom line, Bomani
Yes.
is the king of tours, right? He took
Nah, I'm a fake black American. Don't listen to you.
Bomani taught Dynasty what he
That's
knew
what
about
FBA
tours.
stands for.
Bomani has the largest tour group operation.
I know. That's why I said that.
okay. But Donis has been doing it for a while too, right? And
Dynasty never got the numbers that Bomani does. He'd be taking 40 people at a time.
how frequently though?
What he does? He has a tour every 2 months.
Every 2 months.
It's not a competition. God bless both of those brothers that's doing these tours.
Oh yeah,
That's right.
Zongo. I could trace my lineage back to the exact slave boat that I came. My ancestors
Elvis, you
came
gotta
over.
get your Liberian tour popping.
Nah, I ain't got the patience for it.
He's lazy.
The farthest I could chase my
Carla, you
lineage
always
back
like
is to
talking
the
shit, man. Damn.
1876.
Nah, Elvis,
my
you just say you
cousin,
don't have the patience for it.
my cousin
Conversation.
did it. She
Hey, it's
traced
not
it
about
back to the
laziness. I
boat,
just
the
don't like
exact
to
boat.
kowtow to people.
If Musa was a real nigga, we'll be having tours to Haiti right now, but we ain't got none because this nigga's scared.
I would tell you
So
the
you can get barbecue
documentary
by
that they
barbecue.
did on my family.
Listen, Jonathan, man. Like me and you, we don't ever argue on anything. But let me say this to you, man.
I don't even
The
know
last
tell
place
y'all
I
that
would want you to go is Haiti. I do not want you to go there, man. Like they will kill you.
Nigga, Haiti with passion, bro.
Not only they will kill you, they might even eat you.
Oh,
to be real.
gosh.
You know what, Musa? You know what,
real,
Musa?
man.
I'm gonna join Kala live stream live from Haiti, and I'm gonna be asking people in Haiti about you.
Cannibalistic people. They really eat people.
They eat people in northern Nigeria. What's the difference?
They eat people everywhere, man. They eat
I
people
would not
everywhere,
put
man.
my worst enemy to go to Haiti, man. This place is hell, man. This place is hell on earth, man. Do you know how many Haitians? Do you know how many Haitians in Haiti that would love to come to America?
Call in, Pressure P.
You were born in Haiti, right, Musa?
Wait, hold on, Elvis. It's time to have an intervention with Musa. Musa, when you were a kid, what did you see in Haiti?
It's a waste of time, man.
Because you're traumatized.
It's a waste of time to sit, man.
No, Musa, no. Musa, what did you see in Haiti
Yeah,
when you was a
Musa
child?
seen the
What
real
happened?
shit. Prince of P ain't see no real shit in
He sent
fucking
me some
Haiti,
videos,
man.
Jonathan. I seen some videos.
No, fuck the videos. Musa, what did you see in real life?
Prince of probably
You
seen
seen
some niggas
something.
eating a baby or something. Who the hell
Musa
knows?
Musa just said he saw somebody cooking a cat gumbo from Haiti on YouTube. I don't know if he
Oh,
was
fuck
trolling or some
that.
shit.
He seen Elvis. He seen
Musa had
something
to
in real
see some
life.
shit
Maybe
because the way he
maybe
acting.
someone killed and ate his
Yeah.
brother, sister, cousin.
Yeah,
He
why do you
seen
hate your country
something.
so much, Musa? You grew up there,
Because
right?
it ain't
Before you
that
came to the
bad.
States?
He seen some
God
shit.
damn, man. My Wi-Fi is messing up, man. Can you guys hear me?
We hear you. I'm saying, what did you see in
Musa,
Haiti that
what
made you
did you
so
see
angry with the
when you were
country?
growing up? Not on social media, in person. What did you see?
No, he seen some shit in real life. Shit.
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me, man?
You gotta go
The
out and
Haitians
come
are
back
doing
in. We hear
something
you,
to me
but I
right
guess you're
now,
not
man.
hearing
Well,
us.
yeah, go out and come back in. Because I done seen
Okay, can you guys hear me
murders,
now?
stabbings.
Yeah,
Oh,
just go
Listen,
out
I
and
had a
come back
family
I
that
in.
was
think it's
set
the
on
Haitians, man.
fire,
The Haitians are doing some type of
and I
ritual on me right
still
now,
don't
man.
hate
Man, my
America.
Wi-Fi is my Wi-Fi is going off on me. Okay, can
Oh,
you
you
guys hear
must
me
be in
loud
Haiti
and
right
clear?
now.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, sounds good. But yeah, as I was saying, listen, none of you guys want to go to Haiti, man.
Wait,
It's
Musa, you
not
were
a
born in
place
Haiti,
like
right?
you want to venture, like you want to invest. It's a plantation field, man, and a lot of Haitians don't even want to
Are
stay
you
in
hearing
Haiti.
us, Musa?
Musa, were you
Yeah,
born
yeah,
in
yeah, yeah.
Haiti?
Yeah, he can
Loud
hear
and
us.
clear.
He
Can
can
you
hear us.
guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Jonathan is asking if you were born in Haiti.
Musa, what if you and Prince
Oh,
Big together?
it's pretty obvious that you can see it in my accent. I was born there. Unlike
How
Prince
long?
C,
How
like
long
Prince
did
C
you
doesn't
live
have
there
an
for?
accent. Let's say 1991, 2005, like I would say like 13, 14 years. Yeah,
Okay. All
Okay.
right.
yeah.
And have you ever been back since?
Listen, Elvis, I'm gonna tell you a good
That's a
story,
yes or
man.
no question.
When I was leaving Haiti, man, I was like, man, thank God I'm living in that country, man. When I landed in America, I kissed the ground, man. I kissed the ground like white people what day, man. I was like, God, thank God I'm in America, man. I would never ever go back to that country.
So you never
It
went
was a
back to
blessing.
Haiti?
No, your Elvis, like the stuff I've seen and witnessed in Haiti.
Yo,
Our
hey,
Haitian,
Musa,
our Haitian treat other Haitians, man.
hold
Like
on.
you would never see that in Black America. Now you talk about like black and black crime in America, and Haiti is even worse, man. It's way worse.
Okay, give us some examples. What are some
My bro,
examples of
hold
it?
on. Let me say this real quick. I'm gonna say this.
Okay, mob
My
killing.
niece's father is Haitian.
Yo, Steve. I sent you a bunch of videos, right?
Right. You sent me
You
some
know what I'm
videos.
talking
Yeah, I
about,
seen
Steve.
them.
Yeah,
Right.
go on, Steve. Go on, Steve. Yeah, say what you gotta
My
say.
niece's father is Haitian, and I don't know where he grew up at, but he talked about he seen somebody get their head chopped off. So I said that's crazy.
Aha.
Yeah, but that ain't shit. That happens in Nigeria every
Yeah,
day.
we see mob violence where they catch a rogue or a rapist and burn him with a tire. We see in Africa.
Fellas, listen. It's nothing compared to Haiti, man. It's a day-to-day operation in Haiti.
You
But
know,
tell me
no,
something worse than
Musa,
what happens in Africa, though. We haven't heard that.
you ain't lived there. You got to live there and then come out and say some shit like this. You can't go on your little few day tour in northern Nigeria as a tourist and then be like, "Ah, this is beautiful." I mean, I did that shit too.
Listen, I know the reality, but let me tell you this. I would rather live in northern Nigeria than to go back in Haiti and live there. Because I lived in that country before. It's bad.
But no, when you say the country, you have maybe your neighborhood, the city you grew up in was pretty bad. You didn't go to the hinterlands. You didn't go to maybe some of the more peaceful parts of the country.
Your Elvis, it is everywhere, man. It is spread like a cancer. It's everywhere on the island. That is why the Dominicans built that border. They built that border wall like to keep the Haitians out because they don't want their
Most of the
madness
last time I
to
was
come to
in
their land.
Port-au-Prince before y'all killed y'all president like some dumb motherfuckers, it wasn't all that bad. So why are you pretending?
Man, like
Did you grow up? Did you
Jonathan,
grow
like
up in a poor
you went to
family?
the coolest, you went to the
Did you
coolest
come from
spot,
a poor
man.
family, Musa?
No, Elvis. I mean, I came from an upper middle class family, so
All right.
we had it really good. We had it really good. Then I did not care. No, hell no, man. Like my
So
family, both of my father and mother side, like we came from like wealthy people. So no,
All right.
so you
Well,
feel
so I
like the
just
solution for Haitians is to move back to Africa and integrate with their tribe that they descended from?
yes,
Exactly.
they should
Are
all leave.
Haitians going to do it? No, they're not going to do it.
Look,
But I'm
I will
saying
say
like
this about
those who can
Haiti, right?
afford it.
All
You
Haitians
say
should
what, Elvis?
move. All
I'll
Haitians
say
should
this about
move to
Haiti, and
Africa
it's for some
and
African
give us the
countries
land
too.
so we could build
Hold on,
Afristan.
Jonathan. I can't hear what Elvis is saying.
Yeah, look, when people do voodoo and
Hey,
magic and those things,
there you go, Carla.
usually they have to tap into
That
a
Haiti.
source. And if
Mm-hmm.
your president, your leader who was Papa Doc, who was doing voodoo, usually they have to give that entity that they're getting their power from dominion over the country. A similar thing like that happened in Liberia. And it leaves a stain on the country. That's why a lot of people say Haiti has to be cleansed. You have to do a spiritual cleanse, from all the
It has to
voodoos
be
and all of those
cleansed.
shit.
But knowing Haitians, Elvis, they're not going to do that spiritual cleanse. So the
Man,
only
if
solution
y'all
is
don't stop with this
to
fake
go back
ass
to
voodoo
your
shit,
origin. And and
I was
Elvis,
thinking that. I'm like, what
speaking
the
of
fuck
Papa
you talking
Doc,
about a spiritual
Papa Doc
cleanse,
was
man?
Igbo. Like his people
These
came
motherfucking
like his
ass
people
kicked.